Dia opening seremoninya. Present by Mastercard. Wes, countdown dulu cuy. Mulai ini udah mulai cuy. Welcome semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh ya guys ya. 10 detik. Ada KD nggak? Nggak ada sih KD. 7. Pasti nomor 1 faker. Oh enggak ternyata. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Wah anjir, ada tempat gituan juga. Jadi siapa nih coy? Oh ini Jing. Untuk yang memiliki gangguan epilepsi cuy ya. Gak nobar di Senayan Kur. Enggak gue cuy. Linkin Park bakal ada gak Kur? Nah gak tahu ya. Harusnya ada gak sih? Katanya tempat nobar di Senayan sampai full gitu. Oh iya rame banget anjir. Dari tempat gue jauh banget cok. Nih. Kindred.
The shapes I used to take, hollow like a straw man, but it's easier to push away, 'cause it could all end it with a strange thing like got it alright. And my shadow stretching out.
Itu kita di stats bisa pada lihat nggak ya itu ya? Bisa harusnya. Oh, ini yang musik sinematik ya?
El bilang BG ada Rajin GK.
Nggak tahu juga cuy. Anjir itu di belakang LCD cok.
MASKI kan dia bilang kok lu JK ke Inggris katanya mau JK ke Inggris bro.
Anjir.
To finish up what I've begun, 'cause it could all I'm still here.
Emang ada Atrox di sinematik 2024? Kata-kata I'm still here cocok banget gak sih ke Faker cuy dan T1? I'm still here gitu. Oh ada ya Atrox lawan Kel Morgana ya?
It's in my blood, it's in my veins.
Wush. Menggema anjir. Anjir segede ini masih pada bilang kecil cok. Ini di mana nih? Next time di Santiago Bernabeu aja gak sih? Apa namanya? Yang punya Madrid. Wah ini Linkin Park coy. Dari musik aja udah langsung tahu gue anjir. Anjir stage-nya bisa naik dari bawah gitu. Gokil musik awalnya cok.
It's pouring in, you're laid on the floor again. One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win, white flags out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire, feeling so cold, hold it inside.
Lah vokalisnya 2 toh.
But inside I know today's gonna be the day you notice. 'Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn and run, now look what it's become. I'm number 10 to 1, back then should have been.
Vokalis Linkin Park dari dulu 2. Oh.
You're already on that
Musik yang itu tuh dari apa bikinnya ya? Dari piano keyboard kah?
miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you
Apa tuh tiba-tiba ada nada begitu tuh?
fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Kepencet. Kepencet emot.
Today's gonna be the day you notice. 'Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for.
Gila. What the fuck bro? Gak kelar-kelar tuh suara jing.
Heavy is the crowd.
London, are you ready?
Bakal ada lagi tuh nggak tuh kabar tuh. Vokalis Linkin Park
2024 finalists.
melakukan operasi
And T1.
pita suara 7 kali.
In the top lane, Bin and Zeus.
Anjing suaranya.
In the jungle, Shun and Owner.
hype penontonnya anjir.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the cry. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you
Anjir, stage-nya juga pakai lift anjir. No, tahun ini tidak ada ini kah? Tidak ada lagu kayak tahun kemarin. Apa namanya? Bukan Phoenix. Lagu apa ya? Legend ya? Kok nggak ada lagu Legend, Cok? Tahun kemarin ada, Cok. Oh iya, Legend Never Die. Wih, si jokes. Tuh. Tim Cina belum pernah ngalahin T1 di BO5 Grand Final, cuy. Bukan Grand Final mungkin maksudnya. Apa gue salah lihat tadi?
의구심이 찾아오기 시작한다면
경기 전에 하는 명상은 제 머릿속에 생각들이 어떻게 떠오르는지 그걸 좀
Ketika dia bermeditasi, dia katanya tuh berpikir.
자신이 어떤 생각을 하는지 조금 더 잘 알게
Makanya dia sering diam gitu, dia berpikir untuk mengerti dirinya.
哪些瞬间让你念念不忘？
和我爸就是小时候
Memori apa yang aku ingat?
然后我们
Aku mengingat pas dia kecil dulu katanya punya satu komputer doang.
有时候
Buat main game harus gantian.
会帮他操作一下，就让我对英雄联盟这个游戏产生了非常大的兴趣。
Oh, itu pas dia kecanduan League of Legends.
Soon are falling apart.
我觉得不管是谁站在决赛的舞台上，都会承担很大的压力。
그때를 떠올려 보면 가장 먼저 드는 감정은 분노인 것 같습니다. 여태까지 해왔던 것들이 뭔가 허무하게 무너지는 기분이라서 두렵습니다.
哪些回忆又让我们惶惶终日，惴惴不安？
Apa memori yang menghantui kami?
也想过我们
Selama Switch Stage?
回家，因为那个时候感觉大家对外界的舆论压力受挺。
Oh, Switch Stage mereka kena ini emang, kena pressure emang.
잊혀지는 게 좀 두려운 것 같아요.
Owner aku takut dilupakan katanya.
그만큼 임팩트가 좀 없었다라는 뜻이기도 하니까.
去年我觉得世界赛非常可惜吧，因为我们也是赢了一整年，其实就输了 T1 的那个 BO1，所以印象。
Tahun kemarin katanya mereka ngedominasi game tapi kalahnya cuma pas sama T1 doang katanya.
어둠 속에서 갈 길을 잃었을 때 所思何处能见到斑驳星光？
儿子，一晃你们已经去国外快1个月了。
Siapa nih? Ini Bin ya?
吃好睡好，事隔4年，你又一次站在了。
Masih muda bapaknya anjir.
爸妈真的为你感到骄傲。
민석이 삼촌,
Anjir, ponakannya cok.
내가 삼촌 경기 영상 잘 챙겨보고 있어.
Hello， 大家好，我是。
Tapi dia bilangnya Hyung. Ya Hyung ya. Hyung apa adiknya ya? Sama sih ya.
그냥 오늘 가족이 언제나 항상 함께 있다는 거 잊지 말고 누나 런던에서도 열심히 응원할게.
Kalau Faker siapa coy? Emak bapaknya kah?
罗弟，在伦敦一切都好吗？相信你和队友在伦敦一定可以拿下 S1， 为 LPL 增光添彩，也圆自己多年的梦想。
Bapaknya kayaknya nih, bener kan?
결승 진출 축하하고 아빠가 현장에 없지만 한국에서 열심히 응원하고 있어.
Oh nggak datang bapaknya?
이제 딱 한 걸음 남았네.
无论最后结果怎么样，勋在我们心里都是值得尊敬的选手。加油！
Siapa nih?
希望他们在决赛的舞台上能够大放异彩，然后我也会为他们应援加油。
항상 그랬듯이 뒤에서 응원하고 있을게. T1
Oh ini pacarnya kah? Apa adik ya kakaknya?
金德，祝你在决赛场上敢于拼搏，展现风采。
Oh ini juga ini nih ponakannya. Anjing keren banget coy. Itu cahaya bentuk supportnya gitu ya.
마지막까지도 또 행복하게 잘 했으면 좋겠습니다.
뭐든 좋아. 뭐든지 다 보여줄 수 있는 거 다 보여줬으면 좋겠어.
항상 응원하고 존경합니다.
T1 월드 우승 가자.
파이팅!
BLG is going all the way.
为你们感到非常非常的开心。
不要有遗憾，因为你已经是我的第一商股。
眼见为实 ，Make them believe。LPL 加油！
我希望
LPL 加油！
世界赛冠军中单的时候，会有一个代表 LPL 的国产中单的名字，国定。
Orang-orang bilang World itu soal kemenangan mid lane katanya. Semoga orang bisa mengingat mid lane-nya Cina katanya.
오늘도 마찬가지일 겁니다.
在世界赛的历史上，对于 LPL 来说，T1总是不可战胜的。
哦，
我会打破他们不可战胜的实话。
그 어떤 어려움이 있어도 저희를 믿어주신 모든 분들 5번째 우승은 여러분을 위한 것입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine
Cok, nggak ada koreograf yang kayak tahun kemarin lagi, Cok. Tahun kemarin kayak ada story-nya gitu. Woi, udah mulai anjir.
That was. They made us cry right before Champion Select, Thaddeus.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to push the emotions aside because we're getting straight into the draft. The Jack's Respect ban thrown straight towards Bin. Kaiser taken away from Elk as well. Immediately, our attention is drawn towards the Yone first pick as BLG have held off on banning it so far.
These were the two main questions we were coming in, looking to test in game number 1 of this series. Will the Yone now be left up that the Jax has already been banned, taken away as that power pick from Bin?
See where BLG decides to go. The Aurora and the Vi, they're banned so far.
If you do ban it, the Ashe comes up super high priority as well. These bottom lanes for T1. So they're going to probably trade maybe the Ashe back on the other side. Faker goes to the Yone again.
But it could also be...
Wih, Zeus. Anjir, 93% pick rate-nya coy.
Ashe and the Skarner here for BLG.
Very well could be flex pick there for T1. Zeus, of course, finals MVP in large part because of it. Sejuani is another pick that you usually want to pick with the Yone, so T1 may be looking that direction now that the Skarner's already been picked up by BLG. Those melee synergies with the Sedge.
You have to remember that Ziggs race is in priority a lot for Gumayushi now that depending on what the direction they go in the jungle, likely going to be the blind pick towards the top side of the map. When we think about prevalence excellent top lane picks. Nara is not only one of Zeus
Iya, Smolder lepas ya.
champions, but also just a relatively safe blind, especially with the Jacks taken away. But you leave yourself open to the Camille as well. So now
Diambil Kama Pekar.
decide whether they want to lock in mid or whether they want.
Tapi ini Zeusnya ini mid sih ya. Apa sih itu namanya?
Definitely something that T1 have to be
Oh, gue lupa nama. Yone mid ya itu ya.
at the moment, and they only have one left.
Waduh, ada hero ini, Cok. Hero vlogging anjir.
So well when she has melees in her top and in her mid lane. Nah, not always a melee, but can be whenever he goes into that Megnar form. Yone obviously one of the better melees, but with Smolder not banned away, Knight is going to look towards that.
Oh, diambil coy.
For the Yone in the mid lane.
Oh enggak, Ari ya.
The fake out here.
Oh.
Flashing some of his great champions right now, and they go back.
Oh, diambil Silas.
This has been incredible at this tournament.
I think that Silas into the Yone matchup is always a bit of a gamble. He must be picking it largely for the teamfight value. Sejuani, Na, and Yone all have great ultimates to steal. When we think about BLG, their team fighting has been a core part of their success at the
Oh enggak, Yone top tuh.
Zigs that we have. They're gonna ban it away.
Berarti si ininya Genarnya genar jungle gitu.
I think you have to. Both these teams know each other so well. They've matched up so many.
Apa Yone jungle ini?
This last MSI, the Camille was effective.
BO5 cuy, enggak BO7.
Double protection bans. They actually do the Renata themselves. Such a great pairing.
That with Keria having, it's a very good pairing with the Ashes, you say, but Keria has been the Renata.
Oh iya kan si itu bisa dipakai MM juga ya si Ziggs ya.
Something that really stuffs heavy engage comps, and since T1 are showing a lot of dive, a lot of heavy engage, a lot of melee, you don't want to play.
Di LoL eSport itu ada dua live ya cuy, ada live vertikal, ada live kayak begini. Iya, Yone mid lah cuy, mana ada Yone top anjir, Yone jungle.
Now going to be taken away from Gumayushi as well. When we think about this tournament, that Xayah has been very impactful, but with the Khan taken away from On, it does bring the question of what have they prepared for us in the bot side of the map. You expect top lane to be locked in here for BLG, but maybe they want to guarantee Bin the safest counter possible.
The Camille you were talking about is still available. Alongside that, something like the Rumble that has had, although at the start of Worlds was having a very high presence, kind of fell off a little bit, but still very impactful in the top lane. Struggles a little bit when you get into lane swap situations though, and so perhaps T1 will be thinking about that now.
Well, now the big question comes, what is T1?
Siapa yang bakal dipakai ya ininya ya? MM-nya.
A little bit more AP damage. They want to diversify that
AC.
portfolio. So what direction are they thinking about?
Harus sudah di-ban.
Using all the time available to them.
They're also thinking about so much CC here on the side of BLG. They do throw down.
Anjir. Cuman 3 game di-pick coy.
Alright, Keria. This time around, what will be the pairing?
It's usually Lux, right? When you want
Siapa supportnya ya? Harusnya yang Magic nggak sih? Tapi udah di-ban ya. Siapa ya support kira-kira ya?
But not quite at this tournament.
I mean, they're really leaving us at the edge of our seats here, holding until the last moment.
Braum. Nggak ada magic ya dong berarti cuy ya?
When we saw Braum brought out in the Gen G series, it didn't really work out for T1. I think that again they are very heavily.
Ini apa nih supportnya nih?
Fight side. BLG have towards the kind of pick potential side lane threats.
Anjir, Serapin.
Very much drafting towards the team fight. They're thinking about Seraphine in support. I think it could be great into the.
Bar seriusan lu.
Threat around the map, but you know they're going to go back.
Ya, ternyata real.
Sticking to that team fight style.
You need to have really good CC for this Skarner and Rumble combination, and they have that in spades. So much team fighting here drafted for BLG.
They have so much power if they can start to lock people down. You put that equalizer down, the follow-up with the Magnet Storm with Silas coming in as well, stealing away a Fate Sealed from the Yone. You just have so much AoE. T1 on the other hand, don't quite have.
Di Twitch gak ada drop ya cuy ya?
Honestly, I really love this approach from BLG.
Gak ada drop League of Legends ya?
Like that they got everything that they wanted. Jun has been playing a ton of Skarner. Knight has had his Silas consistently banned away from him, and into this composition, I think there's a lot of great ultimates to steal. They're playing into their strengths, which is their team fighting. And T1, I think that being so heavily invested on the AD side, I worry about whether or not they're going to be, how much damage they're going to do in these team fights.
This draft is also going to have some ripple effects for the series overall.
Drop di website.
wanted to test
apa
the waters
dropnya?
in game number 1 with the Yone again being left up and having, Knight confidence on either Silas or things like that.
Yang pick'em.
To pick into it. If they cannot beat it this time around, you're not afforded that luxury later on in the series.
Remember, T1 had side selection. They won the coin toss earlier in the week, decided they wanted to start on the blue side. It has been a favorable side so far at Worlds, but BLG bringing out the big guns in game 1 to try and take that first victory of this best of 5.
And I think that shot right there was a big indicator. Some smiles on the sides of their faces, some confidence coming in here. That is the one big question in Worlds Finals. Pressure at the highest that it can possibly be in the entire year, and they are ready to meet that challenge.
This is what
Okay.
we all asked for.
Kita nyalain lagi TTS ya.
Of T1, not just with their own expectations, but also the expectations of the LCK, of their families. BLG trying to reignite the LPL.
Poin mantra cek di deskripsi paling bawah.
A Worlds title. And it's 5 games of glory, I hope, as we get into game 1 here. Elk and on, looking for Gumayushi coming in from the side as well. Will land the abscond, abduct. Gumayushi still holding on to that flash.
Mati dong.
Locks him up, he flashes the ignite, sticking.
Waduh, nice banget itu dia tiba-tiba dari bawah anjir.
On the Silas, able to slip over and get behind the red buff to come from the other side.
Moja kata skip dulu cuy.
Caitlyn that is supposed to have
Detektif
some
bilang nggak
pushing
nobar sama
ability.
Moja bang.
They get the flash out from Guma, a very valuable summoner spell in the early game. Jun could set his sights on the bot side of the map. Remember, the thing about Caitlyn is you want to be lane dominant, you want to be leveraging the strength, which is going to be harder to do now that you've conceded that summoner. Knight debuting here with the Silas in game 1 of this series, and off to a confident start.
Importantly, Elk did flash as well, so he doesn't have that same summoner on his side.
Moja nonton di London cuy.
Looks like it's going to be normal lanes. No lane swaps coming out from either of these teams. Shun wasn't spotted on his initial pathing. Owner will be spotted when he goes over to the Razor Beaks.
Yuda Kurniawan bilang TTS di Buka terbitlah spam Moja
Full
Waka.
clears down to the bottom side of the map. One thing we've seen a lot
Yuda
in
Kurniawan
T1
bilang
games as
TTS
well
di Buka
is
terbitlah
Carrier
spam Moja
specifically
Waka.
roaming mid to
Kok dua kali gitu dia jir?
matchups. Getting time
Oh.
for the Braum is going to be more difficult now that they lost Guma's flash early. They're getting pushed in. Elk and On are not going to let him have any free roam timers.
They're certainly not. You can see the strength of the Ashe in the early laning phase, getting that early level 2 as well. And when you make that point about Carrier as well, usually he does that on things like the Bard, like the Pike, Rakan, Renata. On the Braum, it's going to be much harder to do.
It's why you love to see really good level 1 prep coming into series as big as this. Because Elk, starting with the first blood, the extra longsword in your inventory just feels so good.
Ini lagi meta ya. Iya, pick rate-nya tinggi cuy.
Now BLG
Sering di ban juga.
pings down onto Owner. They know that he's on the bot side of his map, and the risk of a dive is very real. With Faker's pressure in the mid lane, it's going to be hard for Knight to potentially roam down and look.
Kalau misalnya view-nya sampai view-nya 1000 kita dukung T1 ya guys ya. Kalau enggak kita dukung BLG, oke? Deal? Deal, no fake, no hoax, janji seorang pelaut, oke?
Good timing here from Shun to come down and place the ward early so that Elk and On can continue.
Kalau misalnya like-nya itu mencapai 300 kita dukung T1, oke?
Tahun ini bisa langsung play karena stage-nya terpisah beda kayak tahun kemarin. Terus Mahendra bilang.
For BLG on there crashing down out. Gumayushi and Carrier have been able to hold the
Kita dukung BLG cuy ya. Hari ini naik bakal bawa piala cuy. Wajir.
The bottom side Scuttle Crab because of the pushing bottom lane. So wants to trade, wants to get the top side one for himself. It's going to be a little bit annoying that Bin also on the Rumble is pushing up, and Bin is going down to check out that Scuttle.
In terms of early skirmishes, you can see how the Yone is often able to get those advantages in the 1v1, but Knight doing a fantastic job in terms of farm. Has that slight lead over Faker.
Rifan mantra goban tadi pakai TTS ngebak 2 kali. Kapan ngebak anjir?
Famous for his Mejai's purchase on pretty much every champion that he's played. Only the Dark Seal for now, but depending on how well the game is going, he may very well look to upgrade that item.
Let's talk about how the game might go from here. We're only 4 minutes in, but we do often, in about the next 30 seconds to 40 seconds, see that swap for Grubs. Knight and Faker trading in the mid lane. Faker down to half HP. He'll snap back to his soul. And overall, the trade even-ish, but slightly in Knight's favor.
People have gone wild for how confident Faker has been in laning at this tournament, and him eing in there, taking the trade that Knight offers as he goes
Turki
straight for it.
Saputra bilang T1
Faker as well.
menang
You know, it's one of the big
Kurohiko.
things with T1 heading into this tournament.
Enggak lanjut. Waduh.
Great in the LCK.
Oh, nice. Mantap BLG. Let's go. Bawa Piala hari ini, cuy.
Caught unawares, the wave in an awkward spot. Owner not there to provide support. In the bot side as well, Elk and On able to get the cleanse out from Gumayushi all across the map. BLG is putting pressure down.
Shun has been so good on the Skarner. Skarner being such a premier pick at this tournament. And again, in this series, having an early impact now. Gets the kill himself.
And what an arc it is for him as a player. Remember, BLG started with Wei at this tournament.
So,
wow. Anjir. Nice banget tuh.
Nicely played by them.
Kenapa nih Zeus, cuy?
Gets the slow, gets all the damage done, and they collect.
And it's a very awkward situation for Zeus to be in just because of the state of the wave.
Visi
Now
versa
Owner
bilang
is
jangan
covering
ngejim
to help
dulu
him get
kur.
that push out.
Antar malah
Bin still
T1
looking to
yang
try and
menang
trade as he
bejir.
often does, but now the swaps come.
Enggak cuy, BLG menang buat Piala hari ini.
Already back out onto the map with his AD carry Elk right behind him. They're looking to contest this objective, but Carrier looking to match in the mid lane.
It's going to be 5 players on the top
Sidik
side for both
Wadil
teams
Amin
right now.
bilang
As
T1
we do see
kenapa
Owner
GK
starting
pernah
up
ban
the Grubs. Might
Skarner
just look for a
kur.
smite on one here to delay the full stack.
Nggak tahu juga sih, mungkin mereka ngerasa bisa lawan Skarner. Lah mati lagi dong.
Not exactly that. On secures the kill.
Tapi gue sebenarnya agak bingung sih kenapa pick Braum ya cuy ya. Tujuan pick Braum itu apa takut ngedeny pick musuh dia ngambil Braum cuy.
Going for the objectives as well as trying to rotate from mid.
The idea there from T1, because they had a nice stacked wave in mid lane. Oh, Knight going for a bit of a trade. Has his AD carry behind him.
Nice juke.
Faker unbinds his soul.
Wih, sakit juga, Cok.
Owner coming in from the side as well, but it looks like BLG just want the pressure in mid. They're looking towards the top side though.
Yeah, BLG constantly looking for these fights. Let's see. Carrier's on the roam. You can see him on the map.
Iya, yolo. Masih ada lompat sih itu harusnya.
Impact can't quite land it. Zeus hops on a minion and manages to escape.
I mean, BLG continue their pressure on the map, securing 2 grubs.
AC Braum itu duo mode, pasif kedua bisa trigger barengan.
Denying Zeus as much as possible. You look at the bottom of your screen and it's just
Oh, jadi ngedeny pick berarti ya?
Guma has been given a little bit of free time to push out that bot side wave. He's going to try and get himself a plate as Faker trades with Elk in the mid lane. Elk about halfway towards that level 6, a little bit more risky to go in.
Wih, sakit banget, Cok.
He does get his ultimate available.
Yeah,
Woi.
so much damage.
Wow. Wow.
Mid lane, keeping him there. Of course, they've rotated Knight down to the bottom lane, down to that side lane. And he will find so much success in, be able to push it back out after Guma had shoved. And this is going to be so nice for the setups here for BLG. Again, their team fight will be so synergistic once they're able to bring this together. You have to think that they're going to rotate over towards this dragon. They can control that objectives, and you get to draw your enemy to you.
got to remember that BLG have a bit of a reputation for falling short in Game 1. And here in Game 1, it feels like that you'd expect them to have the pressure with the reigning world champions T1 on the other side of the stage, with the audience in favor of T1, but they've come out and they are playing just like they often do.
Iya cuy, real. Bye-bye T1. Yo, ini BLG menang cuy.
Kurokuma bilang sendirian aja Kur. Yang lain kemana? Buat party.
Iya pada close party.
They find reward in their level 1, and they continue to force so many plays here. Let's see if they can keep it up as the game goes on, though. You know, T1 are very notorious for being difficult to actually finish off in these games.
And bear in mind, BLG, they're going to be looking at the team fight. That's the biggest strength. Their composition just spells. We're ready
Biar stiker itu muncul di atas kepala, bukan di kiri, gimana ya Kur di Wild Rift? Kan emang pasti muncul di atas kepala kan, tapi di kiri itu juga muncul buat orang yang jauh gitu kan.
Very rely on Owner to be that initiation tool and find good flanks or angles, which is going to rely on good vision control, which right now BLG is not giving. Look at this vision setup on the bot side of the map. The river is very much in control of BLG, and they're putting extra pressure onto Owner's jungle.
And 9 minutes in, it's already a 1.4k lead for BLG. They have 2 grubs, they've got a Drake. T1 have only been able to pick up a single grub from the map. And BLG very much in the driver's seat coming into this series. A lot of us looked at how T1 play the early game, who tends to be in the advantage, and T1 tend to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, getting out to those leads. BLG here upsetting the apple cart, so to speak.
Knight has just been exceptional this tournament, and especially in their previous series, styling on his Syndra, styling on his...
T1 blunder kah? Ya menit 20 di bawah 20 gini mah masih chill lah cuy.
Pialanya sekarang juga ke BLG.
Drawing a little bit of time, Sejuani not immediately going over to Gromp, kind of hovering around, see if Faker's going to need anything else, and it'll also
Ini gue salah nyalain TTS
towards the
ya.
extra wards around mid lane. If you start to see the mid lane pressure here kind of spill over into other lanes as well for BLG.
You're also just seeing it on the map, right? Because Knight just then, after pushing in mid, hovered into the topside river and he's just moving into fog. He's creating that extra point of pressure, which means that Ona might get invaded on. Maybe jungle plus mid is going to come and put pressure on his jungle. Bin backing in a brush. Where has actually Bin gone? Just those subtle bits of pressure on the map.
Mantap, gue kenapa berkurang terus jir lah. Ya lu pake. Gue udah pernah lihat T1 kalah 13k masih bisa comeback menang. Plot armor cuy.
Lo bilang itu owner pakai apa?
Emang YouTuber Hawk tahu lol cuy.
Obviously when you get 4, those mites begin to spawn.
Alright, so BLG, you can see they've got the early lead on timing on this map.
Itu owner pakai apa? Rumble. Owner ya? Pakai hero vlogging apa namanya ini ya? Sejuani. Bang, wajah bang nutupin Faker. Ya udah ada BLG nih, gue tutupin nih anjing.
Shun gonna try and chase him down, throws a rock into his back. The TP comes in by Knight, who just finished his rocket belt, and on goes in. Ona's locked up, abscommed out. Dugty flashes the wall, the arrow goes wide, but BLG get everything they want. They force the enemy jungler away, and they can turn their attentions to the grubs.
T1 decision right now. Do they just let Faker farm for it? Play
It's Guma! It's
lah.
the Baron pit. I know it's the grubs right now, but he always manages to steal it.
Whether it's a Varus or a Caitlyn, Guma's got the skill shots to get your objective.
Ya, dapat satu lah ya.
Able to get 2 grubs at the very least for T1, so something, and they get a lot of plates both in bot and mid, so collecting a bit of standing gold that's hovering around the map right now. Little that BLG can really do to contest, instead they're committing towards the top side, trying to secure this top tower, and they will secure themselves that second plate as well.
Mati dong lu. Mati dong lu. Enggak. Lah bisa di cancel cok. Apa belum ulti itu tadi?
Look at the confidence that Knight is playing with right now. Every time
Anjir, ambil ulti Caitlyn bangke.
and I love the fact that
Yang
BLG
penting ulti lah ya.
Ona in the river.
Ngambil ulti yang penting. Salah. Yang penting ulti. Benar. It's nice dodge.
He's going up towards Mega as well. He can trade in. TP coming in.
Oh, nice. Let's go. Buru-buru Packer. Skill 3 Packer. Ulti. Harus diajarin nih Packer nih. Oh, nice. Nah, benar-benar gitu.
T1 find their first 2 kills of the finals.
What a play! Zaya strikes here. Wait, Shun is trying to hold off until Knight arrives to defend this tower. Still going to be some turret plate money as well as the kills here for T1.
I mean, just great awareness from Zeus, recognizing that in the face of the bot lane, he was actually stronger. He knew that he had the Mega Gnar on its way. He knew that the TP was available from Faker, and they set up for a very nice collapse.
Recognizing they had the TP advantage as well, because BLG used 2 TPs to fight over those second grubs.
Very good use there.
Lo jagoan mana, Kur? Tentu saja BLG cuy, tapi kalau view-nya 1000 kita dukung T1. Iya, gue dukung Faker itu tadi buat ngajarin dia biar bisa menang gitu cuy.
The double recalls here, and then they make the call. Teleport in. I've got Mega Gnar. Perfect timing. Flashes for it against the wall. Beautifully done.
And I mean, even without the TP, he likely could have just gotten on by himself. He gets the summoners.
Iya, harusnya dia bisa ngekill 1 juga sih walau tanpa Faker ya. Cuman kalau ada Faker dia jadi berani masuk gitu. YouTuber Hawk emang tahu lol. Anjing. Anjing. Anjir. Dia kedodot sakit hati dia, Cok. Apaan nih Warnet ini video apa anjir? Production 2 tahun 98 anjing.
And gold is one thing, but really it is about the item completion.
Someone baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 5.000. Anjir, di LCK live-nya 1 juta view.
Di LCK maksudnya? Kok di LCK? Ini tepat sebelum Indonesia merdeka, pantas sih.
Looks like that no one's
Video
gonna be
AI.
inside of BLG. Dragon is available, but
Botaknya sih kelihatan AI ya.
on either side towards that objective. Resets have come through, items looking to be further completed. And as you rightly said, Kobe, I imagine that Faker is incredibly close to that blade completion. On his next back, he should have it, and it is crucial. It is a game changer in terms of your ability to fight.
Oh, di stream Koreanya.
Oftentimes hard for as we start up the Rift Trail here. Seems like they should be able to get it though. Another
Di ini ya caster kok regional Koreanya gitu ya.
that the teams have, because it's not necessarily shown on the scoreboard, but it is critical to the success of these types of teams that they have set up here. And so without the extra vision, looks like it is just going to be the trade. Dragon for Herald, no problem. But I will say, Knight staying on this outer turret and getting the outer turret gold himself again, more money funneled into this Silas. The Silas that does scale so well.
Udah lihat Faker main yang saking cepatnya. Monitor dia nge-glitch score. Nge-glitch gimana?
Zeus able to walk away for now. Shadowing Strike will get the stun. The Magnet Storm coming in as well as BLG look to collapse. Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down.
Mati berkorban aja lah Keria ya. Oh nice, untung gak ada yang ngalangin.
Will manage to dash across towards the red pit, but Gumayushi does not have that same luxury.
Triple kill, cok.
All of them sitting on out.
1000 view. Wah, baru 1000 ya. Perjanjian kita 1100 baru dukung T1, cuy. 1100 ya. 1100. Jangan aneh-aneh, jangan curang lah.
Elk's arrow snipes him right out of the air after the 2 kills with the Herald. Immediately turn it into
Nice. Oh, let's go. Dapat 2 turret mid, cuy. Dapat juga turret bawah. Bukannya dulu sempat BO7 ya, cuy. Emang nggak pernah BO7 ya? Apa MS? Ayo waktu itu yang BO7 ya? Lah, tetap kena anjir. Oh, bagus banget sih relnya ya.
Fraksi bilang streamer scam.
Apa cuy? Scam apa sih cuy?
insane opener here.
Oh, MSI yang BO7 ya?
From BLG. The undisputed best team in the LP.
Kayak pernah gitu gue nobarin BO7 cuy. Kayak pernah gitu.
To regroup at all. Faker now even under attack.
Goodbye Packer. Ala goodbye Packer. Udah cukup Packer ya. Lah, sampai datang 3 orang anjir. Cok. Woi. Segitunya teman-teman yang menjaga nama baik Packer, jir lah, hampir kalah by 1 loh. Tapi nggak apa-apa lah. Itu tadi mancing, jadi semua orang lindungin Packer sedangkan mereka dapat turret atas sih. Tapi T1 juga dapat turret bawah sih. Tapi dapat high ground sih, lebih mahal high ground ya. Ambil ini aja inhibnya nggak sih? Enggak. Ya udah teleport pun tetap hancur turretnya.
They do lose a tier 2 in the bottom side, but BLG are in the driver's seat and they are not letting go of that steering wheel. T1 need to find some way back into this because now their inhibitors open in the top side. They do have these hex gates to work with. 2 minutes on the next.
Ganyang T1.
We've seen T1 sneak them in the past to get back into games.
Temo kecil bilang, apakah nanti ada drama Packer benturin kepala ke tembok?
Waduh.
A comfort pick and play style for BLG. You look at the champions, and while you wouldn't typically in the past associate Bin with his Rumble, it has become a staple part of his champion pool. And here in the 1v1, he realizes, I think I can get this solo kill onto Faker. He has no way of getting out of this situation.
Tipis banget tadi, Cok.
TP to collapse. Gumayushi comes down, Zeus comes down, but on the other side of the map is BLG.
Exactly, you could see the counter attack from BLG on the minimap. They immediately
T1 kalah, Faker pengen. Lah!
Actually hit.
That's insane.
Tadi Faker mati, Cok. Lah, gua nggak sadar, jir. The fuck?
That is just beautiful. Even though Bin went down, they saw the last bit of vision of Faker of the recall spot.
He used the hawk shot.
Kecewa PKC.
Shot comes in, then the arrow. That is sublime from
Detik banget, Cok.
Gimana sih?
It's just such a dominant performance.
LOL Esport, YouTube LOL Esport.
Anything they can on the other side of the map, but look at that explosion in terms of gold advantage for BLG past the 15-minute mark.
And I
Oh
mean,
ini.
it all
Gas.
stems from that level 1 play. The fact that they got that flash out on the bot side of the map, Elkan on
19 berada.
the bot side. Knight was able to trade very effectively and hold his
4, 8, 9, 50.
trading Faker, and on the top side, that's why Shun was
Mirip-mirip
putting the
lah.
pressure. That's where he was able to find that early gank. And it's just been skirmish after advantage after pick, where BLG have just
Recallnya pas BLG masih hidup ya kena ping lah itu. Iya juga sih.
T1 trying to set up something sneaky on
Mungkin Pekar udah deg-degan tadi cuy.
T1 do like to do this. Carrier just another call in the alcove. And in the end, it's much ado about nothing. The Drake up in 20 seconds time. BLG pinging it. They know.
Apakah BLG akan menang adik-adik?
Obviously want to end the game before they get to Soul, but if you can make the Soul a
BLG win ini.
possibility, it puts more pressure on T1.
Yeah, BLG, they're so far ahead. They don't need to give anything over to T1. So all you have to do
Delay apa,
is
Aimer?
keep one little bit of vision on the Baron, then go collect the Dragon. Make sure that
Ada di tempat offline kah? Katanya tadi di Senayan rame banget sih.
they don't have the ability to fight you, so deny them everything.
Wis ada Yudifu KTP.
It's going to catch this bot win. This is going to be an uncontested Dragon. BLG with a strong start to game 1. And while this game definitely isn't over, BLG have all the tools to secure the first game of this series.
And coming into this series, we need to remind you again, BLG at MSI this year, they beat T1 twice in best of 5s. And last year,
Delay 3 match lu kur udah BLG yang menang 3-1, bukan 3-0.
what it takes, and they are definitely showing that in game number 1.
I mean, you could even go
Tatukan no, pindah nggak lu? Kan gue bilang 1,1k baru dukung T1, kalau nggak dukung BLG.
Championship has definitely been their tournament.
Sebelum 1,1k masih BLG win.
Have been able to find those advantages.
Real cuy, no fake.
First game, BLG 4k gold up, 2 dragons to their name. Baron is now an option, and this becomes a big point of contention. It's an opportunity for T1.
Golnya udah timpang, ya baru 4.000 sih.
Baron plays so far at this World Championship, whether it be sneaking them, whether it be finding incredible team fights around this objective. It is a point in the game.
Kesante sekarang gue udah nggak terlalu di pick lagi nggak sih Diablo?
CT1 just trying to get towards those second, third items, lock it on Owner. But the Blade of the Ruin King yet to see second item for Faker. It really comes online when you get up towards 2-3. The Yone is so powerful in team fight, so powerful in side.
1,1k tuh. Iya baru 1,1 Ci, perjanjiannya 1,2k baru dukung T1.
Lebih kecil daripada What Party tahun lalu yang sekarang kayak bar gitu.
Luminous bilang anime beat Garbit.
Waiting until he collects all the information.
Nggak ada Garbit cuy.
The rest of BLG here, just keeping tabs on the Baron as we wait for Elk to arrive on the map. He hex gates out with his 3-item power spike already completed. His Lord Doms because they're so far ahead.
Enggak scam, real 1,2k, 1,2k kita dukung Packer. Asli.
Widely regarded as a good player who would be way too aggressive a lot of the
AC bisa sakit ya di sini. Bisa anjir. Girly aja tadi dia bisa ngebukin orang anjir.
10.000. Gua dituper karena ngatain cup di YouTuber hok monyet.
And now with 5 kills to his name.
Di mana lu di TO?
That BLG will protect him in these upcoming team fights and just allow him to rip through T1.
So far his arrows have been great as well. Sniping Zeus in the hop in mid lane. Of course, the kill onto Faker as well. And it looks like you don't have to give T1 anything. BLG are so far ahead and they have so many pick tools. Not to mention just the arrow, but also Shun and Ond, and they're going to look for it.
JLP bilang bit karbit itulah namamu Kuro.
Does have that passive as well to avoid that slow.
Yeah, they're just going to chase them out of that jungle. Make sure that the entire
Jawa Barat ada nobar nggak? Nggak tahu ya cuy ya. Lagian telat juga jadi nobarnya sekarang anjir.
To push on this mid wave at times, just because he knows the only real threat is if Ona and Zeus are collectively diving on top of him, because if the Sejuani ult comes out, he has the cleanse, and that's really the only initiation tool unless Faker is able to find that angle. That's Ward offering a lot of value for T1. They'll see that it's going to be started off.
Ketahuan.
Coming through, but can they really get access into the pit?
Well, they're definitely going to try. Betty Carrier is the one to face.
Ayo, apakah Smite Gumayusi bisa dapat? Oh enggak. Oh nice tuh Hajar ultinya bintu cok. Nah udah nggak ada MM harusnya nggak berani lagi ya. Soalnya itu yang punya smite coy. MM yang punya smite guys.
GG kah?
Izin.
Masih mau dikontes cuy.
Masih mau nyuri coy. Emang owner punya smite jir. Ya kali bro. Blood berpikir dia Gumayusi. Kena lo. Flash.
Kalau T1 menang anime lu ganti Corki.
Nggak ada aja. Wih, good dodge. Paro sudah di ban tadi.
Down the inhibitor towers, the Baron buff BLG. The respawn time is still about 10 seconds. They're going to respect it, they're going to back away, but the damage has been done to the base of T1. And I mean, the kills are going to Elk, but the plays from Knight
Sidik Wadil Amin bilang tolong bench cornernya lah T1 ASWDDD.
What Gumayushi can see, he finds the good angle. He
Tolong bench cornernya lah.
carry, and he finds that execution. And later in the Baron, he also body blocks owner. Look at the positioning of Knight here. Gets in the
biar nggak malam-malam ini.
Sengaja ngalah, Cuk. Biar
Kenapa?
Faker nggak jadi pensiun.
Katanya nggak bakal pensiun katanya. Dia udah bilang.
Dia gosip dong.
Oh, kena solo kill, bro. Let's go naik. Alah, Packer.
Mekanik tua, Bang.
Udah susah sih. Saran gua Bang Packer abis ini main Oriana gitu. Main Ari.
Atau ganti ke mobile.
Nggak tahu kenapa nggak ada pakai smolder cuy.
T1 here in game 1. They're looking for another inhibitor and they're looking for the game.
Gumayushi, Ono and Kerry are trying to defend the arrow once again from Elk. It hits Guma! He's got flash, but he's still stunned up. The Impale comes out, and Guma falls under his own Nexus towers. T1 still trying to defend. Zeus doing everything he can to keep Knight away. But BLG continues.
Smolder di ban.
Per satu match
ya sebelum di ban kan masih bisa ngepick tadi cuy. Ada?
Per satu match berapa itunya? Apa? Waktu tunggunya?
Lumayan sih, paling 10-15. Gua kira lu datang, Kur. Nggak datang gua cuy, kejauhan.
Caboji Indonesia bilang like dulu. Like 1000 kuro tangkep moja.
Waduh, bukan gue yang nangkep jir.
All right, for the TFT players, the Team Fight Tactics Macau Open, this year's biggest TFT event, is just around.
Tiba-tiba banget tuh bahas TFT jir.
Finals in Wuhan. Once we wrap up the Tactician's Crown, we are heading to Macau, and we're thrilled to bring you along. With Magic and Mayhem winding down, a new set featuring Arcane is on the horizon, promising big game-changing.
Wih, lucu banget coy. Ini di mana nih? Anjir. Kopian ini, Cok. Kopian apa sih namanya? Bola yang di Amerika itu apa di Eropa ya? Apa nama bolanya? Spear. Tapi versi kecil nih. Soalnya TFT emang ini juga sih cuy, lagi main juga hari ini. Woi, siapa namanya lupa gue. Ininya ngebug loh. Nah, nanti TFT, oh ya TFT bentar lagi mulai itu. Regional qualifier aja masih jauh. Oh di Vegas ya bolanya yang gede banget itu ya.
Acuy bilang WK mana lu semua COCKSUCKER nya FANGKER bit KARBITTT.
And if
Bangkor, sorry gue dukung BLG. Kan gue juga dukung BLG coy. What the fuck bro? Karbit, ada kabit karbit. Gue dukung BLG aja cuy ya. Di pick'em aja gue milih BLG yang lolos sampai final coy.
Fans BLG sejak dini.
Walaupun namanya beleguk timnya.
Bakril bilang telat gak Kur?
Enggak cuy, bentar lagi opening ceremony. Venue-nya di mana ini tour nih? Di Magetan.
London, get ready. WWE Live takes over this November. Don't miss
Di
the
apa ya? London apa ya?
Cody Rhodes take on Solo Sikoa in an explosive undisputed WWE Championship street fight. And Bayley battles Nia Jax in a WWE Women's Championship steel cage match.
This is incredible! Yeah! This, my friends, is must-see.
Tickets on sale now.
Ada iklan WWE juga sih. Apa iklan Twitch? YouTube tadi.
Acu bilang wakak mana lu semua koksukernya funker. Beat karbit.
Yo, let's go. Sambil makan, guys.
All-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything related to your work. Your documents, your chats, your whiteboards, your projects. The value of this, you don't have to buy 5 softwares to do this. You don't have to be hopping back and forth between multiple tabs, trying to find that email from a year ago. Instead, you can find everything in a matter of seconds, keeping your work and everything related to productivity organized in a single place.
Udah ngos-ngosan sekarang. BLG lagi naik daun. Kalian dukung T1 karena cuma ada fucker doang kan? Kardus.
Makanya cuy. Naik dah dulu pindah-pindah tim tapi gagal work mulu. Emang dia udah tim mana aja? Oh ya lupa, gue disuruh join Discord cuy, bentar-bentar ya. Tunggu udah disuruh join ke apa?
Ade.
I'm a renegade. Better run away. I'm a renegade. Better run away. I'm a renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade. Better run away. I'm a renegade.
Ya, ini kontrak bola kan ya. Ini olahraga Amerika NBA. Itu gampang loh, kayak total 20 gol.
Bentar, kita setup dulu ya.
Nonton ya gimana?
Ini gue kasih lihat ini coy, nobar sekarang coy. Bakal, kok nggak bisa ya? Bentar cuy ya.
Halo.
Nah.
Tes.
Tes.
Halo. Bang Guro.
Halo.
Ah, anjir kencang banget suaranya, sumpah. Kaget gue. Bang Guro kamera.
Aman. Halo, kenapa?
Nyariin di
kameranya katanya bisa dinyalain di Discord. Minta dinyalain.
Oh, videonya.
Kamera lu.
Oke, wait.
Lu ya, nyalain.
Oke.
Gua kira lu di onsite.
Ini
di live streamnya.
Kenapa?
Enggak di itu kelihatan nggak Discord?
Discord apa?
Enggak ini live kita.
Nggak bisa.
Oh nggak bisa ya?
Gue nggak bisa munculin Discord.
Oh iya.
Karena gue lagi OBS virtual kamera.
Oh
di sini.
iya.
Ntar dia looping.
Lu dari sini aja yang penting ya? Ntar direkam ya? Oh gitu. Iya. Jadi ini sebenarnya
what an entree into a best of 5 grand final when you have that Summoner's Cup looking at you as you are playing. It wasn't on my bingo card that this was going to be one so
Ada Bayota coy. Iya coy.
for BLG.
Itu rame banget tuh jir nomor coy.
Gila. Ini kacau sih.
Ini kacau coy.
Gua datang jam 5 ya.
Udah kayak event makan siang gratis coy.
Waduh.
Gila, tapi emang gratis sih makan.
Iya, tadi kita sih makan gratis. Terus yang datang ke sini juga ada itu catering apa sih? Prasmanan snack gitu.
Buat semuanya.
Buat semuanya.
Gokil.
Yang diundang.
Yang diundang.
Semua enggak yang diundang dong.
Kan enggak diundang.
Semuanya.
Enggak, maksudnya yang semua yang datang ke sini ada snack gitu.
Tapi lu datang enggak ke sini Bang Guru tadi?
Enggak.
Oh enggak. Soalnya viewer gua ada yang minta doxikin tadi Bang, doxikin Kuro.
Kacau. Menurut lu gimana tadi game 1, Kur?
Gua pendukung BLG sih, easy banget.
Enggak, tar dulu.
Oh iya, sama dong kita.
Tar dulu itu
Warga
bahan
Maya
pembicaraannya
bilang
kita
caster
simpen buat
pakai
nanti
bahasa
ngobrol-ngobrol pas
Inggris
live stream. Kan
logat
kita belum
kayak
live stream
US.
ini.
Kayaknya di situ udah ada.
Udah ada ya.
Gua masuk ke sini ke ke ini. Jadi soalnya di
Gua udah denger suara gua.
Kita udah ngobrol
suara gua kedengeran kan, Gor?
Iya.
Ada kedengeran.
Ada tuh.
Ada.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this because I actually have not seen.
Gua bukan haters T1.
This is where it starts, right? Because they're gonna try to get the collapse onto bin. You can see on the mini map where BLG are pushing in on the top side. Scout is
Aditya
it out
Herlanda
and then
bilang kan
Elmo.
kamu
suara gua.
datang.
Gamenya udah mulai katanya di game 2.
Game 2 udah mulai.
Coba.
Switch. He's flipping through lane.
Belum sih di sini masih replay.
He's in the game.
Oh,
He does not
ngebug,
see
Cok.
anything and then he's dead. He didn't.
Anjing ditipu viewer, Cok. Bangke.
Nah, kita official nih anjir. Kacau coy.
Bangke. Game 2 udah mulai Bang, anjing panik gua. Lagi ngobrol. Oh iya, cepet banget anjing. Bangke. Bangke kamu ya, kiri gaya ya.
Further than out. This is phenomenal.
I mean, he has been
Bangke. Bisa gitu, Jir.
Tadi merchandise-nya apa, Bang?
Merchandise-nya ada tote bag. Terus ada poster.
Tapi itu dari orang yang ini kan, yang awal-awal datang banget ya?
Yang 75 orang pertama.
Itu berarti open gate-nya jam berapa?
Jam 5. Cuman kayaknya orang udah datang dari jam 3. Enggak kayaknya nih. Mak nih. Sini masuk.
Halo, Ma.
Kur, lu dukung T1 apa BLG, Kur?
BLG lah.
Oke.
Gelo lu. Mana lu dukung minoritas sih?
Ya gue lebih suka minoritas, Mak. Biasanya lebih bagus.
Astaga. Gimana? Si Gepeng dukung ini. Dukung BLG dia.
Nggak ada suaranya.
Udah apa?
Nggak masuk suara Manamo.
Avatar lu udah kayak BLG biru-biru warnanya.
Nah makanya.
Gak bisa. Di sini nih kita kandangnya T1 nih.
Lah itu Bang Yota pendukung BLG gebukin tuh.
Ini warga JNJ.
Mungkin gak anjing, serem juga.
Udah. Warga JNJ yang gak lolos.
Iya, tahu.
And his positioning
Yeah, and here we see T1, they're getting back to the stage. Of course, we've seen this before. Teams don't necessarily...
Siapa aja datang Bang yang kayak misalnya ada streamer gitu?
Ada Aji.
Ada banyak, Rico.
Oh ada, oh iya
ada
Aji.
Rico.
Oh Rico juga datang.
Ada Gian ada Gian nih, Gian.
Gian, nostalgian ya?
Nih, Gian tuh, Gian.
Wih ada Moja tuh. Bukan.
Moja anjing, enggak ada Moja, Cok. Enggak ada Moja, Cok. Kalau ada Moja udah
Kirain
dicari.
Moja aja.
Rame banget coy di sini, rame jalik semuanya. Bener-bener reuni.
Ada Moja, ada siapa lagi, Libum Chan. Tuh lagi pada dada-dada tuh.
Halo.
Kuro in real life.
Player Wildrift numpang nobar di bentar nih.
Yone gambit that we have seen in so many different series where you go on red side if you are not playing against a mid laner who is known for these
Bayu Kodok ada datang nggak Bang?
Bayu nggak lihat.
Over to Faker. Let's see
Aji
what
doang
happens in game number 1. Now they lose.
Nah itu Kuro.
Put the pressure on T1 to have to
BLG lah.
blue side.
Lah ada DNKT Jir.
Ya Heskiel Rodica bilang kodok ada GK.
Bangsat buat Kuro anjing.
What do they want?
To hear us talk a little more. Oh, you do have a little bit more time.
Anjing lu dibilang mirip DNKT anjing. Bener juga bangsat mirip DNKT anjing.
Mirip.
Tinggal gue cana. Viewer.
Touching points that we can talk about as well. Maurits, this is
Tibol.
just last week as well.
Okay, we are membership.
Carry on the Braum, and I think when
Nggak masuk suara mikrofon situ.
Oh nggak masuk suara ini. Oh beda soalnya.
T1 has done. We always said about pushing the meta forward, about making it happen. Braum just doesn't do it.
Well, yeah, and you might look at this and go, man, that's not bad. I want you
Nggak
to
masuk.
find which team this is. This is a team that has
Padahal satu channel loh.
domestically win. They haven't won. They win a whole lot. So this
Wilson. Oh iya Wilson nggak ada ya.
already a great, recommendation.
Ya tapi Wilson kan dulu nggak
Si main MOBA anjing.
Nah dulu MC LGS dia.
Con game.
Wih, iya bener.
Seneng Cok. Seneng dia MC Cok.
Iya bener.
Awal di Ice Palace.
Sometimes when a team, you can pilot it. Okay, well maybe you disagree.
Masuk tapi kecil katanya.
It's more about how
Di Bolt MBR ya benar.
making champions and how he enables the rest of his team, right? And there are players like this. You were talking about Mako earlier. We were talking about Core JJ.
Gedean mana stage tempatnya dibanding yang kemarin main di Kemang?
Kemarin jauh. Beda.
Oh.
Cuman yang Kemang itu katanya nggak bisa sampai malam, Kur.
Oh iya, soalnya ini kan ada bau-bau bisa sampai jam 1 gini kan?
Iya, ini katanya tempatnya kalau weekend 24 jam. Jadi pagi tuh lanjut.
Oh.
Kayak
free day kan dekat sini nih.
Kan ada yang nonton NBA, ada yang nonton baseball.
Benar.
Itu pagi semua tuh.
Siapa yang diajakin ngobrol?
Tapi ini full ini ya, full indoor ya ini ya?
Ada outdoornya di luar tuh. Tapi nggak gede sih.
Ini ngeblong ke belakang.
Oh.
Ngeblong ke belakang.
Panas nggak kayak?
Enggak,
tapi
panas, aman. Kalau dibandingin
ini malam
yang
sih.
kemarin,
ya
ya karena outdoor sih lebih panas sih.
Ya karena ini juga kan kayak matahari itu langsung nembak jadi matahari sorenya.
Iya, udah gitu malamnya hujan lagi. Ntar ya, kalau ada cosplayer yang kesini, gua tarik deh. Coba. Kita troubleshoot dulu ya. Ngikutin. Situ dulu.
Tahun depan Cina bisa lah lebih sore. Iya, kalau jadwal besok mirip-mirip sama Korea harusnya.
Iya, buat nobar NFL, NBA.
Untung aja tahun depan masih di Cina sih. Kalau di NA sih sulit nobar dah.
Iya. Tahun depan sih enak ya karena di Cina kan kalau Worlds. Jadi bisa jadi balik ke Kemang lagi sih menurut gua lebih bagus di situ. Selama cuacanya nggak aneh-aneh aja. Yang malam-malam gini nih kayak di Eropa, di Amerika misalkan bikin event. Nobarnya sulit, Cok.
Di NA nobar dini hari.
Ada.
Wih, ada bar coy. Halo Ji, ini kamera muter Jir.
Iya. Ini canggih banget ini kameranya Bapak Yudi nih.
Ya Heskiel Rodica.
Lu nge-cash juga Ji?
Enggak, gue datang aja di sini.
Gokil.
Diundang ya datang dong.
Mantap.
Lu coba kalau T1 menang face reveal dulu.
Waduh, gue dukungnya sih BLG ya.
Oh lu dukung BLG lo?
Iyalah.
Kenapa lu nggak dukung T1?
Kecewa penonton lu nggak dukung T1?
Nah, pendukungnya juga pada pendukung BLG semua sih.
Oh iya.
Ada cosplayer namanya Vera Jelita. Wah, gua nggak tahu tuh yang mana.
Nah,
Aman, kedengeran nggak? Coba.
Ada
Coba
cosplayer.
cek. Jadi ini yang di live stream, gua kasih tahu. Jadi sebenarnya ini lagi ditembak ke layar. Jadi
Oh, jadi ini kelihatan ini.
Kalau lihat di layar, nah itu tuh di layar tuh lagi kelihatan kita berdua.
Oh, dia auto detect orang gitu ya?
Iya, nih Kuro nih,
Halo,
Kuro nih.
Halo Kuro. Lu udah muncul di sini suaranya Kuro?
Ya, udah nongol di stage sorry.
Saya dong.
Halo yang nobar di Senayan, numpang nobar ya.
Numpang nobar. Tuh
Player
ada
wing grip
Restu.
numpang nobar.
Gak kedengeran.
Gak masuk mah dari situ mah.
Sudirman Kur, bukan Senayan.
Hah?
Kocak.
Masuknya Senayan sih.
Senayan, Mbak.
Sebenarnya Sudirman anjir.
Sudirman.
Sudirman anjir. Senayan dulu lagi.
Gitu. Monyet. Bangsat gila gue. Pelecehan anjir. Sumpah. Kaget gue gak expect move paging. Sumpah tiba-tiba digituin gue. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Jadi udah mulai
Iya, Senayan City kan?
G bilang tanya
Bukan.
di Kurko
Sudirman.
Tundra.
Oh Senayan City. Itu Senayan City kemarin. Minggu lalu.
Oh, gua nggak tahu anjir.
Ini orang Padang pindah ke Jakarta jangan sotoy dah.
Anjing, salah.
Kor, gimana Kor? Lo nontonin game pertama tadi sesuai yang lo ekspektasiin nggak?
Sesuai sih kayaknya.
Sesuai sih, apalagi yang T1 yang kalah by one itu ya. Abis itu ada plot twist ya kena ulti AC. Aduh.
SCBD Buka.
Aduh
coy. Makanya gue bingung kan. Kameranya kan ke top lane kan. Lagi
iya,
berantem
benar.
gua tuh. Terus gue lihat, lah kok Fakernya mati? Mati kenapa? Yota bilang kena DPS. Lah orang seingat gue tuh Faker masih bisa channeling.
Iya.
Tele balik kan dia
Kena
kan.
ulti ternyata.
Ternyata kena ulti S. Kita semua juga baru pada tahu. Itu gila banget sih. Tapi emang udah kelihatan deh visionnya tadi ya.
Iya.
Sebelum Rumble mati, dia udah kelihatan visionnya di mana.
Tinggal di
Elknya udah nge-cast arrow-nya.
Tinggal di
nggak pindah recall juga dia.
Nih bener kan nih udah masuk pick band?
Udah masuk pick band.
Oh ya udah masuk pick band nih.
Tapi gua tuh nggak nyangkanya ya. Maksudnya T1 kalahnya tuh segila itu Kur. Itu yang gua oke lah T1 masih bisa kalah tapi gua nggak nyangka bisa segila itu. Aduh. Bisa segila itu caranya.
Nah, ini naikin lagi. Kamera kita naikin lagi. Cakep. Sip, mantap. Wah, Kalista pas pick.
Thank you ya, gue cabut dulu.
Oke, Kur, selamat menyaksikan
Yoi.
kemenangan BLG. Hehe.
Oke, Kur, sampai ketemu lagi di game ketiga.
Kalista Ash Skarner lagi nggak?
Bake garis bawah Kujira bilang draft.
Ya, let's go guys. Bentar ya, saya toilet dulu.
Pandoras aktor bilang ini suaranya mana Bang Kuoy.
Woi, Silas Galio lagi nih. Mau bikin montek lagi nih anjir.
Hasafit bilang, "Oi manusia gepeng, suaranya hilang."
Suara apa? Oh, sorry cuy, ke toilet tadi.
So it seems that T1 had the same read that we did. I wonder if I'd actually be very surprised if they go for something like the Nidalee. But let's see what direction that BLG now go, because they're going to need a little bit more damage to come through from the jungle. They do, of course, have Elk and Bin on these high damage threats. With the Sejuani taken away, the pool in the jungle is getting much narrower.
Could always go towards the Xinqiao, as you said, Kobe. It's a possibility. Let's see if T1 decide to ban that away. Alongside that, you have the fringe picks like the Graves, even the Poppy a possibility as well.
I mean, Poppy.
Kalau ngambil Galio dia bakal, oh, jungle-nya bukan ini. Si siapa nama guys yang bisa lompat itu? Bukan ternyata ya. Lah. Wow. Ada on cuy. Respect gua T1 ternyata cuy, dukung T1 ke sini anjing.
T1 izin serius.
Lah, kok suaranya hilang lagi, guys?
As well, but you have left On's Rakan open quietly in the back line. That support pick wasn't locked in, and we think about On's career all.
Tadi berasa udah nyala nggak sih suara, Cok?
It's his most played. It has a 73% win rate. He's battling against Guma, though, with
Pandora
30 games on
Saktor
Banana. He
bilang
has an
suara blok.
83% win rate. So the support battle in this game is incredibly exciting. We've already seen the two team compositions being routed out as well. What do we think, guys?
I just think the Rakan is such a good delivery for the Galio as well.
Tidur, Kur.
I just think it's
Ngapain tidur
hilarious that
dia?
here in the World Finals, these players have high win rates on a lot of champions, right? They tend to win a lot, and it's fantastic to see. Game 1, BLG just came out swinging. A phenomenal performance from them straight from the level 1. T1, you have to imagine they've adapted. Their draft is very different. Their bot side of the map is a lot more confident, faking out on an AP.
Honor Nocturne, iyalah.
Agency
Itu Nocturne itu ya.
Ash Arrow, Galio Ultimate, along with the Rumble Red Carpet. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
That it is, and it's going to be the 50th World's Finals game ever. Here in the O2 Arena, we've been blessed to be able to watch a best of 5 between these two teams. I think a lot of people in the audience, even if they're not T1 fans, are hoping that T1 can fight back and take us all the way to 5 games. But BLG in Game 1 came out and clobbered the LCK number 4 seed.
And BLG this year for them has just been
Laksmana
so
Cogan
strong,
bilang Taiwan
adding
apa
Knight
T1?
to the lineup. First in spring, second at MSI.
Taiwan apa T1? Taiwan apa aja?
And here in finals, up 1 game already on T1.
But BLG as well, it was a team that was, when it was originally built, wasn't expected.
Jadi BLG nampilin serapin mulu buat nge-hypein ke penonton.
Super team. They were looking for this incredible roster of 5 superstars, but
Mungkin itu hokinya kali, coy.
on Shun, they were looking at a team that would grow into a super team, and that's exactly what they've done, as you say, with the addition of Knight this year.
Bro, they have onto the biggest stage with the entire world watching. They get the
double knock-up already. Carry us down to half HP.
Keria hobi banget kah?
Cleanses away from Knight. The chase continues.
Gumayoshi kena first block lagi nih. Kalau kena first block menang nih, cuy.
bilang
Bener anjir.
Masalah.
Double first blood in a row, bro.
In the exact same spot as Game 1, Gumayushi will lose his life. Summoners blown. And T1, they were just trying to get some vision, get a bit of
Tanda-tanda menang ini. Tanda-tanda menang, cuy.
into BLG's bot side.
Oh, ini Galionya skin ayam.
The chase down of the Ash means that BLG draw first blood.
Elk flashes forward so he can get the slows onto Guma, and it's enough. They get both his summoner spells.
Oh, dia swap, cuy.
Summoner spells were also used offensively by
Ornya tadi pakai skin apa ya, cuy? Harusnya pakai skin kereta ya.
after the first blood here.
The best skin on soalnya.
Lah,
Lah, apaan tuh? Ngebuang skill doang ya? Lah, nggak pakai skin kereta, cok.
It's going to get knocked up here, though, and Zeus might have to burn the flash to get away. Elk with the slows, just going to chip him down to about 190 HP.
BO5 cuy.
Get the timing there. He's trying to
Mati
get
nih.
in range for experience on those minions. Takes a lot of damage for it, and now we
Anjir, dodge-nya.
do a lot of damage.
Invite game bilang dari tadi BLG early gamenya bagus banget.
Bener sih.
Towards his tower.
Been making a beeline towards the bot lane. I mean, I really think they need to set up for a dive onto Zeus. He actually hasn't gone back to base. He's at about 50% HP. You'll notice Shun still on the top.
Match keberapa ini? Kedua. Itu skor kan ada di atas tuh, cuy.
This split map situation, but both junglers have had access to their side of the map.
Wih, apakah ini Piala bin ini, cuy? Ini yang piala pertama siapa guys? Piala pertamanya naik ya?
Level 2 he acquires it. Meanwhile,
Yang udah berkali-kali masuk ini grand final. Apa dah?
Visi versa bilang 3-0 nggak sih ini? By fucker.
Masa sih bisa ngekill Zeus, Cok? Anjir, mantap banget, coy. Dikit lagi loh. Tetap mati nih. Oke lah. Ya nggak terlalu rugi lah, cuy ya. Tapi tetap aja sih. Enggak sih. Minionnya dapat banyak, dapat lagi. Info pusat di 322, win BLG 31. Pusat mana, anjing? Info A1 nih.
On here, Gumayushi here as well. On just trying to shepherd bin in towards the tower. You can actually see Knight using the TP here. Guma still no flash, no cleanse. The Grand Entrance going to get a knock-up. Knight flash has got...
Anjir. Wah, goodbye dong. Wah, ente banget Gumayushi, jir. Lah, masa nggak mati, Cok? Woi, Rumble. Woi, Rumble. Ya elah, Rumble, Cok. Cooldown nggak tadi, coy? Dia range kan?
Dapat 2 nih.
T1 answered back so well on the top side of the map. Knight tries to punish the flash, the spot lane of T1, but they just don't quite have the damage to take down
Teknik tipuan ya.
allows T1 to find the turnaround.
Yeah, look at this. Initially, Carrier peels bin even further.
Masa gitu, guys?
Will be important because the flash over from Knight, they got the double taunt into the almost combo there onto Guma, but then they have to back up because, like you say, Carrier put the bailout on him, and then Owner goes up.
Rugi banget, coy.
From Nocturne gets the kill and the chase down.
Guma as well in that.
Iwan izin serius, guys.
On tries to get the last auto attack and takes a quick sidestep back.
Anjay, siapa nih anjing?
Last auto, beautifully played by him. And T1 find themselves with the kill lead here in game 2. This is what we wanted to see. Not going down without a fight. Gumayushi not able to secure any of those early kills, but Faker and Owner in a prime position to carry.
But it's also why we talked so heavily about this Renata as a possibility for Carrier. You can see not only the handshake, but also the bailout doing so much work when you have the map split like this.
WR mirip nggak sih gameplay sama PC? Lebih cepat aja.
As the game goes on, Carrier is absolutely sublime on this pit.
Now we've got 35 seconds until the grubs.
Cooldown skill Rumble lumayan lama. Bukannya dia range ya, tinggal besi attack doang nggak sih tadi, Cok?
On is already there. There is an
Apa melee Rumble, coy?
in favor of the T1 support.
Lagian juga nggak perlu kabur nggak sih dia tadi, coy?
As Knight has actually moved down towards bot lane. No team
Tinggal satu basic attack, jir.
They can't really get involved. And I wonder how impactful that's going to be because
Najib
do you really want to try
Aliwasi
and fight
bilang
a Xin
Korea
Zhao
nangis
this
part
early on
2.
over the grubs, but T1 do have a lot of
melee ya?
on the top side of the map.
Yep, you can see Knight moving up the river now already on the Galio.
Ada war.
Transitioning over to the objective. Shun has
Aduh, nggak kena
no
anjir.
W will hit there onto Carrier though for the poke.
Very close level 6 for both Knight and Faker. Those are going to be crucial levels for the upcoming fight. Tick now for Knight and Elk as well.
Yep, soaks it in mid lane here. This could be dangerous for T1.
BLG going to start up the grubs. Shun on them. On still only level 3.
5 nih.
As they heal, they'll get one with the smite. Handshake pulls on back, but he can dance out with that W and he'll manage.
Malah T1 yang dapat 2 biji void grupnya.
Of this top lane tri-bush. T1 will find 2 grubs for their own as they forced BLG away.
Yeah, Zeus also able to walk up. He just barely got his level 6 on that Orn.
Kenapa nggak berani kontes itu?
Orn ultimate coming through. BLG
Biasanya emang pada nggak mau kontes sih.
It's going to be the one of the kind of hangover effects of the lane swap is that
Nggak mau main early.
is going to be down in experience here in the 1v1 if to do matchup, but they see them.
Ya, ketahuan.
Almost out of vision, but they do get spotted. You can see On trying to dance in there. Elk immediately using the
Ulti.
T1 can continue.
Nggak ada sih, nggak ada yang follow up.
Carrier holding the handshake there to get rid of that summoner from BLG.
Grup Shopee itu kah? Enggak juga sih.
Ready to leap in at a moment's notice. No TP available for Bin. Bear in mind, he's still only level 4. He's being denied a lot of experience. With Zeus having the ultimate available, the threat of a dive is a real possibility. Faker keeping his pressure up in mid lane, about to tick over to level 7.
T1 will be able to get the first plate.
Gas nggak sih? Carry, on.
Bin is catching the wave in mid, not yet level 6.
Yeah, I think it's a good defense there from BLG. They make the call, they sacrifice.
3, 2, 3.
Bin rotate over towards mid, catch that wave, so he can safely get some experience while the rest of BLG trying to defend on the top tower. The big wave on bottom side is going to crash on bot soon, though. Bin has to go.
Yeah, Bin has to go, but that leaves room for Faker to roam up top. Now they can guarantee numbers advantage, and they can set the sights on the tower.
Bin shows now.
Ya, bakal keluar kambing on. Gak ada yang bisa follow up situ kayaknya.
Go for the fight. Zeus was trying to hold the wave. They couldn't quite do it because BLG had enough numbers to force him away. The
Nah.
equalizer, the Faker stole away, does a little bit of chip damage, but not much else.
Ulti apaan tuh?
Looks for that abscom that can't quite land the chains. Carrier and Gumayushi pushing.
Oh, curiannya sini ya, Silas ya, cuy ya. Ya, gagal ulti on, cok. Nggak apa sih. Anjing kalah, cok.
Such a good play for T1. There were a few seconds left on Bin's teleport. He could not join. They forced the dive on, looking for any recallers.
I mean, T1 is sticking around. The TP will.
Enggak jadi.
Ente mah.
Masih mau lagi. Oh, enggak.
Oh, dapat. Oh, shutdown.
In the end, T1 unable to get that extra plate, but they do find kills in the top side.
I do feel that this game, BLG is just running around the map trying to keep up with T1. The pressure that Faker kept in the mid lane, the fact that Zeus had already ticked over to level 6 and they were bleeding so much XP. A nice arrow connects onto Zeus, meaning that he can't follow up with his ulti, but he gets a flash away, a nice spell shield from Ona. The two-man knock-up from Zeus was crucial, allowing...
Padahal ulti on miss. Ulti Nocturne juga nggak kenapa-napa. MM-nya juga telat tadi masuk. Masih menang.
And then the repeat on the dive here, Shun trying to do something. And it's only going to be Guma, the sacrifice on the other side. Him not having flash from the earlier play.
But when we get back into game, I want to keep track of the experience and the levels that people find themselves at. Because right now, I feel like T1 have a big advantage. Level 7 on the top side, so Bin has been able to catch up. Knight has also been able to close that gap. Elk, though, with actually a full level lead over Gumayushi, while Carrier has now ticked over to level 6. So BLG have done a good job being able to...
Udah ulti kayak Rakan cuy, itu udah nggak ada ulti lagi deh.
In terms of the gold, you can see big advantages on the side of T1 thanks to these early kills that they've been able to grab.
They've closed it in a lot of spots, but On is level 4 to level 6.
True.
He needs that quickness. He needs that ultimate, especially if you're going to have Knight following up with the hero's entrance. You want everyone locked in there so that the Gamio landing knocks them all up. We'll see if On can get some of that XP. Currently, he's just shadowing Elk in the mid lane.
And it should
Enak banget nge-clearnya anjir.
pack of grubs. BLG, they know they don't want to fight that, so they're just trying to pick up
Main dapat plating.
Shun working away on it. See if Knight, how quickly Knight can push this bottom wave though for the Galio.
Tapi ulti Rakan ngebug apa gimana ya? Kok nggak ada bulatannya anjir? Nggak ada bulatan cooldownnya guys.
Yeah, I don't really know if he wants to join this. BLG, they tried to take a fight around the top side and lost out pretty heavily on that. T1 now with a 1.8k gold lead. They'll get their 4th grub and they're looking to make it 6.
Yeah, Bin uses the Rumble ultimate for the wave, so they're just going to make the call. We will pay for this with some tower plate money here onto the side of Knight. It is quite big. Full 6 grubs though for this T1 comp because
oh iya, Rakannya baru level 5 anjing. Belum ada ulti, cok.
With the Ornn plus Nocturne, you have a lot of long-range pick potential, and now top lane again, the arrow.
Tas. Kena, cok. Bin nggak ada ulti.
Just as Bin was about to start to burn him. T1 get another plate on the top side 3 minutes before.
Leg off back. Bukan, belum punya ulti dia.
Making sure this top lane goes low.
I mean, right now T1 is playing a very heavy 4-1 style, but they're forcing BLG to respond to the top side of the map. They keep dragging BLG up here, and every time they do, BLG is losing a little bit more on the map. Ona secures level 8, gets another plate in the mid lane, and T1, they're not going to alleviate that pressure. And look at the positioning of Carrier here, something he often does.
Masa betul atas ya?
He just walks in your face. He is not afraid. He knows he has the mechanics to be able to outplay you, and creates this space that allows an easy objective secure for T1.
I'll also say that sort of position so
Anjir, Oner narik 2 orang, 3.
he just handshakes you out of your jump and you can never really find the engage. So you have to find flanks. Obviously, BLG weren't looking for a fight in the top side. T1 take the first tower, have a 3,000 gold lead now and are well in control of this matchup.
Now it's going to calm down a little bit. BLG going for their resets at the moment. The outer tower on top side being down could be problematic if T1 can get the early push there and then transition over towards that mid lane. Currently, though, they actually send Guma and Carry down bottom, try and get their push there first.
Kenapa tuh?
It's going to be crucial for T1, I think, to unlock that mid tower. I think that this comp can be a little difficult to see. Carrier.
Carrier's going to face check, knocked up with the Justice Punch, but again, the handshake stops Knight from being enraged.
Casterin lah, Kur. Lu kalau mau di casterin lu ini lu nobar di Indonesia lu. Atau enggak di stage di Senayan aja.
But you see the confidence the Carrier has? Happy to face check in a situation like that. He's going to be chipping away over this ward right now.
Bang, berantem lagi dong, Bang.
Still not level 6, by the way.
All right, we are going to get the early push on top side for Zeus as well.
Cara transfer akun Garena LoL ke Riot gimana, Bang? Telat kayaknya, coy.
Can they create with it? He doesn't quite have teleport, so it is a little awkward, and he's not even going for the recall, so doesn't look like they're going to force quite yet. But you always have to look at these hovers from Owner. The Nocturne kind of shadowed there with Faker Silas, making the roams, threatening down to the side. And the Hawk shot cooldown is very important for BLG. Every time they're trying to find.
Kenapa di ban? Tanya Munir. Murir.
The Herald the next big point of contention. The resets coming through for T1 as Carrier already making his way back out onto the map. Owner's going to be first to the top side river. The Scry's Bloom going to be popped by Bin to spot at any vision.
Ini beli nunggu T1 blunder kah?
Carrier's just replenished.
Ya begitu sih farming sampai 20 menit.
Heavy investment on the bot side, Kobe. You can see all these wards being set up to reclaim control over that area of the map. But this is where T1 want to focus. Should knows that the objective has started off, and the bot lane of BLG now regrouping with the rest of the team.
T1 have just had prio in basically every single lane. 9 plates to 3 in this game. Ona did start up the Rift Herald. Her patience is going to run out, and she'll scuttle her way back towards the pit for now.
And in payment for that, Zeus is able to again push another top wave.
You can see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot just how different it
Lah,
looks.
yang menang cuman Bin doang.
It was only Gumayushi who I think had a 40 gold lead, the only speck of blue on there. Now is T1 across the board having leads apart from Bin in that top side. Knight and Faker trading here, Faker down to half HP. Meanwhile across towards the Rift Herald, that handshake from Carrier going wide. On does have the quickness. Faker still trading down towards the bottom side. Knight goes in with the Justice Punch, Carrier down at half HP. BLG gonna get the advance through the mid lane. Faker and Knight unable to do much more than just slap each other around. No one is going to fall in that bot lane for now.
Those side lane trades are so interesting because Knight's trying to make the trade as quick as possible, get use out of the aftershock.
Oh, on. Just pulled back with a
Lah, keculik.
grand entrance his way to a grand exit. Manages to escape for now. For a second I thought he might fall. Faker dashing back in.
Ini nggak kelar-kelar nih Faker sama naik anjir.
But with way pushed in, he now has the opportunity to back into Fog of War and then TP into the fight. T1 still looking for a bit of a battle around.
Kok di via official channel format live-nya short atau vertikal? Kan ada dua live ya, coy.
Towards this top side.
And it looks like they're
pencet itunya.
first there for Knight because of the extended trade.
Buka nama channelnya, cuy. Nanti pilih ada dua live-nya.
I mean, the important thing here is Faker didn't reset before TPing in, so he's at half HP. Does have the quickness stolen away. The Scuttle Grab will go across. On goes in with the quickness. Knockback with the Crescent Guard as well. Call to the forge, but coming down as the die comes in. The hostile takeover. Just
Oh.
the hero's entrance.
Wah, goodbye. Ini mah menang, cuy.
Clean up the fight.
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1?
Anjir, Faker kutukannya masih jalan, Cok.
Jun goes in, actually knocks Faker over the wall, but then the Wombo combo comes back in, and T1 find the fight that they've been looking for.
Oh, that was so juicy with the Ornn and Renata there. Locked them up. T1 will claim that Rift Herald in the aftermath as well, but look at the initiation. So On is originally going on to Carrier and Faker, locking them up, but Zeus gets an Ornn ultimate into the double knockup, into the Renata ultimate over it.
Faker nggak boleh jadi first target, langsung mati semua anjir.
The chain CC there. I mean, Gumayushi also threw care of the knockup as well. It was knockup and a knockup and the ulti into just a great
Sauti
wombo
Kasti
combo.
bilang gini doang tim
This is
yang
the
dulu
T1
dukung
and their ability to
Kurohiko.
find each place they
Sabar cuy.
game 1, but in game 2 they are finding them.
Itu di stage sana kayak kebanyakan tim T1 tuh pendukung.
It's the power of the paranoia as well. Like BLG are just advancing into darkness. Like, okay, we got Faker, but you're so far away, I can't even see you anymore. I don't know how to follow up. And then T1 just throw everything into the mix. And now they are looking for their first dragon of the game, a 5,000 gold lead over BLG. Very similar to how far ahead BLG were in game 1, although obviously T1 had yet to take all of the towers we saw BLG manage to do.
Becomes pretty problematic for BLG on those sides, and so T1, they're just going to force down the dragon, immediately rotate everybody over to this outer tower. Wait, lying in the fog of war. If anyone
Tim Indo mana? Itu yang T1.
so sacrifice the tower initially, and then as you said, they have the Rift Herald still in pocket that they can then use for the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to deep push out this bot wave to kind of keep Knight on the map a little bit longer.
Bukan karbit cuy.
They can reset back
Anur
out into
Habibullah
mid.
bilang
It's an
masih
easy
banyak
setup and an
champion
easy siege
BLM
thanks
at
to
di
the one
WR
ultimate that
Pur.
can be used to zone them away.
Masih banyak banget.
Faker going to catch that mid top wave. Going to look to reset as well. And look, here comes the resets through into mid. In fact, they don't even bother basing. They actually just make a beeline towards that lane. And now they set their sights on the mid tier 1.
Yeah, BLG have to be
Tim Indo ada kemungkinan tahun depan. Gak yakin sih gue.
collecting their waves pretty far back at
Turninya ada cuman. Woi kena dong. Tangkap nggak sih?
We'll take a spear to the back for his time in the mid lane, but T1 just used the fact they've stunned out ult to take down that mid tier 1.
And look, Knight can't actually afford to push out that bot wave, even though he knows that the play is happening in mid. If he overextends, the thing that Kobe's been talking so much about is the threat of the side lane play, and now on the top side,
Ayo, Bewan lagi nih.
Realizing he doesn't really have the manpower here to back him up, the arrow going wide.
But he's crucially drawing members.
Itu ulti siapa? Ulti Asel lagi. Oh ya tadi ultinya sini.
They have the push in mid, they have another wave that they can catch on bot, and then they can start putting pressure on the tier 2
Murah
tower.
Abigail
And
bilang
Knight
jadi
overstays,
makin
there's the
gak
threat of a
sabar
dive.
nonton Arcane season 2.
Apa hubungannya ini?
From the opposite side, T1 in game number 2 with 6 grubs. Remember how quickly they can take these towers. They're just going to siege up at this turret, try and spawn those grubs, and they rotate Faker down after pushing topside. Again, you see Bin having to collect those minion waves
Uze
at the
bilang
tower,
ikut
and it's always the
Vietnam
first move there
tim
for
Indo.
T1. Again, the power of Nocturne here lurking.
Iya tahu, tapi pasti Venom yang lolos.
BLG constantly have to defend at towers.
That's the thing you've got to be careful of. Ooh, he's going to ride that one into the tower, and they're going for the dive.
Unfortunately coming out as well. Elk locked up towards the top side. The Rift Herald did charge in. Half the tower has been a loss, but BLG able to hold on to the rest of it for now.
So that's an example of what we're talking about with your ultimate, just using it as a zoning
Senjin
tool.
cuy bilang
I got a bit
itu
ahead of
champion
myself, expecting
ultinya
that to be a
tuh
full-on
mirip
dive. T1
Holicore.
going to show a lot more respect than that.
Yang mana tuh?
But what I was trying to say earlier is that it's not.
Ini yang jahat yang mana Kur? T1 yang jahat.
It's actually the individual sitting on the side then, whether it be Guma, Ona, Faker, or Zeus, they'll just push.
Lu datang ke ini ke Senayan Virgil.
Force BLG to both respond to the 2 pushing waves, and then that extra member comes and pushes in that 3rd one to then catch you off guard and then get away on this chip damage on the tower.
LPL itu apa? LCK itu apa? LPL tim Cina, LCK tim Korea.
Between these towers, even though T1 have a very short range composition, they just kind of go up into range, spawn their little grub mites.
1,2 Kur, let's go. Sedikit lagi cuy, 1,3 kita dukung T1 sesuai perjanjian di awal live ya. Dikit lagi cuy, 1,3 kita dukung T1. Kalau enggak kita semua pure dukung BLG ya. Real no fake Jaji pelaut cuy. Real no fake no fake.
And that's ultimately what they're looking
Real ya.
Why that highlight was so good, Kobe, because On's vision is going to be
Gua
crucial to allow
kebal Sales T1 cuy.
5 sweepers and a
Yahestial
paranoia. They're putting as much
Rodica bilang
darkness on this
Senayan
map as they
Mulukur.
can for BLG.
Sudirman.
They realize the only way BLG
Mana
can
sih
get back into
di
this game
Senayan
is by
cok?
finding a few of those picks, a few of those team fights where they have a numbers advantage, and by stopping them having vision anywhere, they're stopping them having that advantage.
It is something that T1 have shown so much success at this tournament. Just denying your opponents a vision and then making picks, making these plays, being very quick.
Tuh, viewing party di startup room Senayan Jaksel anjir.
try and draw out BLG into the dangerous open area of the map. Dragon will arrive shortly, of which they can try and utilize that. But once again, you see T1 first on the side waves, pushing those ones in, and they have their double.
WR servernya global nggak? Iya.
Again, the side waves are so annoying for BLG.
Nggak global sih, Asia.
Catching, and it's T1 that always get that push out onto.
Kalau sama NA itu beda seatnya.
Dragon, 20 seconds.
Eropa juga beda seatnya.
The threat of assault not quite there yet for either side. T1 set their sights on the enemy
YHSPL
camps.
Rodica bilang SCBD itu Sudirman Central Business District.
Alright, BLG.
Oh, the flank.
Zeus has got behind them.
Jir, di ulti, Cok. Oh, flank.
Live baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 50.000. Website top up lu tambahin harganya.
Nggak bisa dikejar, cuy. Nggak ada Arnek nggak menyediakan top up ya ketiga dia, cuy.
SCBD masih Jaksel.
Senayan jatuhnya udah Jakut. Senayan kok Jakut?
And as soon as they do, T1 close the trap shut. They get their extra kill.
Elk doesn't even use a summoner spell, and I understand why. Like, what's the point?
He's like,
Where's
yeah,
he
you
gonna
got
go?
me.
And he's rather save it for the upcoming fight. He knows that there's still wastelands to come back into the game. Knight, I think, is a little too tanky to fall to this little skirmish in the mid lane. But it all comes back to what you gentlemen were talking about earlier, the denial of vision, creating this fog.
Cuk, kalau nonton itu di Twitch, hero-nya bisa dipencet.
Pendukung Tiwang baru saja
Ya, ada
mengirimkan dukungan
extension-nya.
10.000. JGN
Angga
percaya mayang
Triwahyudi
rambutnya
bilang
baru.
masih main Speed Drifter Gakur.
Kapan gue main Speed Drifter anjing?
And then try and rely on magnificent team fighting. It's going to be so difficult.
Nih cuy ya. Nama tempatnya itu Startup Room, Start Beer, Senayan, Jakarta South tuh. Tapi SCBD juga sih. LIC SCBD lantai 1.
Membingungkan.
Nggak penting lah cuy, pokoknya tulisan Senayan cuy ya. Akun Google gue nyangkut di Indo, jadi nggak bisa top up kalau nggak di Indo.
Aggro debuff that we've all known him to have.
Emang ngaruh gitu? Kalau nggak di Indo emang nggak bisa top up gitu?
They see Faker here.
Game apa Raif ya?
Pels bilang W4 KPN tuh.
Belum tahu nih cuy, lagi diskon sih tetap mahal. Aduh, udah kalah sih ini cuy. Nggak pernah bisa dapet anjir 11-3 cok. Faker nggak bisa dibunuh nih anjing. The fuck? Skor 1.
Anjir, nggak mati Faker. Tuh fuck. Unkillable King.
Mana Unkillable Demon King kita cuy?
I am the unkillable Demon King.
Mirip sama gua Faker cuy.
And that is not because he is an individual.
Skillnya 11-13.
His team is so quick to respond. Look, Owner is there starting off the Baron with him. Immediate ultimate into the backline. He steals away the Xin Zhao ultimate to create a bit of space, but he dives into the fight, knowing that Carrier's on the way. The heal comes.
Kutukan Faker kalau
Acu
di itu.
bilang beat karbit
Kalau jadi
penyokong
first
FOMO
target,
Pangkar
langsung
pada
mati aja
seneng
semua
gua
orang.
kakak.
Slow on tonight, he gets a bit of a heal as well.
Kasih dulu Faker ini cuy 1.
Play around, and they hand a triple kill over to Gumayushi.
All right, back to live. You can already see the ramifications of that play. The Baron in the hands of T1.
Ngaku mirip Faker, dukung tak mau. Kan rival cuy.
This series here.
Rival. Sasuke Naruto.
Rivalitas. Benar.
For T1 taking back the Silas.
They are 12,000 gold ahead or thereabouts, and T1 advance on 2 lanes. Faker in mid has stolen away Elk's ultimate and has used it to great effect so far this game. Gumayushi has a masterworked blade of the Ruin King alongside a Terminus and a Ginsu's. Look at Elk still about half an item behind. T1 continue to pile the pressure on. On looks for Owner, can't find him. BLG just trying to find some semblance of an engage, trying to find some way to break through the armor of T1 right now, and perhaps it's Faker that they want, but he dives back in onto Shun. Half HP
Jaket
now on the
betul.
Xiao and T1 just chipping away. That's all they need to do. They have the Baron buff for another minute's time.
Itu skor apa di atas ya?
Baron buff and 6 grubs just solve so many siege problems. Arrow gonna get juked.
Flash was lost there for Carrier, but the damage is still being done. BLG's picked.
There they go. Quickness, paranoia coming out. The quickness goes in.
Lah mana ultinya?
Going in as well as Knight looks for the back line, but already he needs to look at his own team because they are being ripped to shreds by.
Ah, udah nggak bisa cuy. Dibikin ngestak aja di 3 kill. 6 void group, cok. Cepet banget.
Langsung end nggak sih?
Aduh.
I'm on home turf and we're going to a best of 3.
Kurang dukung Pekar nanti kalau udah 1,3 view.
As they change up the draft.
Real no hoax.
Real.
They're able to bounce back with something.
BO7 kah BO5?
Both teams have been so
Wih, buru-buru banget. BLG coy.
Abi Fatah bilang, padahal pengen lihat Funker gedorin kepala lagi misal kalah wajah sedih.
Jangan gitu cuy.
Very solidly in game 2. The question is, will that seesaw continue?
Kok yang jahat menang ya, Kor? Kan biasanya emang gitu, dah awal-awal yang jahat menang dulu cuy.
For the first time here in
Dikasih plot armor anjir.
Ya nanti di late game baru berubah jadi Megazord terus menang.
Oh yeah, it certainly may very well be. Now you can dominate the rift with Opera GX and have a chance to secure a masterwork chest and key to.
Ayo guys, gunakan Opera GX, browser terbaik sepanjang masa. Kamu gamer, pakainya Opera GX.
Manual iklan gitu.
Acuy bilang beat karbit penyepong Funker pada seneng wah kakak.
Goblok.
Art browser lah. Ah masih beta-beta ribet. Nggak bisa di Windows 10 lagi. Gue udah Windows 11 ya. Windows 11 nggak bisa kalau nggak salah. Lupa gue. Abang enak Opera GX. Enak cuy, the best browser ever. Admin Twitternya ini cuy. Denji. Into the Arcane. Bisa kocak. Iya gue tuh Windows 10. Padahal gue ikut betanya Art Browser. Tapi nggak bisa install gue. Anjing emang. Tapi gue udah Windows 11. Tapi hype gue make Art udah hilang.
Abi Fatah bilang, udah tinggal tidur aja Kur, pasti BLG yang menang wajah tersenyum.
Benar-benar. Oh udah stabil sekarang. Gak mending Opera GX cuy. RAM-nya bisa disetting, bisa gaming, bisa RGB. Ada adblock. Tuh. Keren cuy, bisa taruh lisin. Ada gaming mode supaya tidak mengganggu kita saat lagi bermain game. Tuh, only browser for gamers. Gue sebagai gamers nggak mau gue pakai browser lain cuy. Mending pakai Opera. Ada spyware? Nggak ada spyware cuy. Semuanya ada tertera di user agreementnya cuy. Kalau nggak salah Opera ada gratis VPN ya. Saya butuh tema Kurohiko. Ada tema biru. No power in this world can stop me. Keren gitu skin Diana. Iya jir. Baru rilis itu.
Ezreal Frostfire bilang
emang Opera GX base Chromium ya? Kapan map Arab ganti? Ganti. Dia pakai Presto browser engine cuy, nggak pakai Chromium cuy. Lah iya aja tadi Opera GX. Tadi katanya pakai Presto aja. Ya pakai Chromium ternyata. Benar. Ini lo pakai Opera? Iyalah cuy. Di PC gue, di HP semuanya cuy pakai Opera cuy. Firefox, aduh, ketahuan tuh kelahiran 80 pakai Firefox aja. Pasti di Firefox itu ada ini cuy. Kalau dicek history itu yang diputar lagu itu Dear God aja. Dear God versi bahasa Indonesia. Kalau enggak Wali, Raja.
Bin bilang udah denger OST Arcane 2 yang diisi Stray Kids belum full.
Belum, memang udah ada. Pakai Vivaldi gak lah, gue pakai Opera. Kalau nggak jalan TTS berarti mantranya nggak cukup guys. Ambesa rilis tanggal 7. Iya. Aku penyepong UC browser. Ngapain lo pakai browser begitu anjir?
ALYNS bilang pakai Brave biar YouTuber. Ada iklannya.
Wah, kalau aku sih menyupport YouTuber cuy, harus ada iklan cuy. Gak ada lagi explore aja. Vivaldi boros RAM gak sih? Iya cuy, yang gak boros RAM itu Opera GX. Bohong kanyut na pindah kanu bengut. Apaan sih lu Ren? Ya bener lu ngetiknya. Admin Samehada tolong upload dulu Blitz, bukan gua jing. Sama Samehada masih ada cok. Bukannya udah jadi ini agensi travel aja. Tadi top up di Kurohiko cuma 1 detik jir. Ya iyalah cuy, kalau misalnya kalian mau top up silakan di kurohikotopup.com karena semuanya gamenya lengkap, proses cepat. Bayar pakai cash, nggak pakai pajak cuy. Selengkapnya cek link di deskripsi ya. Itu Ausup itu ya Samehada bro. Ketahuan nih kelahiran 2015.
Ketut Triadi Saputra bilang Kuro aku mau lihat kulit kamu hitam.
Enggak, malas. Nah, berubah jadi hitam. Udah tadi 8.000 voucher Hawk, mantap. Udah dapat belum ini? Kita Dori Yuji.
Ini soundtracknya lagu Linkin Park yang baru ya?
Yang tadi bukan kayaknya.
Ini Linkin Park ini He Fears the Crown. Dia ganti vokalis cewek.
Oh iya, kalau yang seremoni tadi ya.
Smash BLG in a similar fashion like BLG dealt that first blow in game 1, and that's what we love to see.
Kenapa finalnya bukan hari Minggu? Biar lu bisa istirahat.
Incredibly close and comes down to the wire in the last fight, but you gotta compliment T1's approach.
Di mereka ini kalau nggak salah udah hari Minggu cuy.
Made sure that they could push their advantage.
Yeah, it's actually really cool because
tapi nggak juga sih. Mereka pasti di London ya. London mah GMT 0 ya. Berarti mereka sore dong, sore hari ini berarti. Jam 4 berarti ya.
series already.
And what they do with their lead is punch your face in repeatedly, right? And it's such a sharp contrast to some of the other teams that we've seen this tournament. They just keep fighting.
Absolutely. I mean, it's two of the teams that have the highest kills per game of any team in the world. They're both early aggressive teams. They know how to snowball. It's both through fighting, so you just guarantee
Ganti region cuy.
Theory of if we keep punching
Soalnya biasanya kalau collab anime gitu Jepang sama
other teams
luar itu beda lisensi gitu.
macro game a little bit more.
So jam 1 sekarang.
It doesn't always work out.
Iya beda 2 jam kan.
Both teams subscribe to the theory. When you're ahead, you have the advantage. So you should team fight. And when you fall behind, the only way to come back is also team fight.
Excellent. We love it. So level 1 wise though, again, the same story as game 1.
And
London delay 7 jam.
Everyone that is on the side of T1, I was never worried.
Oh, yeah?
Mereka GMT cuy. Udah nggak ada lagi sih yang pakai GMT aja. Orang pakainya UTC.
Credit to BLG for the amount of prep that they do and how confident they are on these level 1s. They clearly have done a really good job of knowing what the movements for T1 are.
Yeah, makes sense. But if you're T1, how the hell are you falling into this trap twice?
Enakan Hawk atau LOL Core? Enakan LOL.
I imagine they had a expectation that BLG was going to play on the opposite side of the map, maybe opt into a swap to deny that Renata Kalista combo. But didn't
Erik Ten Hag? Siapa Erik Ten Hag cuy?
Okay, so they wouldn't let me do a lane swap telestrator because they're too boring.
Pelatih MU yang dipecat kemarin.
Oh, yang dipecat.
Yeah, actually, do you,
no, just a bit higher up. Just a bit higher up.
All right.
Lagian gak usah sosok mecat-mecat lah, sama aja hasilnya mah.
This is pretty
Banyak
much
gaya.
level 1 that we just did, but look at this. Carrier almost up 1k ahead of their opponent.
Wih, kok banyak banget
BLG have to respond to
XP-nya
them on the
Carrier.
map. They set up to get 6 grubs, which T1
Angga
is
Tri
so
Wahyudi bilang
good with
pakai
their grub
VPN tab
usage when they
bisa kur.
overload to try to
Tutor
attack
lah.
turrets. We saw it from them in their last series as well. 13-18. That's special because that's around the time that On got
Apa yang nggak bisa maksudnya?
6.
Oh
He was
my
so far.
Apa yang nggak bisa Angga Tri Yahudi?
Really looked like BLG didn't necessarily know how to respond particularly well in certain situations in this lane swap. So credit to T1.
And it's such a big thing for T1 because they were not the lane swap team, right? That was Gen G for basically the entirety of the year, and it wasn't really.
Ya T1 dicatat jir BLG kagak.
Yeah, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network around the Herald, they were caught, but they weren't, Azale.
Exactly. And I actually thought this was going to go really bad for T1 because, well, Faker didn't base. He arrives to this fight at low health. Knight had base. They come back. But look at this. There's no mark from Shun on Faker, so he gets knocked over the wall.
Fadli Atala bilang Kur koe nontonnya di mana ini Kur? Kok di official LoL Esports? Mereka malah live shorts.
Kenapa kalian caca? Nih gua ajarin how to use fucking YouTube ya. You type LoL Esport and then kenapa harus ini direkomendasiin ya? You open their fucking channel and then you can choose right here ya bro ya. Nah.
Agency, and he absolutely delivered. And I also want to put our attention to that top lane because even though
ini kayaknya banyak orang juga yang ketipu deh. Jadi view-nya kecil cuy, cuman 400.000 cuy. Kalau enggak harusnya mah view-nya 20 juta nih. Mending matiin aja nggak sih vertikal ini? Coba kita lihat komennya. Saya kasih tahu kali ya.
The playmaking
that he's so
consistently is so much better. And I do think as we go to blue side, I do expect it to swap up because T1 100% has to ban that Yone and that Aurora, which really limits him and should open up some possibilities for BLG.
I mean, it's going to make it so interesting, right? Because we have that swap and now
udah dikasih tahu juga sih di sininya.
Third game, do they identify that hey, we need to enable Bin more in the 1v1, or are they confident that if they execute in 5v5s, the Rumble is still going to be all right?
Itu bikin pusing orang.
This game is going to set the tone for the rest of the series.
That's a great last note. Let's hit it back over to our casters to get us into game 3.
Let's get into it. 1-1
Angga
both
Tri Wahyudi
slaughters so
bilang
far. I
tutor
would like a
munculin
close
event
game. I'm
jadwal.
gonna be honest.
Pakai
FPL ada nggak live aja?
VPG bisa. Cara pindah region.
Both teams have been like they've got their wins. Now just give us a
Kalau pindah region mah harus usul ke developer ya cuy, harus request gitu lewat pengaturan, nggak bisa sekedar VPN doang.
Of course the level 1s have resulted in first bloods both times around.
Vietnam apa cuy?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as well.
We have seen BLG actually swap to the blue side.
Vietnam apa nama liga cuy?
First time we'll be seeing them on the blue side this series. Do you guys think there's much that changes with that?
Well, this time round, we know that T1 will likely be forced to both ban Aurora and Yone, which means that BLG kind of like free up a ban.
Oh ya,
I'm interested
VCS ya.
to see what their priority is. Based on the sound effects, that does sound like a different first ban, and it is. Forest going to be banned on the side of BLG. I wonder if they're
Udah mulai aja anjir.
a similar approach. No, they're going to ban away the Ash themselves, and this is definitely screaming.
AC di ban, Yone di ban, Aurora nggak pernah lepas.
Over to them when they are on red side, so they don't want to do the same thing. Definitely knowing the power.
Lu ngapain nonton lockpicking? Lockpicking? Beranda dong, gua nggak pakai channel YouTube ini cuy. Ini YouTube gua khusus buat nobar doang supaya nggak ngerusak history YouTube utama gua.
Do you feel confident to let them get it and play, the Gragas or the Gnar into it for Zeus, or even the Maokai top?
Because by leaving the Jax open, you're forcing BLG to make a choice between Kalista and Jax, and I think that
Orang Indo pada senang Dota padahal gampangan lol. Gampangan dan lebih bagus lol lah cuy.
Well, Vi is left available, so Kalista Vi, if the Jax is left open and that's locked in first for BLG, I think that T1 would be very happy with that. Using all the time that Nico is going to be banned. So here's the Jax. Let's see what BLG choose to do with it.
My Silas prio is also really high here. So Jax prio, Silas prio, as well as Kalista prio.
Those are the three.
Di Cina pakai nggak pakai beli-beli nggak sih, pakai apa namanya, lupa gue, Weibo kan? Apa ya namanya?
Looks like it is going to be Kalista first for BLG.
And I think the response will be a Jax from Zeus. Even though we know Bin for the champion, Zeus is no stranger to it himself, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax plus the Vi.
Billy juga tempat official streaming cuy.
Oh, the Renato, of course. Why not? It's been such a fantastic pick for Carrier.
And you do not want to give up.
Wah,
The pairing is terrifying here.
BLG ini sukanya pamer-pamer ini cuy, pikan cuy.
Elk on the Kalista is such a fearsome bottom lane.
Nggak mungkin lo pick itu ya, Nilah ya anjir.
On likely going to try and get pick here before.
Mau MM lagi gitu anjir.
Looks like Bin's just going to play the same thing he's played in every game so far.
Iya ya, ada Jax ya. Jax OP banget.
To Bin also because he's put so much work in on this Rumble.
Apa kira-kira buat Rumble dipakai buat ngelawan dia?
Played on his solo queue account here and was spamming so many.
Doyin mah TikTok. Itu yang sayap roll apa? Sayap.
As an answer to the Renata, I think it can be a great pick. And
boys, let's go, bro.
Combo. I love this combo. This is one of the most funny combos you could possibly have for the mega grabs.
Mampus ada BC.
Roberto Mancini bilang Jax divisi juga late game
pressure on a blitzcrank to really.
Iya, tapi kayak dari mid juga dari early juga bagus sih cuy.
Good vision control through the game because blitzcrank is basically impossible to play if the enemy sees you all of the time. All you're doing is running at them and hoping that they don't manage to dodge away from your hook.
And then the last of those like prio picks that we were talking about, T1 do collect the Silas as well.
And you think the ultimates are always what your key Rumble. Kalista potentially can be valuable, but also the juiced up.
BC di LPL meta, iya. Kalau nggak salah di Lehan ya, Lehan ya, pakai BC juga ya. Tim apa tuh ya?
The problem with Knight is he has such a deep champion pool. At least he showcased. Like, do you also ban the Ahri away? We've seen Silas used from both mid laners. Isn't even an answer into the Ahri. Is that something that they want to potentially deny? Is Sejuani taken away on the side of BLG?
Trying to focus. It's such an obvious ban here with Jax and Silas.
Gak butuh cuy, pakai full performa aja bakal kalah.
But you were talking about the Vi earlier as well, Vidius. That is something that Owner has played a lot at this tournament. In fact, the most at this
Lehan mah caster hawk, bukan lihat anjing.
I think the Vi might open you up to perhaps a Poppy pick from BLG. It gives you like a lot of power. There's already a bunch of dashes. You can put Poppy into the jungle. Shun could look for just some of that control into T1.
The thing that stands out to me was that Draven ban from BLG recognizing that what's a good pick.
Woi, wajir langsung pick gitu cok. Baru 2 kali di pick loh Kindred.
Last game. Now we get to see the Kindred Galio combination from Shun and Knight. Shun is one of these players that has the signature.
Kindred Galio itu emang combo ya.
As well as Nidalee. It was such a big pick for him at the MSI meta as well, and very excited to see him.
Oh, buat ultinya Kindred gitu ya.
Solo laners as well. It's with playmakers in a blitzcrank and a Galio
Packer rollnya mid.
on the front lines.
So while the Rumble and Galio for BLG remain the same. The other components are vastly.
Geragar banget nggak sih Bang? Faker nggak pernah pakai skin, apalagi skin yang Ahri. Dia konsisten cuy.
The superstars of this roster and this BLG roster are Knight and Bin. They're the players that everyone talks about. They're the individuals that when you look at the immaculate carry performances, it's not like Elka's a stranger to it, but those two are the historical players that are expected to make it to these large international finals. And now the carry responsibility going to be falling on Shun, going to be falling on Elk. We'll see how they perform.
I think it's so incredible for Shun's story as well. You know,
Fakernya udah tua ya. Baru 20 berapa deh ya? Kelahiran 96 deh cuy. Baru 28. Di e-sport sih udah tua ya. E-sport biasanya 26 lah.
E-sport golden time-nya 23, 25.
It's incredibly important for Kindreds to have strong lanes to play off of. Galio has so much.
Jelas bisa ngambil ulti temen nggak? Nggak bisa, cuma musuh doang sih.
And the Galio ultimate is just such a nice layer on top of Kindred ultimates here. So tons of synergy and tons of faith here BLG showing in their jungler.
Here we go.
Ketut Triadi Saputra bilang Pur menurut lu Humayusi jadi jungle cocok gak? Soalnya lebih bisa mencuri. Wajah tersenyum.
Cocok jadi Moja ya. Minion. Tonight we steal the moon.
Icons and capsules. If you haven't done it already, you should definitely do it because we're going to have 3 more games of this. Calling it now.
Hope so.
All the way to 5. BLG on the blue side for the first time. Their level 1s have been a
Aduh Cie, jangan mati dulu. Enggak sih, harusnya dia udah super hati-hati ya.
stacking up, ready and waiting, aware that BLG are looking for something.
And I already love what BLG have done here, getting the ward in there onto the blue buff to make.
Giliran nonton ini gue nggak bisa tidur. Nggak apa cuy, nonton dulu ini word sekali setahun cuy.
By process of elimination, you know is going to just start on the top side down. And Kindred into Vi is such a fun matchup there, mostly for the Kindred side. So we'll see about the lane swap coming out. Kalista plus Blitzcrank up to the top side here. Meanwhile, rotation over to the other side, and it looks like it is going to be Kindred actually starting on technically their weak side.
And just path up towards the top side. Last time we saw a lane swap, both the junglers could just do full clears. We didn't see that in Vay.
Ferezia F bilang 6.189.565 GUI. Pegangan 7 juta.
Apa tuh maksudnya tuh?
Already hit the level 2. Faker takes a chunk of his HP for the pleasure of stepping up in the lane.
Look at the positioning of Ben in the bot lane. He is hiding just off in the fog of war, but close enough to actually get a bit of experience. He's about half a bar towards that.
Mereka dulu pernah ngomong kenapa dia nggak pernah pakai skin, alasannya dia masih gerakannya itu. Ya katanya tentang itu sih.
And try and mitigate it as much as possible.
Mengganggu skinnya katanya.
Different from the typical lane swaps we've seen a lot at the World Championship. Similar to what we saw in the previous game, rather than splitting the map as you guys were highlighting, it is going to be these jungle full clears.
Oh, total view-nya.
Which means the threat of a dive is a little bit lower. But I'm keeping my eye on Ona right now. The pings have come down from Shun that Ona is likely on his wolves. With the pressure that Knight has in mid lane, it becomes harder for Faker to be able to roam down to join in a potential early game dive.
BLG also pushed their wave quickly here, while T1 actually just the last hitting, just the slow building, pushing wave.
Satu
So
quintilion.
a bit later into Bin. He's still going to be able to get his level 2 though, and Owner still being on Grump means he's not currently under the extra pressure just yet. Plenty of time for the swap back here. Elkin on, they go for the recall after quickly pushing the wave like we talked about on top side into the rotation over.
Let's see if Shun does win out on the coin flip that happens with the first Scuttle Crabs when you're playing on this Kindred. You can see all-time 35 and 15 on this pick, but it is a lot of weight to be put on his shoulders.
Kok nggak ada Pelios? Udah nggak meta lagi cuy.
It was Wei who was the first pick jungler for BLG. Coming into Worlds, it was Wei who was the first pick jungler. Ever since Shun came in, the team seems to have that little bit more coordination, but it's still.
Oh ya, katanya tahun depan di Turnistan bakal global ban pick cuy.
very first spawn can.
Itu maksudnya di MXI bakal global ban pick juga, coy?
As long as the other Scuttle Crab already taken there, you just wait and it will pop up eventually here on your Scuttle Crab as well.
Jadi kalau misalnya udah dipakai nih championnya nih di next match itu nggak boleh dipakai lagi, cuy. Iya, fearless draft namanya. Fearless.
Now we're going to see an interesting
Mid laner terbaik, Kur. Naik lah.
because a ward was placed by Zeus to spot it out. You can see Ona making his way towards it. Faker has
Jadi kita nggak bakal ngeliat hero yang sama terus-terusan, cuy. Bakal berbeda gitu, seru bet pasti anjir lah.
Jelope bilang yang nyariin Moja disembunyiin Kuro di septic tank, guys.
Ah, fuck. Gue jadi ingat ini kasus ada orang yang terperangkap di septic tank itu, cuy. Oke, easy kill, bro.
A nice punish from BLG. Shun saying, I'm not going to let you get away with that. And he's able to secure the first Raptors respawn.
3 kali loh.
Trick for Kindred players because yeah, you're like, oh no, you technically stole away my first mark. Guess what? You were marked, and we got the kill.
Andai final di Indonesia pasti rame nih game. Waduh.
Beautiful start for Shun. First blood.
Tim dak ngamruh, cuy.
Now for BLG. This time Gumayushi will avoid that advantage.
Yang meta
for
sekarang
BLG.
apa? Meta apa?
But a small gold lead now. I guess you could say unfortunately it doesn't go onto the Kindred, but Bin, I think, putting that
Iya, yang
kill on
orang
him,
Jepang.
definitely a good place to get that gold.
Jadi target berapa view dukung T1? 1.300.
When you're playing against Kindred, you always focus so much on denying them their marks and stealing them their marks. But in this scenario, you actually give over even more than if you had just let him grab the scuttle. Mid lane prio, that's what it really comes back to. Knight there on the Galio, enabling his jungler again.
I will say, BLG burnt 3 flashes to do that. Ona only burnt 1, obviously to give across first blood, but there are some windows now where perhaps T1 can punish the fact that this Rumble in the top lane doesn't have a flash anymore, and you have a Jax with a flash and a Vi who can come in for the follow-up.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Medic, because the bot lane of T1 have moved to the top side, knowing that the Grub's spawning right now. The bot lane of BLG is also on their way. The wave is being pushed in mid, and BLG want to punish Faker.
Faker has flash, but the flash in from On into the pool.
Mantap!
On secures the kill. We get to see some blitzcrank value there. Goes in, immediately makes the play.
Ganggu nggak sih? Cabut lu anjir.
One of the Grubs. That's all you really need out of the first pack to at least put the threat of 4 on the second pack.
I mean, the good news from Faker's perspective is the kill went down to On. Bit of a mistiming on the Rend execution from Elk, meaning that he didn't quite have the damage to get the kill, so the Ignite ended up finishing it off. And Faker also didn't burn any summoners in that trade. He's now going to path up towards top, catch that wave as the bot lane of T1 transitions over to mid lane to match that of Elk and On.
2 marks here for Shun. Again, the 4th mark is where you get your nice range increase and you're fully operational. That's your big goal. And the Kindred here off to a very good start in this Kindred-centric comp. But there it is again.
I love the flash rocket punch because it really negates the ability for Faker to flash away. If you flash outside of the auto range, it's still going to connect. You still get knocked up, and then the grab comes out afterwards anyway.
Yeah, there was very little that Faker could do. He burnt everything to just try and push the wave out. And so I guess the good news as well is that BLG didn't have a wave to actually push the mid tower. So they were able to get a single grub, which is definitely still an advantage because it means that on the next grub spawn, you can still look to try and contest, maybe even get 3 grubs for yourself, bringing you up to potentially 4. In any case, we turn our attention towards the Dragon as the next major objective. 80 carries have moved towards the mid lane. You can see that Knight once again finds push on the bot side of the map, and it is going to be BLG to start this objective off.
Yeah, should be them finishing it off as well. I think it would be ridiculous for
T1 tanpa Atros nggak bisa apa-apa. Jax-nya harusnya mantap sih, cuy. Jax-nya Zeus bagus banget, cuy.
Into this BLG fire that is growing in the early game.
So your sights on top lane as well. I thought Carrier was actually looking for a roam up towards top, but good vision coverage from T1 on that side of the map. It would be a situation where Bin is at risk of getting dived, but with the wave situated as it is, he's chosen to back off, going back to base, and knowing that he is prone for a dive. And I wonder if he's going to path back up towards mid, or if he sets his sights back on top lane. It looks like top lane is his plan.
And I want to see BLG continue with these aggressive looks. Because they are running the Galio here for Knight, it really enables the aggressive positioning from either Shun or On here, constantly looking for plays on T1 members in rotations, between those lanes swapping over. So let's see if they can actually make use of it. Currently,
keeping on an Elk through mid lane here, trying to deny this cannon. And it does go down there. Nicely done.
Ultimately, though, it's a very even game state. Even though there is a small goal lead in favor of BLG, a lot of that is sitting in the top lane in favor of Bin, thanks to the early kill that he was able to get. But this is what we wanted to see. Both teams relatively even, setting up nicely for a dragon.
I will say, at around the 10-minute mark in both the previous games, this was about the gold lead as well, Betty. So until we get past 15
I'm
minutes...
gonna be optimistic, Medic.
Cool, cool. You want to be optimistic, I can understand that. It is relatively even right now, but often the game starts to explode around that 15-minute mark.
It certainly does. First items are going to be crucial. You'll notice that Bin looking to rush his Leandries, get that item completed as quickly as possible, something that we often see on these rumbles, whereas the early prioritization on the Merc Treads from Zeus makes a lot of sense. Both the Galio and the Rumble, very valuable things to have Merc Treads against, but no major items completed just yet. The Grub spawning in about a minute's time, and Knight continuing to trade with Faker on the bot side of the map.
And both the teams just willing to have this push and pull between the waves, you know. It's about getting towards those first items, getting towards the next neutral objective that's spawning. So although it looks like it's in action, it's just these small microcosms of action happening in each lane to try and find those minute advantages.
And now you got to check those reset timers actually just before the second pack of grubs. A little interruption there, and now Faker cancels his recall on the bomb side, so he's not going for his base preemptively. Goes back to deal with the wave that Knight is pushing up.
Turu Kur, kagak nggak apa yang mau dilihat cuy.
Is sitting on just short of 1,000 gold right now.
Emang kamera gua nggak ngedetek tadi cuy.
He's going to use it to clear the way. They're looking for a dive.
CP coming in, might just be looking for another plate here as well. Knight going in with the taunt. Bin doesn't really have much left.
Halo Bandot.
On his way across them, and we'll have that Lamb's Respite. Zeus already down to 300 HP. Looking for a leap strike away, but Zeus falls. Knight takes the tower. Meanwhile, the hostile...
Aduh, ketangkep nggak tuh?
He flashes to safety. BLG able to survive down towards the bottom side.
Beautiful reward there for BLG
dapat kill.
their first.
Waduh. Diambil cok sama ini. Sama Faker ultinya.
Crashing down. Faker down to 300 HP. Bin now has that flank position and the Leandry's complete. Owner jumps onto him with the Bolt Breaker and is able to keep him away from Faker for the moment. Faker dashes across the wall. Carriers
dapat gak sih itu? Oh nice.
Brings out the bailout but falls immediately after. Faker trying to escape. Knight still on the chase.
So beautifully done there from BLG. As you say, they're not done yet. Still seeking Faker.
Oh, but he didn't spot him. He doesn't actually know if he interrupted him or not. He's fishing for him. He's hunting. He wonders if Faker's still here.
Now he's seen him. Where are you going to go, Faker?
Waduh, sayang banget ya.
Elk is on his way to try and accept this kill as a tribute to him. Knight comes in.
Waduh. Oh, tetap kena, dapat. Kena dia hit sekali.
That's 5 kills now for BLG, 11.5 minutes in. They have just been finding pick after pick, and it was such a well-executed dive on the top side, converted into a nice setup on the grubs, that BLG are once again outplaying T1.
And I want to highlight how BLG did it. They took over the jungle first. They're positioning first towards the objective, and then they got the early route through your jungle with the extra wards there, and being able to pull off that dive with the teleport. Nicely done. I have to say, though, fellas, are we in store for a third stop in this game?
This is why you don't talk in 10 minutes, man.
Timernya berapa detik?
12 minutes in, it is
Timer
a
apa?
massive lead now for BLG. 1,000 gold ahead. They're getting those first items complete as well. It's an opportunity first for Elk. Faker has managed to get himself a rocket belt, so he is
Ngantukin, sabar cuma 20.
Knight has 1,000 gold lead and is starting to build up towards those next items.
And what's fascinating is it's a quiet game for Knight, but his impact has been instrumental.
Yeah.
You'll see it in a lot of the trades that he has against Faker, but he's just out pushing Faker in the side lane, building a CS lead, building an experience lead that we didn't get to see in game 2, but then that converted pressure is working wonders on the map.
And that battle in the mid lane is one that has been raging for years. Knight, domestically a Titan, has the tied most domestic titles of any mid laner in the LPL. Obviously, Faker stands above all, stands atop the mountain, but Knight has yet to have that international success at Worlds. He's won an MSI with JDG in 2023, but Worlds is yet to become his playground as BLG look for a play on the top side. Equalizer down, Owner able to dodge away with the Vault Breaker, escapes the rocket grab from On. Will they look for more? They still have the Lamb's Respite, remember, from the Kindred.
Kedudukan sekarang berapa, Kur? Kedudukan anjing.
He gets the leap strike out and BLG will just
baku banget tuh.
Yeah. T1 have to leave because Knight is in mid lane threatening that Galio ultimate. This mid laner you're talking about
Gas.
so much for his team.
Ya udah telat.
Galio, their game versus HLE especially, some of these team fights, people were popping off. Elk, oh my god, insane play in these team fights, but that actually created so much space for him. Carrier actually, Renata ultimate.
Oh my
Pukulin teman.
crazy thing that's happening right now. T1 committed the teleport to the bot side knowing that that was their only option for a cross map. But Knight again got to bot wave and able to clear things out. T1
lumayan sih T1 ini dapat turret.
unlock that tower while BLG actually keep
Aduh.
alive. Knight doesn't quite interrupt the reset from Faker. And now T1 can convert this into a dragon, but I think BLG is still more than happy with how things have played out.
Yeah, they want to keep on snowballing here, get the Rift Hill, keep on taking down these towers, open up more space on the map for you to position so aggressively.
Ini tim negara mana Cina?
By the threat of a Galio ultimate, the invades coming from Kindred, so much more fearsome.
T1 potensi menang nggak? Kagak lah potensi menang BLG coy.
The long range of Rumble ultimates being able to follow there, so BLG again resetting after the Rift Herald as Knight pushes up once again, but they can immediately send that Rift Herald and everybody towards mid lane to try and pressure and knock down the domino line of outer towers.
Managing to open up that mid lane tier 1 as well just gives you so much more flexibility on the map. You can step into the jungle, you can start to steal away these camps. It's what we've seen both teams do so well from an advantageous position throughout this series. BLG 4,500 gold ahead, and they are forcing T1 out of their jungle. T1, thankfully for them, managed to pick up these camps before BLG were able to make their advance, but BLG will use that pressure to push through bot. They still have the Rift Herald in pocket as well if they want to look for a tier 2 down here, or if they do want to open up mid.
I mean, just look at the pressure that BLG is exerting right now on the minimap. It feels like that everything is collapsing for T1. They're trying their best to cross map, but that top tower is barely dented. Zeus should be able to get it, but they're going to lose so much in exchange. The bot tier 2 is going to be secured. BLG ballooning their gold lead now to 6k.
And all the towers are not equal value. The outer tower is 550 gold for your team. The secondary towers on the side lanes only worth a full 800 for your team, so even bigger rewards there still for BLG, and while they're investing their Rift Herald into those tier 2s, so many of the towers already wiped clean off the map, and it really does show in their gold lead.
I think what's crucial about this draft as well is we saw it in game 1 where by leaving the Yone open, BLG were able to find a way in which they could shut down T1. Not only did T1 get the Silas, Ona got his Vi.
Puro dukung T1 biar win.
The Zaya and
Gue dukung BLG.
Like you look at this draft from T1, it's like there's a lot of very comfort picks here. Zeus also a very good Jax player, and BLG are just running rings around them. The way that they're finding these picks, the way that they're executing upon these plays. To see T1 being put under this kind of pressure is something that we really haven't seen any team do at this World Championship.
Yeah, specifically at this World Championship, though, because in the LCK Summer, we saw this a lot. We saw T1 struggling to have the coordination that we have seen from them at Worlds. Remember, they were only just the 4th seed from the LCK, one game away from it being KT, who perhaps would be here today. BLG, though, have been like this the entire year. From spring to MSI and now into Worlds, they are a dominant team. And when they get a lead at 15 minutes, they have about an 88% win rate. And we've seen that so far at this tournament. Heroes Entrance coming out. T1 trying to defend this mid-tier 1. Night locked up underneath the tower, but he is damn tanky right now. And already, Ona is
dapet.
the counter Heroes Entrance coming out from Faker. He stole one away just to escape the play. BLG lose Knight, but they take the mid-tier 1.
Ooh, that was very aggressive on under tower.
Panjang BLG apa Kor? Bukan bulok kan? Beleguk.
And they
Billy Gaming cuy.
I really thought that was going to be a huge throw for BLG. T1 did a good job of clearing out the wave first before then turning their attention onto BLG, and it felt like that their focus was divided between the tower and the fight, but somehow they get away with a 1-for-1 along with securing the objective.
Yeah, again, and the extra objective you talk about, yeah, the outer tower 500 gold plus the kills, but here's the early hook on the Blitzcrank to start it out. So they're still tanking tower a bit. They're fine with it. Galio ult comes down. Renata does delay them under it. Then they're trying to both get their kills, but then also finish off the tower.
Ends up being Knight falling in exchange for Ona. Faker steals away the Galio ultimate to help with the disengage. You can feel the tension in the arena as T1 Their backs are getting closer and closer to that wall. BLG continuing to extend the gold lead. Dragon spawns in 55 seconds. You imagine the T1 is going to look to concede this objective, as right now they're not really in a position to win a fight.
Importantly for Shun, he was able to pick up a mark in that fight on Owner and also take away a gromp that was marked from Owner's jungle. So now he is at 4 marks. It was a very long time coming. Often you see, especially in solo queue, you see Kindreds really get those marks racked up early, but when you're not having as much action, it's harder to find them. And when the enemy team is playing around taking
Game apa nih farming doang, nggak ada war besar. Tunggu 20 menit cuy.
Very much a champion now. All of that extended extra range coming out from the marks.
And they have complete control here leading up to
Turretnya yang kalah siapa sih?
doing their best
Sama
to
ya?
get some safe vision through their own jungle, but it's just so scary
Mirip-mirip lah.
constantly having to deal with on just
Kalah ini sih, kalah T1 sih.
Blitzcrank. And there's so much extra power here on the side of BLG with all
Ini
the money.
siapa dulu bikin blunder?
Steals away the equalizer pin, puts one down of his own, but the rest of BLG are here to join the party. Outnumbered, outgunned. Faker falls in the side lane, tries to clear out.
Easy kill nggak sih?
Will survive, as will the backcasters.
Jauh teman-temannya. Kutukannya terpatahkan.
Something is often lost as a consequence, but here Faker is just overextended on the side lane. He has no tier 2 tower to run to, and there's nowhere else on the map that T1 can really put pressure down towards. So BLG, they secure themselves another pick. They're going to secure the Dragon uncontested, kind of as we expected. And T1, the best they can look for is vision on the top side of the map, ready for a potential Baron play.
All right, finish up in their own jungle first to take all of the rewards. I mean, Bin just kind of walked up to him on the side lane and take away the jungle camps, take away their lives. Another mark here for Shun. 6 now on the Kindred, really accelerated.
BLG in a commanding position. I was the one that said I expected a closer game here. I was looking forward to some very close fights, but after that top lane tower dive, BLG have just been in the driver's seat. T1, their tools, their options, the way in which they can come back into this game is trying to find picks. They have Vi and they have Silas. Great setup for a potential catch on a side lane. The problem is they can't really get much control over the side lanes as BLG look to do to T1 what they were doing to them in Game 2 by just constantly keeping these waves pushed in and suffocating their vision, making T1's playmaking options very limited.
There's one flank ward in the top lane. You can see just next to where the blue buff would be.
Jauh gol 10k.
As well.
6k anjir.
Forward. Faker spotted on vision as T1 decide not to pull the trigger on the plays. Zeus and Faker do have their teleport, so if you're looking to shut someone down, Knight is an option because he will often be on that side lane, but he has 2 items already, Riftmaker as well, giving him that Omni-Vamp if he's in combat for a long time. And with Shun waiting around the corner, might come around towards
TP?
mid. TP behind, they're looking for the play. It's Knight who's locked down, the rest of BLG are trying to get into it. TP coming out as well, the hostile takeover used, immediately locks up Bin, but look at the damage, they're just in done. And now Shun is here to join the battle. Zeus tries to jump on top of him, Knight falling low, he gets the taunt though, and Bin's already on a rampage. Oda has to dash away, Duma didn't even get an opportunity to join the fray, and On doesn't
Anjir.
an opportunity to lead.
Waduh.
No di
Goodbye
make
ini
tuh.
mah.
Tebal semua. Rasanya.
Udah beda 11.000 jir.
Anjir. 2 kali hit.
Will be theirs.
They were limited on their options, but the TP flank was a great idea.
Di make gitu rasanya.
The damage, you highlighted it, Kobe. Knight was too tanky. They didn't have enough. And on the re-engage, BLG just melted T1.
We look like we're gonna get another one-sided game in this series, back and forth. BLG here kind of on the precipice, winning this one, pushing them to a match point in the series. Here's another look at it. As you say, T1 know that they are falling so far behind in this game. They've got to try and make one of these overloaded plays to the side lane. So they try and get the jump on tonight, but it's so difficult. The defense there, Bin immediately arrives, Shun right afterwards, and so they don't even have to use a Kindred ultimate. Didn't even force anything out of BLG there, just too far ahead.
And then look at the damage that's going to come through from Elk as well. Going for the lethality build, that Q just tore Gumayushi apart. And, I mean, BLG, now with the lead that they have, they'll be setting their sights on the inhibitor towers of T1's base. T1 have to be thinking about Game 4. They bounced back incredibly well in Game 2. You imagine they'll be looking to get back onto the blue side, but this game feels done and dusted. It's just a matter of how BLG put the final nail in the coffin.
If you're T1, you need something miraculous right now, but we've already seen how the damage lacks, especially if Gumayushi
3-1 beneran dong.
has finished up his Rift Maker, but he's sitting at 0-4-1 in this game. Has been well and truly shut out by BLG, who are now advancing through the top side. Knight has the hero's entrance to join a play if it does occur. BLG, though, can just step forward. T1 really can't find an avenue to approach this next fight on, looking for the Hex Flash hook. Doesn't quite connect. Knight, though, doesn't have a wave in the mid lane.
Respect streamer 3-2, 3-1 aja lah anjir.
From crashing into that mid lane.
T1 benar-benar dikasih 1 poin, Wak. Benar.
Punch away, but once again, T1 are engaging on the tankiest member of BLG, and they can't find anything with it. That's a base call used. That's the hostile takeover invested as well from Carrier, and BLG shrug it off, shrug their shoulders, and begin the advance once again.
T1, and not much they can do in the face of this LPL onslaught. They're just going to have to watch 2 inhibitors go down, and still...
I don't think they're going to stop at 2.
Still, they've got another 34 seconds left on this Baron, and so they're immediately pushing this one down as well.
I mean, all I'm thinking of right now is what a great story for Shun it has been. You guys already mentioned what happened during the regular season with the income of Wei, but to bring out the Kindred now, once again, the TP flank.
Hook going down, cease and desist, they're looking to lock down Shun. Kerry already fallen as the hero's entrance will block Shun from taking any more damage alongside that for Lamb's respite.
Sakit banget itu anjir ke si Shun.
Lost their support, but can they find the fight? Zeus pulls a stopwatch, doesn't have much mana left. As Knight goes in for the engage and still lands the taunt. Gumayushi down.
Weh, dejavu nggak sih cuy skornya anjir? Tadi juga dibikin 3, Cok. Hah, emang udah 1,3, cuy? Mana baru 1,2, cuy? Kok nggak ada mundu? Ngapain orang pakai mundu?
Literally just walked menacingly towards T1 and said, "You're not defending this inhibitor, concede it now." And they're gonna get a dragon as well. BLG, 3 inhibitors secured, dragon as well.
Here's another look at it. The teleport very deep in the jungle. Oh, that was quite nice, actually. Owner with his ultimate, able to still stay connected, but they have the emergency.
Weh, udah 1,3, coy. Akhirnya di 1,4 kurang 100 lagi, cuy. Kita dukung T1, coy. Kurang 100 lagi, Jir.
Guys.
Iya, dikit lagi, cuy. Semangat, semangat. 1,4 dukung T1 beneran. Real, no fake, no hoax.
With no flash leaves him more susceptible, but I mean right now T1, they're just left with the scraps of their base as BLG walk away.
Udah susah nih T1, coy, mau ngapain lagi? Skor juga mirip kayak tadi di 13, mana mirip banget dejavu, ngepush bawah juga tadi.
Sama lah ya pattern.
Bunyi bilang nambah aja terus asu.
He said, I want to win the glory back for the LPL, and I think that resurrection for the LPL, that redemption so important for them, redemption as well for BLG as they lost to Weibo last year and weren't able to make it to the finals. Now, with 3 waves of super minions pushing in, BLG are forcing T1 to make their final stand in this game. Owner goes in with a...
Nggak lucu dong kalau kena comeback di sini, Jir.
Woi.
Double ult, bro. Ente. Wih, 1 lagi, cuy. 1 win lagi, cuy.
Convincing game 3 victory from BLG. Been calm and cool.
Scripted nggak sih?
But BLG have
Jangan sampai 3-2 nih, capek, coy.
But confident.
You could say that again. Straight
toilet dulu, cuy.
Straight from the level 1s in game, clean.
It really was. We're going to be back with game 4 in just a few moments' time. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Fire in the sunrise, ashes
Ada ke Discord sebelah dulu.
Rumble-nya kebuka.
Kuro.
Oh udah. Halo Kuro.
Bentar, nyala nggak sih ininya?
Ada. Gue sih dengar suara lu ya.
Gue dengar suara lu.
Bentar.
Ya kita ngobrol sama Kuro lagi.
Halo Kuro.
Nyala nggak
Udah
kameranya?
Ada. Kameranya nyala kok. Aman kok, aman. Lu dengar suara
Oke.
gua?
Ada.
Ada. Gimana? Game ketiga 2-1 BLG unggul, Kur.
Iya
Sesuai
sih,
keinginan
itu.
lu?
Yoi. Mirip sih kayak yang di game kedua tadi nggak sih? Kayak
Mirip
apa
di
skornya
game-
juga dibikin sama kayak belasan 3 gitu skornya.
Game pertama ya?
Enggak, game yang kedua.
Game kedua.
Mm-mm.
Berarti T1 yang menang.
Ya pasti Wan menang juga belasan
menang,
3,
itu
barusan juga
kebalikannya.
belasan 3.
Oh iya, tapi kalau BLG menang tuh selalu stomping ya, Kur.
Iya
Kayak
sih.
T1 game kedua menit belasan itu sebenarnya goldnya masih beda tipis. Tapi kalau BLG menang menit belasan, goldnya tuh berbeda jauh, Jir. Itu kan.
Iya sih. Enggak sih pas
Makanya.
T1 tadi kayak juga udah 10 ribuan nggak sih? Bedanya?
Masih kayak 3 ribuan deh menit 15 ingat gua.
Oh.
Menit 11, menit 12, menit 13, 3.000, 4.000, 5.000 gitu loh. Tapi menurut lu game keempat bakal siapa nih? Si Odi bilang tadi katanya kalau siapapun yang menang game ketiga itu akan menang game keempat. Karena apa? Pressure-nya kegedean. Karena ini musuhnya tuh udah unggul 2-1 gitu. Menurut lu gimana?
Iya sih, cuman ada kemungkinan ini juga nggak sih blue side win, Jir?
Apanya?
Blue side win.
Blue side win.
Iya.
T1
Soalnya
sih milih
T1
duluan.
tadi ngambil red ya.
Iya, harusnya T1 kan karena kalah dia milihnya harusnya blue side sih.
Nggak kedengeran.
Harusnya karena T1 kalah, tadi dia milih side nih di game 4 ini harusnya dia milih blue side sih.
Iya.
Mm-mm.
Siapapun yang pick blue side yang menang gitu.
Hah?
Siapapun yang pick blue side yang menang.
Gak juga sih.
Iya.
Nggak juga
Nggak
kan.
juga.
Tapi kalau T1 pick red side, dia pasti kalah gitu.
Nggak tahu sih.
Nggak tahu sih.
Tergantung kalau T1 main red side, mereka harus siapin counter ini sih, pocket pick.
Pocket pick.
Kayak Pike gitu.
Kayak Pike.
Ya, Pike-nya Keria gitu keluarin. Ya nggak pick aneh-aneh.
Sempat dimainin juga sama Keria kan, kalau nggak salah di semifinal ya.
Semifinal.
Iya di semifinal sempat dimainin kan Pike-nya kan ya. Iya.
Ya, dan bagus banget lagi.
Dan bagus banget betul. Mukulin Genji sih emang. Iya bener mukulin Genji.
Cuman kalau ada Pike, ini kalau Galio-nya dimainin Knight lagi kayak susah juga sih.
Makanya gitu.
Galio terlalu gede banget impact-nya sih.
Makanya.
2 game.
Dan gua nggak sangka ternyata pendukung BLG di tempat viewing party ini itu banyak juga loh, Kur.
Banyak Ajir. Berarti banyak yang ini dong, bersorak dong tadi pas menang.
Gua nggak tahu pada karbit atau gimana ya. T1 menang pada sorak gitu kan, BLG menang pada sorak gitu kan. Gua nggak tahu. Tapi BLG tadi yang menang banyak juga yang teriak gitu loh. Kalau gua nggak teriak sih, karena gua pengen T1 menang. Gitu. Gua pengen ngelihat 5 kali lah setidaknya si faker-faker itu juara Worlds gitu ya. Tapi menurut lo chance-nya udah berapa persen nih BLG buat menang nih, Kur? Menang
80
Worlds.
lah.
80%?
Yoi.
Lu kegedean gak sih?
Enggak sih, wajar sih.
Wajar?
Wajar, Jir. Karena mereka udah ada 2-1 nih. Cuma
T1 ada
kalau
punya
pick
spicy pick lagi gak sih?
Pocket pick.
Paling kayak
Iya,
Clean
pocket
Loop.
pick gitu.
Atau kayak kalau misalkan kalau T1 main di red side main saya rakan.
Apa sorry?
Saya rakan.
Oh, rakan.
Jadi kayak 2
Saya
pick
rakan.
pertama saya rakan.
Saya rakan.
Itu 2 bot lane-nya sih. T1 harus main dari 2 bot lane-nya sih.
Harus berusaha menang ujung tombaknya itu adalah 2 bot lane-nya.
Iya, Guma sama Keria-nya.
Guma sama Keria
Jadi
gitu.
tadi nggak jalan Cok 2 bot lane-nya.
Iya. 2 bot
main
lane.
Caitlyn Brown gagal banget tuh kan.
Di game pertama, game ketiga ya, tapi di game kedua oke ya.
Iya.
Ya,
Emang
game 2 bagus banget sih.
Game 2 juga oke karena BLG-nya nge-throw.
Iya benar, blundernya.
Iya, yang di atas.
BLG-nya blunder banget di situ. Emang. di game keduanya.
Iya, yang
Itu
pas
kalau
itu loh.
dari-
Yang pas Rumble itu loh yang nggak ngekill Kalista ya.
Ya di atas lah pokoknya.
Di top ya, di turret 1 ya.
Iya, 3 orang ngincar
Iya.
Kalista nggak mati. Terus
Iya,
ada
iya.
owner pakai Nocturne.
Makanya. Wah, ini T1 nih.
Atau owner Lisin. Anjay.
Owner Lisin. Mungkin.
Foto dulu ya. Lu mau ikut nggak? Garena.
Apa? Ada apaan?
Foto X Garena.
Foto. Oke. Ya udah, oke. Gua bakal ngobrol sama Kuro dulu. Tapi BLG mudah-mudahan game 5 lo berharap game 5 tapi nggak Kur?
Enggak sih. Gue berharap
Lu
ini
nggak?
menang sih.
Kenapa lu udah
Katanya
ngantuk ya?
sih di Wikipedia katanya udah menang ini katanya udah menang BLG 3-1 katanya.
Bacot banget. Tapi gue pengen game kelima coy, karena di sini animonya seru banget dan gue pengen ini berjalan lebih lama lagi biar game kelima.
Emang masih pada semangat itu Jir jam segini?
Masih pada semangat coy. Woi yang pada nonton di sini mana suaranya coy? Tuh. Masih pada semangat Kur. Masih jam segini, masih jam 12 kurang. Kita udah siap-siap sampai jam 3 subuh malah nih.
Itu di situ di cash-in gak sih? Apa enggak?
Enggak, ini pada nontonin yang English.
Oh,
Gitu. Ya, gue di stream gue aja.
stream di mana di Indonesia?
Bukan di channel gue, di Just in Case.
Oh, nge-live juga Jir.
Iya. Kok sore aja?
Masih
mulai belum
sore jam segini mah. Jam berapa
Masih
aja?
sore,
Jam 12 ya.
Masih jam 12, masih nyantai aja. Tapi menurut lo pocket pick yang bakal dikeluarin sama T1 apa?
Nah, itu gue nggak tahu tuh.
Apa tadi? Lisin owner kali.
Anjir.
Yang
Ngeri sih
gue
kalau ada
cuma pengen
Lisin
satu
sih.
sih. Gue cuma pengen satu, Yone nggak di-pick lagi sih.
Kenapa?
Sama Faker, sumpah. Nggak sebersinar yang lain anjir kalau Faker nge-pick Yone.
Iya, kurang banget ya.
Kurang gitu loh, mending dia main yang lain.
Iya sih, main
Faker
ini aja, main
itu.
Ahri aja.
Iya, main Ahri aja udah lah biar menang anjir.
Ahri, Oriana.
Lah udah, udahan. Udahan Kur.
Oh udah, oke.
Udah, iya.
Yo, thank you Bang.
Thank you Bang.
Oke, semoga BLG menang.
Semoga game 5 ada. Siapapun yang
Yo.
menang. Semoga seru.
Yoi.
Bye-bye.
Yo. Penonton di sana hemat daya. Soalnya penonton di sana tuh ini cuy, udah orang-orang yang berkeluarga yang enjoy the life aja cuy. Jadi lu haters speaker ya Kur? Iya benar, real. Oh nggak ada suaranya ya?
We've been here before.
Nah,
All
udah.
hands pulled it out multiple times to much the same effect. And it also kind of throws a wrench in the gears when it comes to the draft, because if that Renata blind is no longer available, if they can just pivot to this, what is T1 going to do in that fourth game?
Yeah, true. And also the fact that BLG was able to win from the red side in game 1, it kind of breaks up
Morco bilang
everything
caster
going
Doto
forward into
disuruh
a
ngecas
possible
LOL ya
game
bingung lah
5,
Waka.
maybe. But overall, do we have the feeling that BLG is the
Lah
better
dia kan
team
dulu
today
juga
so far?
caster Dota cuy.
I think personally they've been
Nggak tahu dia caster atau enggak ya. Dia juga komunitas Dota dulu cuy. Komunitas LoL cuy.
the early game has been significantly more explosive, but I
Kayak
still
dulu
look at
nge-cash
the
juga di
game
waktu itu.
2
Waktu itu sempat
adaptation,
cerita
and I
soalnya.
think that's really where we got to see T1 shine. So, and I'm still curious as to what happens when you do get carried with that counter pick. So, I'm not, pushing the boat out too much. I
Sebelum
still
dia
think
main
T1 have a
Dota
lot
mungkin
left
dia udah main LoL
The
duluan.
coolest thing, Rob, because I know you wanted to take a look at this, was how they've also been playing really
Tuh
well
caster LoL kan tuh.
Rubs and being able to push onto turrets, right?
Yeah, and I wanted to set up a telestrator to kind of show that. So one of the big things as we start to move in towards this, I want to highlight is just the fact that you've already got this big push coming through on the top side of the map that is set up where you look at where the Jax is on the map, he can't really contest in on the push. You're now getting this Rift Herald for yourself.
Haters adalah fans yang tersakiti.
Look at what BLG
Enggak, no.
they have 5 grubs, so when a push comes to shove and they're trying to trade on the map, they will be significantly quicker. And traditionally, you would actually see the rumble opening up to move up in towards this top side of the map, but that's not what we're actually getting here.
Info scores 2-1 BLG.
Out on this top side, they all open up on this bottom half of the map, and it means that then they're in a position as they go through to move and shift all of these members down and just play off of a singular lane where they can use the fact they have those grubs. They push Team
Kuse
back.
bilang Kur
Now they
Esport
have the Red
World
Carol in their
Indo
back pocket as
katanya
well,
mau
and you're
ada
still only
lagi.
getting that initial push.
Iya, katanya mau ada lagi sih.
So it's BLG saying, hey, we're willing to trade very effectively and get multiple towers and way more gold off of this play.
I like that you highlighted that, because even during the last post game we were talking about like, oh, they're just, you know, team fighting when they're ahead and team fighting when they're behind, but it's not just that. That game plan from BLG goes much deeper. But let's turn our attention to T1 now. The cheers that you just heard was the players getting back on stage and tap back into what we set up here at the top of the day about T1 and how when you play versus them, you really gotta punch them hard to take away that comfort that they have.
Pick Packer, pick Ari atau Orena sih ini. Harusnya sih dia bakal pick. Harusnya kalau Packer sih nggak bakal ada yang pocket pick gitu ya.
bilang pencurian piala kelima Faker.
Yang bakal pick-picknya menarik itu pasti kalau nggak antara MM-nya, supportnya.
Even with their world win last year, their game 5 struggles have continued.
Katanya lu main di LCP jalur Wild Run Kur. LCP emang LCP namanya. Oh ya Pacific ya.
But do you believe?
Of course I believe.
Okay, London, do you believe in a game 5? Me too. I want to see you all silver scrape. Are we going to get there, Medic?
One can only hope so. I will
Anjir, belum juga game 4 mulai.
Every losing team has had 3 kills. We've had 18-3, 18-3, 17-3, and every game has ended between 27 minutes and 0 seconds and 27 minutes and 59 seconds. So if we break that curse somehow, I mean, it was Halloween a couple of days ago. Perhaps there's something going on here in the O2 as we get into draft for game 4. Match point, championship point for BLG for T1. An opportunity to prove
Cunom
once
bilang
again that they
sipit
deserve
PS
that
sipit.
shot at the
Siapakah
title
the real
in game
sipit?
5.
Waduh.
Once again, going to be banned on the side of T1. The Skarner.
Lah, Jack sih di-ban sekarang sama T1.
To not allow that first pick to come through for T1. We are setting up for the Ashe first pick. The Callista going to be removed by BLG. That's their adaptation. And there's likely going to be the Ashe lock-in for T1. I mean, you imagine the Renata, again, rises in priority once more, and the Ashe Renata is the direction that T1 will head towards.
Ooh.
Oh,
okay. The Insta-Gnar lock-in here, blind here for BLG, of course, with the Jax ban. And into the Ziggs combo, nice. All right, they have their AP damage secured from the bottom side. They have the safety of Ziggs playing back, and maybe they go for lane swaps, try and get away from
Ini beneran Kazek buat dimainin di MM ini cuy.
Bisa tidur sampai Senin.
Persiapan fans T1 nggak bisa tidur sampai Senin aja.
Tried and true. Renata Kerry has been so solid on it across the course of 2024. We'll lock it in once again, and now perhaps look to the top lane, give Zeus something good into the Gnar, but Gnar just such a safe blind pick.
Zig MM kah itu?
I'm pretty sure Bin will be happy with any of those matchups.
They may also look to lock in jungle now. Maybe they want to grab the Vi for themselves. Even though it didn't work out last time, Ona's still an exceptional Vi player. Gives you that lockdown. Also, just it synergizes really nicely with the Ashe. Instead, they're going to pick the Silas. Makes sense. Ziggs, Gnar, both great ultimates to steal.
Bener cuy!
BLG likely going to look towards their mid here.
Uish.
Smolder in the night.
You hear their reactions from the
Ternyata malah BLG yang pakai ini ya Zig MM ya.
Yes, does have to scale a lot and
ini berarti mau pakai apa nih? AC Braum kah?
The lane phase against a lot of these melee matchups be pretty oppressive in itself. So let's take a look as the bans come through. Definitely target jungle. The value mentioned take away from owner, and then on T1's side, what supports are they worried about? They're On's probably just going to go with one of those engagers, you know, Rel,
type champions, they're still scared of the Blitzcrank after last
Di ban BC coy.
some flashbacks
Emang
there.
BC kombonya main nih.
Faker particularly
Sama
like
Zig
that
coy.
flash
Did not have
knockout
a fun
punch.
time. Faker getting caught a few times in there.
Galio
The Nocturne.
nggak bisa dipakai lagi
VVP
sih.
bilang Smolder sama Six tukeran land. Face blue smiling.
In game 2.
Oh iya bakal tukaranan
I
anjir.
mean, really, not much of I mean, now that the Nocturne's gone, T1 could still go for the Ornn once more, but the blind pick now kind of deters that again. And BLG's draft approach, I think, has been very smart. They know the tendencies that T1 like to go towards. The Xin Zhao going to be taken away
Dapat
from
kira
Shen.
jungle-nya ya.
So the jungle pool now very pinched, but the Sejuani still available.
Sejuani
A reliable frontline engage,
buat frontline ya.
and that's going to be locked in.
Di sini supportnya kalau nggak jungle-nya ini masih butuh frontline sih ya.
To his solo laners with the
Apakah mau kayak kah?
locked in on the side of T1 to complement it.
Yeah, especially since you already have that melee, as you
Kalau
say.
mau kayak kurang
We'll see
damage
where
ya.
T1 decide to go next.
So, we were talking about the Camille from Bin's perspective as a counter to Gnar. Zeus also played it against Bin many times, but he's not going to play it today.
Woi,
Back to the Rumble here, and we get the
Wukong.
Rumble plus the team fighting combination here.
Black mid Wukong.
Quite possibly with the Wukong.
Butuh mage T1. Di sini itu udah ada mage cuy. Tadi aja main nggak pakai mage cuy pas BLG ya di game pertama yang nggak pakai mage ya.
Be very oppressive later on. It
Apa
gets a little
T1
bit
ya?
safer for the Gnar.
Oh, jungle Poppy.
Signature pick for Ona, one that he's incredibly comfortable on.
Yeah, and kind of preemptively into what you expect to be an on.
Iya Silas AP itu.
Yeah, I
And
think
that
that's a
one
really
is-
good answer for sure. Good disengage as well. You can see BLG once again drafting a lot of team fights. It has sort of been the go-to approach from BLG in this series. They have easy ways of engage, they have good follow-up, and they've just got incredible scale.
Apakah T1 bakal dapat plot armor?
Its ability to slow the game down and stall
Mana cok, tambah lama tidur.
because of their wave clear.
Hah?
So this game though,
Bikin
Alada.
lama tidur aja.
previous games in this
Hah?
series have been
Kalau enggak, kalau 3
Oh.
sama.
going to find
2 sama.
success in the grubs.
Jangan
to get
cuy
at least
3-1 lah.
4 to 6 grubs for their team, and then be able to push down a bunch of towers and
Mainnya
stall their
default gitu anjir kayak scripted.
In this setup in Champ Select, I would definitely prefer to be the T1 side, at least for grub fights. So maybe this game will put to the test, you know, is our BLG going to be able to outscale that later with some smolder value?
I definitely think T1 have gotten themselves a lot of what fits into their style. Pick comps have been very successful so far at this World Championship. Their ability to catch someone off on a side lane and convert that into something greater was something we also saw with the Ornn Nocturne composition that they drafted earlier in this series. And so Gumiyushi's arrows are going to be crucial, and Faker's stealing of things like the Sejuani ultimate and the Gnar ultimate are going to be important to setting up those plays for T1.
I really want to see the T1 bottom lane. How much value do they get out of the Ashe plus Kalista? Such a strong combination for them. As he said, excuse me, Renata.
Ricky Santo bilang T1 itu T-nya tidur
But yeah, I
pun.
mean, backs against the wall
What
now
the
for
fuck?
T1. Our reigning world champions find themselves needing to win 2 games to get themselves a 5th title.
And we talked a lot about the weight of expectation.
Oke, penentuan nih.
The weight of the crown sitting on T1's head, but in this moment that is realized even more than ever.
Kalau T1 menang nih blue side win berarti nih.
Buying items. He's going to recall. He'll buy himself some items. Now has a Dorman's ring and a health potion. But even the infallible make mistakes here on the grandest stage of them all. The grandest stage in esports. Faker fumbles at the start, obviously. Just a small mistake. Just
BLG strong late game nih. Iya.
all that can define a whole series like this. BLG just 1 win away.
Kena loh.
Abi Maju
Lumayan.
bilang main di mana ini kur?
For the LPL to return
Di London.
best team in the world, or having the best team in the world for the first time in 3 years.
Di London apa nama
Title
tempatnya
away
cuy?
from the defending world champions.
Old Trafford kah?
The T1, it all rests on this game. The BLG, they will have another
Lah,
opportunity if they end
anjir
up
apa
losing.
nih?
T1 poke their noses in, but doesn't look like anyone is going to get too much out of this level 1.
O2
Tiny bit of
oksigen.
Ward experience is currently still in the game on this Worlds patch. Not taken out quite yet as on live, and so that will remain for Faker there.
Lah, kok nggak ngedip anjir
Go
aslinya?
for their invade.
Woi, ada siapa tuh?
Bin will just be forced to watch on.
Tabut aja nggak sih Bin?
Series, we'll see the split map. Bin is hovering around. I wonder if he's trying for a... Nah, okay, no steal for him. The ward in the brush as well will spot out.
Gimana nge-steal juga aja.
But we haven't seen this split map swap so far. Both top laners throughout the series have been doing what you see Zeus doing now, trying to leech what experience they can. But Zeus is very much isolated from the rest of his team. I'm kind of surprised that we don't
dibiarin aja atasnya.
hovering around the mid lane,
Najib
sharing
Aliwasi
experience with
bilang
Faker,
dipastikan BLG juara Worlds
Shun is going to be trapped on the
2024.
bottom side of the map, which means that Zeus is very susceptible to an incoming dive, and with Bin on the way, T1 have to be ready to stop this from panning out for BLG.
Yep, they're going to bring all four here. Bin helping Shun accelerate his jungle clear while they build up the rest of that wave and head on over.
Now Carrier, level 2, gone back
Terus
to base,
kenapa aja Rizky?
beeline towards the bottom lane, has to get there as quickly as possible. Owner hovering around the top side, ready for a potential TP in from Bin, but he's sticking towards the bot side of the map for now, ready for the oncoming dive.
And the risk for Carrier is him trying to get back into this lane. He may just be cut off by Shun and Bin. He'll be seen on that water.
Ente Bang Zeus.
Underneath the tower, flashes away from the grand entrance. But
Gak mungkin dong selamat Jer.
from Bin, Shun tanking the towers.
Anjing. Woi.
Belum
Aduh,
mati
dateng
Jir.
sih Carrier-nya, Cok.
Malah dapat satu tuh.
Lumayan dapat satu.
Belum.
Nice, just the tip.
Oh iya dapat.
W there from Shun, able to get it.
Telat.
They're able to finish it off. Elk here cashes in once again. So many
Match
games
sebelumnya menang mana? Menang BLG.
first to blood. He'll be rich on the zigs again.
I mean, in terms of XP, Bin hasn't really been able to
Skin
catch
Sugar
much.
Rush.
TP to the top wave. He's just going to run towards it. Ultimately,
First blood lagi, T1 emang langganan first blood Jir.
I'm not sure I would say that it was a huge advantage gained as Zeus TP's back into the bot side, is able to catch a lot of the
Di game sebelum ini tadi owner yang first blood nih.
The big thing affecting these
Dua
lane
game
swaps, though,
sebelumnya
is that
MM.
Ziggs also takes teleport here. So not only did Elk get the first blood money there with the
Spesialis
captain,
first blood.
but then teleports right back down to the bottom lane.
Zeus has no flash to really threaten him if it is a 1v1. Elk has a flash and of course the satchel to escape any precarious situations. Carrier's working his way up towards
T1 lawan EVOS menang siapa? EVOS pula nomor 9 disebut-sebut.
Erlangga Fikriansyah bilang aku dukung BLG karena aku nonton anime di BS Station.
Bagus.
And they're actually calling Shun over back to the bottom side once again.
Dive o'clock, the grand entrance goes down. Zeus is overheated.
Ji diazab Zeus.
BLG find their second.
An easy
Gak dikasih main deh. Zeus gak main LOL Cok.
And he's out of there before a play is even set up. Meanwhile, Zeus sticks around a little too long and loses his life once more. Still though, you can see he's 300 gold up on Bin. He's still level 4 to the level 2 of Bin.
Faker nih
So while he
selanjutnya.
is conceding gold, ultimately he still finds himself ahead of his top lane counterpart.
Yep, dying for experience, sticking around down there on the bottom sides. Meanwhile, finishing up with the rest of this split map jungle camps here. Take away the rest of the Raptors before swapping over. And BLG feeling pretty good about this one because in the mid lane, Knight has just been pushing in constantly with this Smolder, stacking up, scaling quite nicely, even working away at his own turret plate.
He's going to get knocked up here. It's more about just getting stacks for Knight. As you say, he's on 24 right now. We'll just want to get towards that 225 mark.
Again.
Zeus, once again, a little bit overstepped here.
Waduh anjir.
Takes the highway express to get towards this run. Goes overheated, flames better going down. But
Di grief Cok.
to go back to the fountain again. No escape for him. He tries to clear the wave, but in the end, he will be put in the ground by Bin.
0-3 cuy.
3-0 up, a 700 gold lead, only 6 minutes into this game.
And I mean, the first few kills, I think, weren't the end of the world for Zeus, but now adding a third is really going to make things difficult for T1 in this early game. You can see Shun with a 300 gold lead over his jungle counterpart. That Ziggs is being accelerated so much and Bin able to close that gold gap that had previously been built up in favor of Zeus.
On's on the warpath here, passes through mid, and T1 are trying to stick to that game plan of taking down the grubs to be able to snowball turret plate money and turrets later on. But BLG with so many early kills already throwing a wrench into the plan.
I mean, Shun has just been so active throughout this series, constantly looking for ganks, and he's a core part of why BLG is even here. The turnaround in the Swiss stage that he brought to the team, and just his playmaking in the early game has been phenomenal. He is continuing that trend, and he finds himself involved in all 3 of BLG's early game kills.
Elk and On with their synergy with this Rakan and Ziggs as well, you know, knockups into satchel charges. So far, nicely executed from their side. We will see as far as the mega stacking continues. The tier picked up there for Knight, continually stacking that up as well as Faker goes for another trade.
Steals away the Smolder ultimate, can use that obviously later to clear a wave or just to heal himself up. Let's give you a bit of health regeneration when it hits in the middle of it. Faker now pathing down towards that bottom side. Owner's on his way down there as well. Gumayushi and Kerry are able to take a plate in the top lane. Elk, only level 5 right now, does have the flash. Guma's 6, so has that enchanted crystal arrow. On's going to try and hold this wave so that Elk can get back to the relative safety of the tower.
Exactly. It was a nice little kind of Red Rover, send one member over there as Guma and Keria run past the tower to zone Elk out from the minions, but On tries to go collect, as you said. So On actually gets in, and they're kind of funneling extra experience there into him, but now Elk is finally able to make his way over.
Only gets in range for the last 2 minions though, so did lose a bunch of XP there. You can see Elk still not level 6, while Gumayushi's almost towards level 7.
Beruang
T1 will use the
coklat
pressure
bilang
they have
ini
in the
grand
top
final
side,
kah
the push that
Bangkul?
they had through bots
Iyalah,
to
grand
take
final sih.
away the first dragon of the game. It's 3 grubs and a Drake in their names at the 8-minute mark.
I think that will be critical for T1 moving forward.
Tapi T1 dapat Dragon, dapat Void Group juga anjir.
Game for themselves. T1 going to use these objectives, try and draw them out to you.
I mean, there are different ways to look at this, right? Because from POG's perspective, the fact that they've been able to find these advantages in what is a very scaling comp, Knight, going to be forced to flash away, knows that the setup play from Owner was very risky. So BLG having this advantage in the early game just better sets them up for scaling later. Faker face checking.
Straight into Shun, the Glacial Prison hits, but Faker heals up with that Kingslayer. Owner's going to force Shun
Kambing
away for
terbang
now.
plus
On does
bilang
have the
pop
quickness,
solo
but doesn't want
laner.
to dash in.
Main safe ya,
Opposed to
iya
the
main
attack of
safe.
Shun. In the end, Faker does manage to escape, doesn't burn the flash, and holds on to that summoner.
And I mean, when I'm talking about things can look good from the perspective of BLG, T1 have been able to secure all these early objectives. Kobe was already highlighting the fact that the early investment in the grubs, their skirmishing potential of the composition, and the fact that Zeus is actually, even with all that pressure, still a level up, and he has a huge stacked wave on the bottom side of the map. He's very comfortable in terms of gold, so I think that T1 definitely still have avenues, even though things aren't looking great for them in the early game.
Yeah, in the 1 versus 1 down there. Had a huge wave for himself at the tower as well to collect, so even though the rest of BLG getting kills onto him, in the 1 versus 1 feels pretty decent for himself.
T1 do have those pick tools as well, so even if you do start to fall behind a little bit, you've got the arrow, you've got the follow-up with the equalizer, you have Faker jumping in with the Epscom that duck just like this. Elk doesn't sidestep. Faker dashing forward for a little bit more damage, using that passive to its full effect. Steals away the Mega Inferno Bomb. Elk has to flash it. Faker takes the tower.
Aduh, malah dapet, jir.
Season for Faker in the top lane.
He just runs him down, even with the first chain missing. Conquer stacked up. Thank you for the ultimate, and finishes the job himself. Now,
Lagi-lagi Faker ya.
later, not going to have any sort of kill threat as far as damage goes. So, no harm, no foul. Though again, these Ziggs with the teleport.
Itu Hero Faker bisa jadi inisiasi di.
What a confidence booster for
Gimana cara inisiasi? Bisa nggak Faker ngambil ultinya Genar cuy? Tapi dia ngumpulin stacknya gimana? Apa langsung penuh deh?
As Carrier now in danger.
Caught out with the quickness alongside that Glacial Prison Carrier, though still has 150 HP to work with here. Hostile taking
gue deja vu ya.
Guma starts to open up and put the arrows in the back of that ball. Shun able to walk away, though Guma really doesn't have too much damage yet.
And we've come back to the game plan overall for T1 here with this composition. They want to stack these Void Grubs, get that bonus to be able to take down a lot of these towers, open up areas to then make their signature picks on the map by denying vision and using Ash Arrows.
Faker, his ultimate is going to be available soon. Zeus has the TP and the ulti available. TP available for Bin as well. Owner has found Jun.
On has flash here, will use it to get away. You knew the steadfast presence was coming from Owner. Stops any dashes in its area, and so On has to burn the flash. use the blink instead of one of Rakan's many dashes.
Knight too far away from the play, now making his way down, but Faker controlling the river, trying to force on back. The arrow isn't quite going to connect, and that is looking to be 6 grubs for T1, so part 1 of the plan coming true, Kobe.
Exactly. Even though BLG getting some extra early kills in the lane swap and in the side lane, T1 still, let's see if they can actually get the 6th one here. It is actually kind of important to get the double Void Might spawn. Should be able to, no problem. Nobody around to smite steal, and they will secure that very big objective. We have seen how quickly you can get tower gold.
Shun hovering around the bot side of the map. There's a potential play onto Zeus on the rumble, but there's no way for him to really play through. Instead, the rest of T1 is going to look to reset. You can see the Elk benefiting from finding those early kills onto Zeus, but after losing his life on Gumayushi, kind of playing the map well, he's been able to close that gold gap thanks to the CS advantage that he's been able to find. And we find ourselves in a neutral game state, 12.5 minutes into game 4.
Tiny gold lead for BLG. You can see Shun about 500 gold ahead, the bot side about 200 gold ahead each as well, but as close to neutral as you can get in this series. T1 though do have the neutrals themselves, those 6 grubs and the Drake, next Drake up in 40 seconds time. You see Carrier pathing through that bot side jungle, hoping to get vision towards that dragon pit. They'll use the mid prio and then they'll move T1 down towards that bottom side to make sure they can control that bot side river.
And BLG, they have so much wave control. Ziggs in a mid lane, have this Smolder Versailles on top side.
Oh no, looks for Ben, he locks him up. Ben though with a
Aduh,
gonna have to flash away the locket invested as well.
Nice.
Ben holds on to his summoner, BLG beginning to collapse the Mega Inferno bomb coming out as well. There's the arrow, Ben sidesteps it, Zeus might have to flash.
Apa nih ketinggalan apa nih?
Oh, belum ada menarik sih. Itu dikit lagi, Cok. Alah. Hidup lagi dong dia. Oh, nice. Anjing. Jangan sampai kena, Cok. Alah. Itu bisa nembus siru ya, apa nggak ketutup sama Rakannya ya? Aduh, skornya, Cok. Udah kejar anjir. Weh, 1,4 cuy, let's go. 1,5 sesuai perjanjian kita dari kemarin cuy ya. Kalau 1,5 kita dukung Faker cuy.
T1.
Udah dikit lagi sesuai perjanjian kita ya.
Ayo guys, bantu support T1 guys.
Ayo guys, demi T1 nih, 1,5.
Biar 2 sama gamenya.
Lagu lama. 1,3 woi. 1,5 perjanjian kita. Reckless di mana sekarang? Di bangku bench.
Bilang hoak.
Enggak.
Faker's here to check though, and the rest of T1 are making their advance through the lane. On and Shun in the pit. The Vito down to 2,000.
Ayo buru bin. Let's go bin. Montek bin. Ah.
T1 will close it and slam the door as well in BLG's base.
Back out onto the map. T1 don't waste any moments. Securing the Rift Herald, forcing BLG back. They can look to drop that mid if they want. The Ziggs wave clear is going to be so obnoxious, so they're not going to look to use it on this wave. Come back to a crucial point. BLG's composition have a lot of tools to stall. So securing that Rift Herald is going to help T1 unlock these towers and keep the pressure up.
Kenapa tiba-tiba Baronnya jadi beda 900 gitu anjir.
Faker deep into enemy territory, finding on.
Blascone will get on to safety. Faker just dashes back.
Warga Maya bilang dunia memang isinya menipu dan ditipu.
Ya apa cuy? Ya.
Real acceleration for the side of T1. Rift Herald plus the
Bocor deh.
drive the Herald in for the extra void might be
at this point, the mid point of the game for the team that did get the early lead, and T1.
Dari tadi objektif gak di kontes BLG. Ya gue juga bingung anjir. Aduh bagus lah itu, Cok. Wajib sakit banget tuh. Demi siapaan tuh?
Anjir 2 hit.
Nice, satu lagi bang. Bang, kerianya. Oh nice, BLG on. Nice.
the top side.
And just like that, BLG punish the aggression from
Teori nggak ngincar Faker ya guys ya.
They set their sights on the top tier 1, but BLG deny them access and turn the fight around.
Dapat turret nih. Lah baru dapat 1.
Of this series, BLG with Knight on the front lines with his Trinity Force smolder.
Clear. Ya masih kurang.
Answer mid here for T1. The bomb doesn't quite take out all of the minion wave because of the void.
Anjir maksa Faker.
T1 stick around, they just can't quite finish the tower though.
But Bin with some crucial playmaking there, getting a beautiful ultimate off onto 2 members of T1, and then just barely getting away with his life to deny Owner coming back to life thanks to the Renata passive as well. The mid tower still not gonna fall.
Ini ngereset lagi kan gamenya?
Carrier tries his best and might should be able to secure this. No!
Ngereset lagi, nggak ada yang nggak ada yang untung.
Alright, so it starts out, they use both Faker's ulti as well as the Ashe arrow, and as you say, Bin, just as he goes in, gets the knock back on 2 of them there, Carrier and Owner, and so they get the first kill. Knight then arrives on the Smolder, flashing forward to chase them down with his freshly completed Trinity Force. And BLG, I mean, we have seen Smolder scale into terrifying areas for a long time in the last few patches, actually. So we'll see if we can put this to the test here. Carrier knows that one is going to be rough.
It's a tense situation. The gold finds itself even once more. We'll check out the itemization once we get back. But 2 dragons in the favor of T1. 6 scrubs to the name. 3rd dragon of the game going to be spawning soon.
Mid Baker apa aja?
How strong will this Smolder get? Can T1 accelerate the game quickly enough before Knight becomes a serious problem? Or can BLG stall the game long enough to get to a point where T1 will run out of options?
Might already be a serious problem as we'll see him continue to scale. I mean, when you accelerate at the beginning, then you get to even stack much quicker. And so we'll start to see the execute and the burn really come in.
Only 60 stacks short of that 225 mark. Alongside that, BLG helped by the fact it's a chem soul this game. Obviously, you don't want to give the enemy team a soul, but when they've stacked 2 drakes, giving them a chem soul to let yourself scale isn't impactful.
Oriana,
if it weren't
Ahri.
Hextech. So T1 will be licking their wounds a little bit at that twist of fate. Gumayushi caught with the Mega Inferno Bomb. The wave cleared out in mid as well by Elk. T1 will use the time they have to pressure in towards this blue side jungle. Drake up in 10 seconds. It doesn't look like BLG really want to fight it.
Not necessary for them to do so. Of course, just number 3 here for T1. I think the correct call is we keep on scaling. We got to get our Smolder to the break point that you just talked about, and so they're going to push hard.
Objektif kenapa semuanya buat T1?
Definitely the correct choice here with the scaling that they have
Sidik
available
Wadil
to them.
Amin bilang ini di war kalau Herald
Take away
GK
a little bit
dikeluar.
of the jungle
Indah
as well while
dibacotin
they're at it, but
Purwakaka.
T1 they press ahead.
It's a tense affair. I mean, Medic, you called it earlier. The losing team in every game, 3 kills was the maximum. Well, T1's at 3. 1 more, and we've got a tense game on our hands.
Well, I also do have to say, I would be willing to bet a lot that this will not be a 27-minute game ending, especially with BLG having Smolder plus a Ziggs. The reason why this is such a good pairing as the arrow goes wide, but Faker's still here.
Take a look for that flank. We'll seal away the quickness from on.
Anjir.
Aduh, rata dong. Respect streamer dong, anjir.
Exceptional play from T1. You think that the play falls short because the arrow doesn't connect, but Faker will find a way.
And then with the 6 scrubs, with the Riptail, they immediately take the tower afterwards. And guess what? They're turning straight towards...
Anjir. Pengalaman emang berbicara tuh.
Flame spitter damage. Zeus tries to turn it around, and in the end, BLG unable to hold on to their coming across from the side as well. He TP'd in. T1 have started the Baron, and you have to feel it all hinges on this.
Kurang di make bang.
T1 and BLG. Will BLG look to try and take the fight? Jun has flash and smite. Elk now joins the battle, teleports in. It looks Carrier, lands the slow with the boomerang. Knight TP'd in as well. BLG are going all guns blazing into the battle here.
Mati kira.
dashing forward. He's only at 300 HP. Faker eats the bomb and is taken out low. Mega Inferno bomb going in. Zeus will sacrifice himself for the good of his team.
Ngeri banget.
To escape with this Baron.
The quick play from T1.
Miscom. Oh enggak. Emang
Not mattering here from BLG as they only got the 1 kill in the aftermath. T1 just got so much out of this. Faker on the flank, even with the arrow going wide. He makes the play, and T1 finds so much.
I mean, the arrow comes through, it does not connect, but on the right-hand side is Faker. He interrupts the knockup, and then he connects the two-man charm into then the knockup come through from Ona. The wombo combo is exceptional, and T1 finds some much-needed kills onto the crew. Two crucial carries of BLG.
Yeah, Faker laid the way for the Renata ultimate there, catching them up. And then Zeus, who had been 2v1ing earlier, goes for the sacrifice here to allow all the other Baron buffs on T1 to remain alive.
Yeah, we've seen so much bin rumble. I thought
Wih, udah 1,6 cuy. Let's go. 1,7 sesuai cuy, sesuai keinginan kita coy. Ayo dikit lagi coy. Bisa. 1,7 kita dukung T1 ya. Kalau enggak mah gue bakal tetap dukung BLG coy.
Suatu suara kalian menentukan guys.
Bener. Duh, bro, jangan blunder please.
Kena orang.
Lah atasnya di split Faker anjir lah. Nice. Lah, kok mati? Aduh. Anjir Faker cok. Aduh mati rata dong.
Abang Faker ya guys ya.
Tas kena. Ya.
Big boss. Au. Iya anjir.
Void Grubs as well as the Rip Tail, they keep on forcing these Vedias even when BLG try and construct their counter. T1 rebuff it, the Renata is just
kurang satu tick tadi ya Kera ya.
Charging into that
ultimate.
Seems like suicide.
I mean, I just feel like we're feeling the Faker effect here. He's not at the start of this play. The arrow connected, forcing the summoners out.
Ini baru seru.
The TP is quick to follow. Carrier with a fantastic ultimate to force BLG
Aduh,
to
masa
disengage.
game 5 cok. Aku sudah capek.
The play for him and Gumiyushi to tear BLG apart.
Some slim margins there as well. Knight being forced to flash away a critical summoner spell, but T1 are doing a good job, I think, pushing.
Kenapa nggak BO7? Karena emang selalu B5 sih cuy.
Confident in saying that I didn't think it would end in 27 minutes.
Yang BA7 apa ya gamenya? Oh, game itu apa? Pukul game yang kayak Mortal Kombat gitu. Mortal Kombat. Tekken.
bilang ayo Kur, saatnya dukung pemenang.
BO7 biasanya.
The pushing power that they have shown and really accelerating this game and being able to get their Dragon Soul as well in a very timely manner means we are still on course for that T1 game plan.
And credit to Zeus. 0-3 during the laning phase has bounced back phenomenally. Been landing some very important Rumble ultimates, and he's going to be important in the upcoming sieges. That tool is great for zoning away the Rumble, for zoning away the Smolder and the Ziggs from providing that wave clear and protecting their towers.
Marah Zeus tadi gara-gara nggak dikasih main.
Keep him away from the battle because he has hit that 225 mark. Now sitting at 230 stacks. That doomsday clock has ticked over to midnight for T1. They are still in the lead. Chemsol, 4,000 gold ahead. 6 grubs, Baron up in a minute 30 as well. Faker has been on fine form, finding people with the quickness, with those engagers. But BLG can still hold on to the fact they have this wave clear. They also are on championship points, so even if they lose this game, they have another to battle back against T1. Ona forced away with the satchel, but doesn't really take too much damage. The Mega Inferno bomb only clipping onto Carrier as well.
Say the next like 4-ish minutes of this game will be so critical because Smolder working towards
Championship point itu apa, Cok?
you really start to get scared when you have the poke.
Championship point itu apa?
Smolder plus
Championship
the
point.
Ziggs. T1
Itu
they've got
kata
a
caster.
nice little window here though with
Nggak tahu
a
ya.
very sizable advantage with Dragon Soul plus Baron coming up, which they can try and use to bait BLG out. and look for their engages. So many snap engage angles. Faker with a stolen recon ultimate at the moment.
Looking for Shun. Glacial present, Faker dodges. He knew something was up. His spider sense was...
Oh. Uy.
Good reactions from him.
Anjir, kirain.
Pops the scryers as well, and T1 can come in to
Cuk.
manages to get them.
Cheater cuk, Faker cuk.
Have a second dance away. Hostile takeover coming out. Shun cleansed away by that Mikhail's out of on.
Udah tanker banget tuh.
It's just an investment of ultimates from T1. Mikhail's used, carrying a flash handshake, pulls back Elk. Faker trying to get with the quickness of the backline. Gumayushi unable to open up quite yet. Been doing the damage onto
Si
owners.
Elk mati dong. Oh, enggak.
On the top
Beruang
side,
coklat bilang
Aduh, Shunnya mati.
save owner's life and force BLG away.
Iya.
It becomes a question of can
Duh.
with Shun down, I believe that the answer is yes. There is no smite available. Elk, crucially, still has his ultimate up. But with that, Faker secures his 500th kill at the World Championship.
Anjir, zoningnya sampai situ anjir.
Bomb is going to hit onto Owner. Fake able to touch the side of it. 3,000 HP now on the Baron as BLG advance. T1 have already got the Baron though, and BLG now have to begin to
Telat ini. Why just main cuk.
absolutely massive. Faker dives in. Grand entrance already locks him up. He wants to stop watch. Try and buy himself a second. Has the bailout taken from him as well.
Sange.
Somehow T1 get out with the Baron buff, and BLG are unable to find purchase on the game.
Baker plays a dangerous game. They're so close to the execution, but he's able to immune it. Flashes out.
Anjir.
My goodness, Faker has turned it up to 11 in this game 4. He knows the stakes that are in this game, and he does not want to give up the title that easily.
Fatan
It's
Rahman
likely that we're
bilang
going to game
please
5.
stay
T1
satu
still
kalah.
have to close this one.
Masih bisa comeback nggak, Cok?
Not quite. Shun flashes away to safety.
Masih.
5.000 gol.
BLG really got to just keep focusing on their defense here. They do have flashes on both Knight and Elk, so as long as they don't let anyone get caught and give up some critical summoner spells here early on, if they focus on their wave clear and defense at towers, then T1 really are going to have to make use of this 2 minutes of Baron buff to crack inside and get to those inhibs.
T1 need to get someone in the mid lane. They're going to send Faker over. Rumble is actually going to stay top to catch that wave, has the TP available. T1 being spread quite thin. Normally they prefer to play that 4-1 setup, but Bin doing a good job of pushing that top wave in deep. Now he can regroup, buy a little bit more time for BLG. Again, the wave clear looking to be strong here from the side of BLG. Knight's chipping away. Not doing a huge amount of damage to Owner, but for now, all they need to do is stall.
They're doing exactly that. 90 seconds before the Elder Dragon comes to bear. BLG yet to pick up a Drake in this game, but if they get the Elder, their fortunes may change. They are just trying to defend right now. T1 have been unable to break the base, break that inhibitor line with this Red Bull power play. A minute left.
Last fight.
It looks like T1 are going to just look for the resets here, get back out onto the map, get that vision control down once again, and then try and pull BLG into a fight at Elder, because they've got to. You can't just give the Elder away to T1. You have to make your final stand there if you are BLG, and if you win that fight, you might just win Worlds, you might just win the championship. That's how much of a game decider Elder Dragon can be.
I mean, Kobe already talked about the animization. BLG is strong enough to fight. Their carries are in a position. It ultimately comes down to execution and finding access to this Dragon Pit. Right now, T1 are denying all vision on, doing what he can to find angles of attack, maybe even a TP flank, but he's been caught.
On locked up against the wall, pulled back with a handshake. The keeper's verdict finds him guilty. As On is slain by Gumayushi. Will BLG even try to mount it?
Woi, 1,7 cuy, let's go. Dikit lagi 1,8, kita baru dukung T1 cuy, 1,8. Ayo bisa cuy. Akhirnya keinginan gue bisa 1,8 cuy. Ayo, sesuai perjanjian dari awal. Real no fake, janji serang pelaut.
Woi,
Aduh, nyicil aja.
Exactly that for T1. It's going to equalize this series at 2-2.
F5.
Champions will not go down that easily. They will push us to a deciding game.
Oh, dikejar tuh.
There's only On left to defend the Nexus. Faker steals away the Rakan ultimate. The defense is not strong enough, and T1 will bring us to Game 5.
On the shoulders of Faker, T1 will go to Game 5. There is no one like him, not on this earth. T1, take us to Silver Scrapes.
The arena erupts with excitement. What looked like a terrible start for T1 turned miraculously after some incredible plays from that man in the mid lane. Game 5 is what we wanted. Game 5 is what we will get.
Owner Poppy getting a lot of picks in this game as well. Carry a Renata, obviously very big pick, and Baker Silas. As we go to the champion select for the deciding game.
Pels bilang ayo ganyang Billy.
Wah, abis ini nih penonton banget anjir. Lah, aku hilang suaranya.
Guys bilang teori blue side real kah, Pur?
Iya, anjir. Lah, ada musik. Oh ya, ini musik tiebreaker nih, cuy. Musik hanya kalau keluar kalau skornya itu penentuan gini. Tenonet. Match break. Match point bukan tiebreaker. Oh, match point namanya. Emang tiebreaker apa bedanya?
Tiebreaker.
Maka kalau skornya sama juga kan tiebreaker. Tiebreaker buat liga mengaruh. Poin tadi juga poinnya Billy, bukan match point itu juga termasuk match penentuan.
Pagi, ayo bangun. Ada yang
Kalau
bisa
di
membuat mereka
Valorant biasanya kalau skor udah kayak begini tuh sebutnya match point.
dan coklat premium, rasa yang unik
Match point itu 1 poin tinggal buat menang gitu biasanya.
hari dengan bahagia.
Ini kisah keluargaku.
Ini tiebreaker kayaknya.
Hobi banget nonton bola. Di TV Smart Cinemax Soundbar. Gambarnya bagus dan suaranya menggelegar. Kalau ini kakak, tiap hari bikin konten pakai Polytron Party Max. Super bassnya mantap. Ada lampu warna-warni, gak rusak kalau kecipratan air. Seru ya kisah keluargaku? Karena ada Polytron, semua rasa on.
Polytron itu dari lokal kan ya?
Manemu bilang
Polytron
info
lokal.
venue-nya di mana? Apa rekomen buat gua balik WL? Info playlist Worlds 2024 di mana, Kur?
Pabriknya di Surabaya.
Rekomendasi buat balik WR World 2024 di Cina. Rekomendasi lah balik sih. Halo Ronaldo. Rambut doang biru, YouTube gak premium. Premium cuy, ini cuma akun YouTube kedua doang yang gak gue pakai. Dan nih story-nya tuh. Nobar-nobar doang kan tuh. Karena gue nggak pakai.
Personal Devices account bilang terakhir T1 Silver Scraps di final C berakhir kalah Waka.
Terakhir T1 Silver Scrap. Nah ada lagi tuh nama barunya Silver Scrap sekarang nih. Bagus sih yang di match barusan, bagus sih Faker main ini jelas aja.
T1 fights back and brings us to a Game 5, the very last game of Worlds 2024. This is the way we wanted it. This is the way it was written in the stars and it was promised. We get Silver Scrapes, we get a Game 5, and we get it all between BLG and T1.
It just doesn't get any better than this. It's going to be an incredible finish to such an exciting series. It's all coming down to this one moment
Maxer
that will
Creator
decide
bilang
how
Valorant
people
Master
talk about
nanti
you
nobar
for the rest of your
gakur.
careers.
And I love both these teams so much. Like, they're just so fun
Valorant
to
Master
watch.
nanti nobar
Like,
nggak ada akses
iteration
gue.
of this T1 roster. Previously, T1 had this reputation for like, they're the boring, slow team. It's like, no, this team wants to kick your teeth in. BLG always want to kick your teeth in. This is delivering. We got our Game 5. It's great.
And this game, there was actually a little bit more punching back.
Finally, finally, man.
Finally, it wasn't as much of a blowout. There was the top lane moment, but crucially, and I know we keep talking about it, but we have to talk about it. It's Faker. That's the difference maker again.
Yeah, and I know that people are always like, oh, they're glazing him again. Well, why would you not? And I think these replays that we're going to see, right, in just a second, it's going to be a good play to a great play to a GOAT play.
Absolutely, and it was so funny when we were watching this. I turned across there and I said, someone on T1 needs to actually step up if they're going to win this game. Not 10 seconds later, solo kill heal from Faker, and it just felt like the momentum really started to swing.
And the big thing for me in this series, we talked about the early game, talked about the level 1, but an even bigger indicator of which team is doing well is which mid laner is
mulai
making the
final
impact. And in the
roundnya
wins,
masih
both
rehat
Knight
cuy.
and Faker
Tuh makan
have been
pisang dulu lah Faker cuy.
crucial.
They have. We said a good play, a great play, and then the GOAT play. We saw the good one already. Well, rolled the great one in the bot lane.
Yeah, this play comes on the bot side of the map. As we see this setup from Owner. Owner going with the Poppy again, something that he is also super comfortable with. And this is coming off of Zeus actually getting dove over and over again on this bot side of the map, right? And so you see BLG are going to want to try to end up with a collapse, but then here they come. And again, this is like, we've talked a lot about Faker. This is also Zeus's redemption arc, I think. I said before, I think he's gotten the better Bin overall across the series. And I thought he recovered so well in a lot of these fights.
And this is also after the topside play that ended up backfiring immensely for T1. And more importantly, it also highlights, I think, why Keria, even though you look at this isn't a dive comp. You're playing into a lot of range, a lot of poke, but they're still able to make it work. And I think part of that was also because BLG, why are we fighting this? You have Smolder and Ziggs. You can stall until infinity, which they didn't do, but it also makes these skirmishes so insanely oppressive.
I got blamed for the glazing so much because he wasn't even in
Coach
that.
BLG juga mantan player T1.
Regardless, you brought up a good point though, and this is always the case when you talk about
Lembur
T1 in these situations, right? Although we need to respect that we know what this team looked like without Faker shot calling and his presence in the team, you also always need to mention all of them who can rally
Katanya
for
abis ini
moments like
pensi si
this.
Faker.
We even heard it in this
Gue udah
tournament
lihat ada yang posting kalau
specifically,
Faker
right? Zeus was
katanya
calling a really
tetap
important
lanjut.
fight in the knockout
Sampai
rounds.
dia
We know
puas
that,
katanya.
Keria can do the same. We know that Owner can step up together with Huma. Not Huma, he's home. Guma Yushi. So, you know, it was great to watch.
But then we have the Faker Silas play, right?
play, now for
Where
real.
You probably know it's coming. He ends up stealing the Recon ult here when after BLG you think it's over. The arrow misses, right? But here comes Faker from the side. They even see him coming. Steals the recon ult. Sets up for this beautiful combination with the Carrier Renata. It's just
siapa baru
insane.
saja mengirimkan dukungan 20.000. Top mantra 20 kakur. Ini manehmu. Sama pertanyaan gue tadi bilang cuma mau ngasih info FLV dukung T1 kur.
Many of them leading to world titles.
I mean, shades
FLV dukung T1. FLV apa tuh?
right in a similar situation
Pertanyaannya
versus
bukan udah gujob tiga-tiganya tadi ya?
situation where you're up against match point, Maurits. Class is forever.
And then it's also the follow-up, right? Like Owner flashing on immediately, Carrier being at the ready. And they're gonna need that as well because in this game number 5,
Nanti venue selanjutnya di
because of the
Cina.
fact that T1 lost on the red side, BLG will have the opportunity to go back to blue.
And this roster T1 7-7 in game 5, so they are beatable. We'll see if BLG can pull it off.
Yeah,
makan pisang semua aja.
BLG either. They love playing these grudge matches, these best of 5s back in the LPL. They can go forever, Emily, but this is their backs against the wall. Everything that we have set up at the beginning of the day about the pressure of all of the LPL fans, of all of the BLG fans, they are the ones that were supposed to exact their revenge on T1, and they had him, and they didn't finish it. Is it gonna come back to bite him?
I mean, they're on blue side, so I'm super curious. I want to see them go for full comfort, right? Because even
Sumber energi, meningkatkan pencernaan, menjaga kesehatan jantung, mengatasi kram otot, meningkatkan mood, baik untuk kulit, peningkatan fungsi otak. Kadang manfaat-manfaat buah kayak begini tuh ada sih manfaatnya, tapi ternyata kecil banget anjir.
Itu buah pisang dipilih itu karena cepat dicerna untuk tenaga. Gulanya cepat dipecah.
Karena belum disponsori ini KitKat. Bukan KitKat.
Manehmu bilang sorry tadi harusnya top up 10k mantra tanskur. Sama ada rekomen lagu-lagu lolga. Mau nambah-nambah playlist.
Apa lagu-lagu? Ambil aja lagu-lagu World kayak Legend of the gitu. True Damage juga bagus. Biar nggak tegang kor. Kalau biar nggak tegang, minum ini aja teh kelor, teh daun kelor.
Absolutely, and that's what we want to see. And if you feel like it is building up to a crescendo, I hope so as well. We heard some of the music pieces, but one was too loud.
Gue kalau sepeda 200 km juga ngemilnya pisang di atas sepeda. Pisang sendiri.
It is only one game that stands between
200 kilo jauh bet anjing.
who our 2024 world champion is. Will it be Faker with his 5th or Knight with his 1st?
Terus kalian ini nge-gojek apa gimana itu sejauh itu?
Beda tapi.
Please you too much. However, I can promise you the 10 players in the middle of this arena full of people in the middle of
Lo pakai sepeda apa lu figur saya juga pengen sepedaan dibanding lari kayak mending sepeda deh. Kayak sepeda resiko lebih kecil deh.
4 times in finals across the
Terus sepedaan ada ini juga nggak sih kayak pose-pose. Kalau gue lihat lari ada apa teknik lari ABAB, ABCD, postur harus bagus, tangan gini, itu gitu.
Semua olahraga ada kayak gitu.
Kalau sepeda kayak nggak ada deh. Tangan udah di situ, kaki udah. Mau ngapain?
Kakinya itu ngayuh pedalnya itu ada teknik.
Pakai Wim Cycle Core. Basi.
United.
Sepeda jadul. Wim Cycle terkenal sih, cuman yang merek-merek pocket yang menarik lah cuy. Misalnya kayak kalau di HP zaman-zaman dulu tuh Xiaomi gitu.
Sepeda Xiaomi sekalian.
We had the same conversation where it's a question of do you trade Kalista for Jax, and then T1 couldn't find
beli yang karbon
pick, and BLG really made the Kalista work for them. Now they have to make the decision. The Kalista will be banned, but that does mean that in game 5, Bin is going to get his Jax, and without hesitation, he immediately locks it in.
Bilang sepeda listrik biar gak capek.
Itu mah percuma jing.
I mean, you have to trust in Zeus. He's shown that his Gragas is an effective answer into the Jax. I mean, I would call it an old school counter pick, but it's the one that Zeus has been leveraging throughout this World Championship.
Apakah signature pick semua ini?
Oh, sepeda Colnago ini itu ya buat race ya. Gue pengennya yang kecil sih.
They're hovering it.
Locked in straight away.
Ininya.
Down the gauntlet and Zeus.
Oh iya, ada Gragas. Zeus Gragasnya jago sih.
On his jacks.
Signature pick ini kayak terakhir ini.
Twice against T1, once against Genji. Now we'll see if Zeus can stand in his way once again. T1 looking towards perhaps a Galio in the mid lane here for Faker. And it's going to be locked in as well. So they have a
kalau
very
break konsumsinya
tanky front line
ketoprak
already.
pasti
Gragas
enak.
obviously has a big sustained tank, the Galio as well, which is pretty much unkillable unless you can manage to get ahead of him.
I'm honestly surprised to see the Galio locked in this early for T1 rather than securing something like the Xayah Rakan for themselves. They've chosen to go for it maybe in anticipation of BLG potentially going for the Silas and knowing that the Galio can be an effective answer into it. Elk gonna get himself his Kai'Sa.
Ooh, we have to think they're gonna build more on top of this dive then. For BLG, yes, some strong side laners plus some dive.
It's just comfort. BLG are just saying, how comfortable can we be?
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
We'll give Elk Kai'Sa, we'll give Knight Ari. That is the epitome of what BLG like.
How many legendary player champion combos are we gonna get in a deciding
Faker mulai. Bukan Faker aja yang pakai Ari ternyata.
Ari been on his jacks. Those
Faker
very well,
pakai
if they win, would be their skins.
I mean,
pakai Galio dia.
world famous for his Ari. This World Championship hasn't had the best win rate for him, but you cannot afford to underestimate it. The Xayah going to be locked in for T1.
Anjir, untuk pemula disuruh pakai sepeda Giant minimal 20 juta anjing harganya.
100% agree with you there. Just works too well with the T1.
Ngeri juga nih, ada yang 60 lagi. Ngeri juga tuh pemulanya.
Apa ini cool?
Karbon itu.
BLG be here for T1 though as we try and whittle down.
Kalau pemuda mah pakai sepatu pakai sepeda hime-hime, bro.
Hime.
I mean, if BLG continue down their comfort route, do you just get rid of something like the Rakan as well? Obviously, T1 kind of want the Rakan themselves, so BLG...
di band ininya cuy, saya rakannya. Tapi mungkin apa emang nggak niat saya rakan ya? Masa kalau emang combo gitu nggak langsung di pick ya?
True. But they do leave the Vi up there for Shun to take.
The Kindred band is like, okay, we can
Itu nggak tembus apa ya suaranya, Kur? Suara dari penonton. Kalau suara dari penonton pasti ada kerasa kayak tipis-tipis samar-samar atau nggak bass gitu. Pasti ada sih.
The Renata, a no-brainer as well. Follow up to the Rakan band there. Take away those two primo picks for Keria. Too good against dive.
Ice Bear bilang Kur lu bad
Wondering if they
ga?
put Ono on something a little more carry-orientated. Was thinking maybe Viego, but I don't love it. I feel like Vi does make the most sense.
Siapa bilang Kur kalau T1 menang lagi dapat skin lagi dong?
But it's so good at shutting down all of these carries that BLG
Iya.
are already showing.
Nah makanya kalau misalnya Faker menang lagi, T1 itu Ari kan Piala itu megangnya 4 yang skinnya Faker. Nah itu nanti bakal diupdate atau enggak tuh?
Mitigate the dashes on the side of BLG is a very powerful pick for sure.
Ooh,
what's it gonna be, Shen?
Looking towards the Jarvan. Wait here with bated breath. It's locked in. Aggression. Dive from BLG.
It actually makes more sense. I was previously talking about Vi, but the Jarvan ultimate is better versus Xayah than the Vi ultimate is. So much better there. So really intelligent move.
On, likely deferring to another one of his comforts, the cheeky hover. Showcasing some confidence there.
There's the rel. I will say Poppy is really nice into this entire BLG lineup.
Yang kurang siapa nih ya? Jungle-nya udah. Supportnya ya?
Be piloting it, or will Ona be the ones with his hands on it? It's synonymous with Ona to me. He has such a great record on this champ that my expectations are Keria is looking through his support pool right now. Wondering where they go, but it seems like perhaps T1 want to flex it.
I mean, we talked about the damage, and I was a little bit worried putting all that damage responsibility onto Gumayushi. By bringing in the Xin Zhao, it does increase the amount of damage that they have. And we think about mid-jungles, it was kind of the story coming into the series about how Knight and Shun have been working exceptionally well throughout the bracket stage and finding advantages for BLG and have really been playmakers when it came to the team fight. And Faker and Ona, a core part of the success of what makes T1 so good. Now, here in this game, those mid-jungle synergies are going to be crucial, as I'm expecting standard lanes. It's Zeus' Gragas versus Bin's Jax in the top side. Faker's Galio, a tried and true throughout his legacy, versus Knight, a player that is looking to make his name on World's history with his signature champion.
No damage nggak sih, Kur?
For a more exciting draft here in Game 5.
100%
Pasang ada lah damage-nya.
just with the draft. I think that this is the most exciting game of the entire series.
Ayo penentuan nih cuy, semangat banget anjir penonton nih.
Fighting those critical, important top-side fights around the grubs early on into the game. Xin Zhao plus Galio, such a good combo. The Jarvan plus the Ahri, also such a good combo. And we get Bin's legendary Jax versus Zeus legendary, I would say, Gragas at this point. He is 23-4 on the Gragas all-time. Impressive stats, to say the least.
One last time we go to Summoner's Rift. One last time we see the defending champions battle against the first seed from the LPL. One more time we see these
Coba kita lihat ya BLG
challenge each other. One
T1
time we see the weight
ada
of
ya damage
expectation so great on these two team shoulders. One more time.
Mutung Z bilang kalau T1 menang. Kuro katanya mau giveaway guys.
Jadinya si ini ya carry-nya Poppy support. Kalau Tian menang Kuro katanya mau giveaway guys. Nggak ada aja.
LPL and BLG looking to hoist the Summoners Cup. So much on the line and a single game will decide it all. A standard line of scrimmage to start off the
Baru
game.
bangun lu Kuro ini.
I keep my eyes on.
Galio tank kurang menarik nontonnya.
Lane swap possibility seems very
Emang bakal dibikin tank ini?
optimistic. We were hopeful for Bin versus Zeus, but it looks like we're going to be denied.
Yeah, looks like we are. The ward goes down in defense for T1. Sweeper comes out immediately though for BLG as they move in for that lane swap.
Wardnya bagus
Now we
bentuknya.
track, are they going to try and soak experience this time around for their level 2s to defend against these dives?
Baru kelar nugas, mantap.
Going right down.
Gue nggak paham lol, tapi pengen lihat hype-nya aja. Gak apa-apa cuy.
Ona starting on his wolves right now. Carrier spotting Bin out. Bin was trying to get
Ya Ronnya sih bukan emang Galio apalagi Ronnya selain itu cuy.
Bilang tidur bang. Di sini udah jam 3 wakakak.
Nanggung satu game nih cuy. Lo
Pels
tinggal di
bilang
mana?
udah saatnya dukung T1 gram syukur. Dikit LG 1 kala itu.
Yeah, look at that. It's that
Kan aku nunggunya tuh 1,7 k view cuy.
I mean, every little bit. We're on pins and needles because of soaking experience and lane swaps. It's every little bit that top laners can get.
Note that Zeus grabbed XP in the mid wave and is now making a way towards top. On his path towards bot, preparing for the potential dive.
Aja bisa digituin aja.
Zeus going to take a bit of damage.
Lah kena.
From Elk, but he's going to tick over to level 2 and he should be fine now on the top side.
And they should be able to defend this dive. On was able to soak his level 2 before heading down. There's so much CC with a Rel plus Jax. I think that
Ferrari Pick bilang selesai itu T1.
So Bin's going to get level 2 here. Go to farm this experience underneath the tower on their.
Ayo cuy, apakah bakal Piala kelima Packer ini?
Punching in the opposite direction.
Anjir.
Benar.
An extension on that E.
And it might seem weird that he would do that, but it's because he knows that owner is on the bottom side of the
Pokoknya di baron lane emang biasa sih tukeran lane gitu cuy.
dive, meaning that he's in the jungle and the possibility of him showing up mid is very real. Knight showcasing that respect, doesn't want to give over first blood. He's getting pushed underneath this tower, but his farm is doing just fine as Faker on the Galio continues his pressure in mid.
Meanwhile, once they do teleport Bin back to that top side, he should be able to soak up his level 3 as Zeus already pushed the wave. Zeus is going to get first.
Ayo ketiga. Stop. Nice. Terdodge. Enggak terdodge, terblok. Nice. Emang T1 emang the master of first blood anjir. 55 game first blood. Dan semuanya berhasil. Yang belum dapat first blood Carrier cuy. Yang belum menikmati kena first blood.
able to escape to the relative safety of the other side of that wall.
Another game, another BLG first blood. Finding it onto Faker, crucial, especially given that Knight did have to expend his flash earlier, but a good response from T1 as they lay in wait in the bot brush, ready to try and trap Elk. They couldn't convert it into a kill, but they do get his summon.
Iya, kalau Billy juara sih, terus tahun depan di Cina sih, wow gila banget tuh ya. Pas banget. Apakah jangan-jangan itu tanda-tandanya cuy? Judul lagu hari ini apa? Heavy is the crown-nya. Biasanya sesuai lagunya cuy.
Meanwhile, topside, easy trading up there.
Tapi kalau dari lagunya sih faker banget ya.
Faker banget.
Able to hold them off, but here comes Shun, as you mentioned, came to shadow, make sure that they can move up to the wave.
Maybe going in, looking for the damage onto Zeus there. Relatively even top lane after obviously the first few levels were spent on opposite sides of the map. Very tiny gold lead for BLG.
Lah miss. Gara-gara dia ini ke belakang dulu skill 3 anjir.
Yeah, really cost Faker last time. Giving up that first blood, no flash on Faker. Pretty good movement so far from Shun, doing so much for his lanes, you know. Going towards Knight to make sure they can get
Mahkota tuh berat biar gua aja yang pakai. Bisa sih.
It is a very gank orientated jungler.
It does cost him in CS though, so this is something you're going to have to keep track of. Just remember that Shun did a lot for his lanes.
Naparel selalu di pick. Mungkin karena bagus ya cuy. DC ada. Buat nge-shield teman juga ada ya, apa gitu yang dihubungin ke teman itu apa ya, shield ya? Dev.
And now he paths back up towards top. T1 have done this consistently, ready for the grub spawn. Faker ticking over to level 6 very soon. Nice trade onto Carrier. It's going to make this contest very difficult for T1, but Ona has found an angle onto Bin.
Bin has the flash here. Ona.
Skill 3 nggak sih, Jax?
That audacious charge hits him with the wind becomes lightning. There is the counter strike out from Bin. Ona.
Ini global ban nggak? Tahun depan mulai global ban katanya.
T1 are bringing more members up towards the top side. Faker has the hero's entrance to come in.
Let's go! Ya elah bang, miss. Wah rungkat ini mah cok. Ya bang.
Does not want to let them get away. The explosive cast knocks them back in the end. Will win the fight.
It is series that has been so focused on grubs. In the game number 5, all 10 players show up, and it is T1 who get Owner's Poppy Slam into the wall on. They get the kill, they get the grubs, and they immediately get turret plate money.
T1, even though they conceded first blood, they set up for the grubs extremely well, and BLG got caught off guard.
You feel that, Vedius?
Aji satu tempat isi T1 semua nih. Itu kerasa itu pasti sama BLG itu ada bass suaranya.
It could have been crucial, especially with Knight right there for the follow-up. The Galli ulti comes in, the connection into the wall, and then Faker securing that first kill.
Yeah, and it's Carrier Poppy this time around, of course. He's the one who got it, and the grub secured. T1 with the early game lead secured. The reason we're so focused on that is because you can balloon these gold leads so quickly, but Faker under attack!
Does have the flash, will punch forward. Justice Punch coming out on, misses the crash down. The charm connects though, and the chase can.
Aduh, masih ada flash.
And in the end, we'll use it to dash out of Shun's engage.
I can't believe in a 4 versus 1, he's able to get out. The charm does.
Kalah mental nih kayaknya.
Knight though very healthy, able to get the push, means that BLG should be able to secure the first dragon of the game. They haven't actually set their sights on it. No TP available for Faker. I am a little bit surprised. The bot push is going to come through for Gumayushi, who has sticked over to level 6. BLG.
Rido Kartoni bilang ada yang mungkin ngejar rekor fakir Kahkur.
More turret plate money, more demolished procs.
Ngejar rekor Faker, kayaknya good.
See just the pressure that Faker's absorbing in the mid lane. T1 now using that to garner a 1.7k gold lead. Gumayushi's been picking up plate after plate. And they're now looking towards this bot side. Elk yet to hit the level 6, still half a level of XP away. Elk has to run, supercharges his way back in the lane.
I mean, the Xayah is just so far ahead here. 2 levels for Guma. over him, not to mention all the extra gold, the biggest gold lead holder on the team. So much to know.
Carrier goes in, and down goes on. Carrier turns it off. And the question is, will he stay around because he's still not at that level 6?
I mean, a masterful performance from Carrier in the top lane grub fight, along with this play in bot. He is just finding those angles for Poppy to connect into the wall. T1 find another kill, extend their gold lead to 2K, and they'll secure the first dragon of the game.
And it is a very tall task here for BLG to get Elk back into this game. Zaya is so weak early on and being denied so much early into this game. It's going to be very hard for BLG to get their dive comp really online and get him scaling up into being a threat. Very far in the future.
Ulti Poppy nerbangin orang kan, Kur? Iya. Nerbangin orang ke arah base-nya.
Ferrari Pit bilang lah Galio Fang.
It was T1 that denied JDG the golden road. Hoping to get revenge. He is one of the players that we will be keeping our eyes on as this game continues. His Ahri has been able to turn around some incredibly difficult games before. The pick potential is real. But right now, Guma is just
going for it.
Oh, Carrier with a good set fast person. TP coming in from BLG as they look
there he comes.
to make the play. Spear rush forward by Knight, holding the charm. Doesn't get
it.
The charm hits Carrier. Flash forward with the counter strike. Carrier falls first as Guma usually brings the feathers back and almost takes down on.
Mati.
Dapat.
Nice. He will fall even in the cataclysm. BLG find 2. Guma's walking away.
And just as we talk about.
Wih, udah 1,7 cuy. Dikit lagi 1,8. Ayo. 100 lagi kita dukung T1 cuy. Kalau enggak gue bakal tetap dukung BLG. Kita sama-sama dukung BLG semua ya. Kecuali 1,8k ya. Poppynya support makanya Galio jadi tank. Tapi kalau enggak jadi enggak ada badan gitu ya, enggak cukup sama Poppy doang cuy.
Despite a really good play there from BLG.
I mean, yeah. The bot tower falling means that there's a huge wave as well. Knight forced to catch it, doesn't have the TP. Bin and Knight committing all of their summoner spells to make this play happening. The idea of shutting Gumayushi down is so important because of how much of a threat he is. Bin gets a nice flash, 2-person stun off, and they give the initial kill over to Knight. On's then able to disengage while Gumayushi does get away. Knight's able to secure the second kill as well. The kills in favor of BLG, but the gold still in the hands of T1.
So much pressure on the shoulders of these BLG players, and now even more so onto that of Knight, a player that is so well-renowned in the LPL here, really looking to take that last step and acquire his first world championship. He is the richest player in the game. On Ahri, such a playmaker. Can he do it?
That's the question that everyone asks themselves in
3K dukung T1, jauh banget tuh.
BLG, it would be the first time they have won a world championship. For T1, it would be their 5th. Faker so often leads the charge. Now it's Knight who has to take the charge into his own hands. Carrier looking at the sun coming in behind as T1 begin to draw out their battle plans. Faker looking for that flank. BLG disengage. T1 can't quite find the fight that they were looking for right now.
Faker doesn't quite realize he's sitting on a ward, but
flank
TP's in ready for the action to kick off, but nothing too chaotic just yet. Minute and 15 until the next Rift Herald spawns. The bot lane has been completely abandoned. As T1 looking to now provide support for Zeus. See if he can push that wave underneath the tower. Keeping my eyes on the minimap. On has gone to reset, so it's BLG that'll be forced to concede for the time being. As T1 have numbers on the map, but On is quickly making his way towards top. Elk catching that wave in mid is crucial for him as he tries to close that gold gap between the 280 carries.
Galio ult is available here. Remember, for Faker, you have to be careful as BLG. T1 have that safety net.
Wave clear from Knight, though, coming through with the Malignance completed and level 9. The Q is going to be doing enough damage to help clear out those waves, but Gumayushi not slowing down, going to catch another wave as the resets now come through from T1. Dragon spawning in 55, the Herald in 25.
And again, the reason we're focusing so much on Knight, him getting all of this gold, is because Elk has been put so far behind in this game. It's going to be a while before there is another really big carry threat on the BLG side, and so Knight is their big threat of getting kills. Bin, of course, on the side lane is going to look to farm up and scale up some more money on the Jacks, but
teori blue side win. Semoga aja sih, masalah ini sekarang lebih ke T1 yang posisinya ya.
Thanks to the ultimate, but with a Poppy and a Gragas and a Xinjiao and a Galio, it's going to be even harder, and it becomes that question, as you highlighted in Draft, Kobe, can the Jarvan actually lock the Xayah down? The flash is about to come off cooldown for Gumayushi. Both neutral objectives are alive. It's T1 that set their sights on the Herald, and they're going to be the ones to start this objective off.
Now they will begin it. They have the vision control around there as well. You can see Knight pushing in the bottom side, does have the TP. He's also the only gold lead on his team right now.
A few more seconds until Knight's TP is available. It looks like that they are just going to concede it as the bot side of the map becomes BLG's priority. Tier 1 going to be happy to secure the Herald and the top Tier 1 as well. No one could really gain purchase on the mid wave as it's just cleared out by Elk and Zeus. But Tier 1 do have a tempo advantage here, and they're looking to keep the pressure on top side.
Top side objectives have been turned so quickly into tower gold during this series. They're looking to do it again.
Knight's still working his way through that bot side. Tier 1 will now take it. Then TPs to try and save the Tier 2 in the top side. Rifthold was not put down by T1. They just disengage as soon as they see that teleport used, that investment.
Yang penting jangan blunder aja.
Happily take it. Zeus is catching the wave in the bottom lane, so T1 not losing any gold on the map either.
Yeah, BLG feeling like they need to invest Knight's teleport to deny that big influx of gold from one of those side lane secondary turrets to try and stop that snowball that has been so prevalent. Allows them to push right back out here for Bin, as well as Elk taking care of the wave in mid too. Some critical income for them.
One of the things we were very excited about coming into this game was Bin versus Zeus, but Tier 1 have actually put Gumayushi versus Zeus for the vast majority of this game. And remember that given that Elk has been so far behind, he's been either playing into the Galio or he's been playing into the Gragas. And Zeus has quietly built up a very healthy lead for himself. Just a few moments ago, he was about 1k gold ahead. Now that he's back out onto the map, he's spent that gold. And Bin yet to actually complete his first item. Let's see if this back will secure it for him. And there it is. So now the Trinity Force finished for Bin. He's going to feel a lot more confident as we get closer to these mid-game fights.
Still about 1,000 gold lead for T1. A Drake piece, Hex Tech to T1, Infernal to BLG. The Grub's advantage as well with that Rift held in pocket means that T1 do have the pressure advantage on the map. If they want to push in like this, they'll take a Tier 2 in the top side with 3 towers to 1 in their favor.
Yeah, I think BLG here, just keep Elk in mid lane here where it's nice and safe with your outer tower still up. Farm up with the static shiv on the Kai'Sa. Keep on farming till he can at least get his second item here. And then they can try and look to actually contest. Little cheeky steal away attempt here on the blue. Should be good.
You can feel the tension. 3-2 in kills. 2k the gold lead for Tier 1 after securing that top Tier 2. The fact that Elk still finds himself very far behind is definitely a point of concern, but in terms of XP, he's been able to accelerate, actually get ahead of Guma, because T1 have been playing so much around their AD carry to put pressure on the map. Base is going to be interrupted there by Carrier, but BLG quite happy to play this game slowly for now. They're not in any real risk. The Baron is still 2.5 minutes away. What's crucial is that they get items on Elk and that he can have impact in these later fights.
Put pretty drastically behind in the early game. So the gold, it fluctuates between about 1.5 to 2k between the two teams, which BLG will be happy enough with considering how the early game went. Faker lying in wait here to see if Knight oversteps. Knight just wants to push out the wave and then get himself back to base. Bin pulling the wave across a little bit here, but with the counter strike he will just start to push this one towards T1 again with 2 minutes on the Baron and 2 minutes on the Cloud Drake. Expectation is everything will calm down over these next 2 minutes until we start to see that vision play
NANDS Gang bilang bang sahur bang.
Tiduran gue cuy.
Anjir.
1,8 cuy. Berarti sisa 98 lagi cuy. Tadi 1.802 ya.
Charge won't be enough to take the whole tower. Just a nice little chunk there. Soften it up.
Ayo dukung T1 kalau udah 1.800. Kalau udah 1.900 maksudnya.
Should be able to just chunk that tower down. It will be BLG's second of the game. Zeus there to respond. Shun pathing towards top as well. The pressure perhaps towards them, but it's this game of this ebb and flow where Faker pushes out bot, he then goes into the fog of war. Knight has to answer, so BLG realize, well, we can't force a play because Faker's always going to be able to respond first. Knight answers the bottom side, then TP's back in. Now BLG have
Pas buat timing gue bangun nih.
pressure back down onto the map.
Mana ada scam tadi.
Recognize the TP came out of mid.
Itu sih perjanjian awal kita cuy.
Wants to push out another wave, says someone has to come and catch this. It's Bin that's going to be forced to go back to base to head towards bot because he's the one that has his TP available. They're going to send Knight now over to the top side of the map, but the problem is you've now got your TP-less mid laner on the top side with Dragon.
Ini price poolnya berapa?
So with the push
Wah,
they've
nggak
been able
tahu
to
gue
get
ya,
on
lupa.
bot, Faker gets a quick base off and he's already back out onto the map. T1 are going to have set up for this Dragon, and I feel like BLG's just going to force to concede it.
Yeah, BLG, they need to open up the map more so they can start to make use of some split pushing and some Kaisa.
Iya nggak ada war-war yang keras dari tadi
They
cuy,
do
yang
have everybody
GG gitu.
hovering on top side. They were thinking about trying to finish off that outer tower. They don't want to overextend too
Main aman soalnya udah 2-2.
NANDS Gam bilang BLG tim apaan? T1 ada Faker jago ahli.
BLG tim anime bro.
They will spot out Faker as Bin and Zeus go back and forth on trades, but you're seeing how effective this Gragas is.
It's nice.
Oh.
Lah.
As well, Carrier with the steadfast presence position is here to try and help out his top laner. That Fimbulwind and Cosmic Drive combination is causing a lot of headache for Bin.
That and the phase rush, some very useful tools for Gragas to always keep you at arm's length or belly's length in his case. Meanwhile, Knight did end up finishing off that outer tower, that extra gold that they wanted in payment for the Dragon. So they still got a bit of what they wanted. BLG kind of giving up the minimum amount here in order to still get some trade back.
Ultimately, yeah, I think it's the best trade for them rather than try and force the fight around the Dragon at this point in the game, especially when you know that Elk still hasn't even completed his second item. Meanwhile, Gumayushi, Infinity Edge. Such a powerful item spike for the Zion.
Ini gameplay nge-vlog kah? Karena udah pernah takut kayaknya cuy. Gak mau aneh-aneh banget. Yang nonton di stats turu kayaknya. Mereka masih jam-jam maghrib ini cuy.
And there's so many things that he has to consider when he's
jam-jam 5, jam 6.
He's playing against, like you said, the Poppy plus Galio plus Zinzao and even Gragas. So BLG definitely going to be
itu jam 6-an berarti mereka jam 6 ke jam 7.
They can be the ones to try and set up some picks.
Now, in game 4, you said with confidence that you don't expect the game to end in 27 minutes.
Iya, kayak sama sayanya beda 1000. Jauh banget ya.
It's been so far with clear win conditions laid out for both sides.
Jam 3 di sana. Jam 6.
In the meantime, both teams are prioritizing farming, looking for outer objectives, and ideally, if either one of them could break open that mid tower, that would be great. But in terms of the siege, I think that it's not easy for either side, given the amount of wave they do have. But that point of tension continues to build up as both of these teams fight for that crucial edge to help determine who will be the 2024 World Champ.
For Elk, for On, for Shun, for Knight, it's their first time here in a Worlds final. Knight has fallen short a couple of times in the past for T1. Obviously, they were here last year. They've been here 3 years in a row. Weren't able to win it in 2022, but in 23 they dominated Weibo. They dominated the LPL. Managed to take down 4 teams in that year, and now 3 teams in that year. Now alongside that top esports, looking to add BLG as a name to that list, but BLG have not lost a best of 5 versus T1. They just haven't played them at Worlds before, and here we sit 23 minutes in on a knife edge between these 2 titans.
Reminder how close BLG was without Knight. The whole idea behind bringing Knight into this roster was to help push them over the edge, to give them that last bit of power needed to get them to where they are today. They've ultimately built this roster to get to this point against, as Azael said on the desk, possibly the greatest roster that League has ever seen in history with their continued international dominance.
Kok pada recall bang, padahal mana sama HP-nya full. Beli item. Match paling menegangkan ini bagi player, tapi bagi kita penonton tidak menegangkan aja.
And we get the side lanes traded. Jax on bottom side, Galio on the top side. Mid lane waves traded back and forth as we just build and build to this crescendo of pressure in our final game of the year.
crazy that it's all come down to this.
Ketiduran lagi, kaki
So
anjir.
many comfort picks on both sides. The Sunlit Sky now finished for Bin. 2 items finished for him. Junglers starved of gold a little bit, as we often see at the highest level. If they could secure that second item ahead of this crucial fight, that would be absolutely huge. Both now fighting for vision. Resets come through for Zeus. He's making his way back out onto the map. Has the arm guard, a crucial pickup, providing a little bit more durability and just time-wasting potential in the upcoming team fight. Dragon a minute away. We get ever closer to that crucial objective.
Bang, udah 24 menit, Bang. Ini kenapa ngeping mulu dah?
The bot wave pushed in. Elk not yet completed that Nash's Tooth, meaning he's not quite at the point of that consistent poke that we often see from the Kai'Sa.
He's almost there. Has the blasting wand, has an amp tome as well. Gumayushi on the other side, sitting on a Zeal alongside his IE and the Essence Reaver. It feels like one of those games where a single fight's going to decide it, you know? As soon as a team starts snowballing, it's a Drake into a Baron, into a few towers, into a gold explosion. And I think that's why we see both teams so tentative about making that play. Obviously, no neutrals really up apart from the Baron for them to fight over right now, but there's a lot of this bouncing waves back and forth without really finding purchase.
And the first step before T1 can go take this dragon is they have to secure vision on the Baron. Because of the Rage Blade being completed for Kai'Sa, you can actually burn through Barons and neutral objectives very quickly. And so that's why we just saw these last like 30 seconds, 40 seconds of T1 really trying to make sure that they will have an early alert system if BLG try and do a cross-map play on them.
Bin ticking over to level 15. Zeus sticking around very deep in the bot lane because he's got full information as to where all 4 of the members of BLG are. Poke back and forth over the control wards, but the vision will be denied from T1.
Critical defense of their vision here from BLG.
But then T1 immediately fight back. They reclaim control over that space. Control ward still sitting in the inventory of Carrier, but crucially, none left for BLG. I'm sure On would love to get a quick reset off, but I don't know if he's going to be given the time to do so. Pings coming down from the side of T1 of the bot side jungle.
Zeus finds On, Shadowing Strike going in, the crash down as well. Bin looking for the follow-up here onto Zeus, the hero's entrance, and On just oversteps. Gumayushi sends him back to the fountain, and now BLG have to play a 4v5 if they want to try and contest. I think their decision will be not to. They'll just back away, clear out their own jungle, but On went in on Zeus and
Satu kesalahan hilang. Makanya itu dulu hati-hati banget, cowok. Hati segala lagi On.
Zeus is very tanky. They were not worried for a second during that pick. On definitely bit off way more than he could chew, and that is a 100% sacrifice of the dragon, of the objective. Critically, it is just putting T1 to that soul point and not breaking the game quite yet.
Gumayushi picking up the Phantom Dancer, immediately swapping it over for the Navori Flicker Blade. Help securing the kill, giving him a nice injection.
Let's go T1.
You can hear the support from T1 from the crowds. The BLG supporters ever present in the arena as well.
Let's go BLG.
That T1 are very confident in their team fight and their strong setup here.
Anjir. Beda pro player.
And so that's why maybe you see BLG wanting to rush into some picks whenever they see anyone, because they do kind of feel that unspoken mounting pressure facing them.
You can feel as well, just kind of on the map, how T1 is slowly but surely beginning to gain more control. BLG feels like that they're being pushed back even further onto their side of the map. And T1 remaining calm. Of course, this game is far from over just yet. That deciding fight is yet to happen. All summoner spells are available for everyone on the Rift, TPs included. The next dragon still a ways away after T1 secured that mid-tier 1 from BLG. The Baron becomes
Udah mau setengah jam masih 3-3. Makanya udah 28 menit, Jir.
That our entire year of
T1 dapat naga mulu. Iya, biasanya dapat soul nih dia nih.
To presumably
Jangan dikasih nggak sih soul,
a big fight now to break open the entire series and determine the world championship.
It's just absurd, and for the players down there as well, that weight on your shoulders.
I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing.
It's just monumental. It's not just you, it's not just your team, it's your fans, it's your family, it's your region that have supported you through thick and thin. And
Ona, very close here.
Ya miss. Aduh udah tipis sih Sun, cok. Let's go, dapat, nice. Nice. Aduh. Aduh, roto dong ini kayaknya, cok.
Oh.
Anjir, no.
Anjing faker gitu banget mainnya dah.
No.
Oh.
The hero's entrance was true to its name as Faker in T1's dire moments descends from the sky and T1
Jailball
turned
by
the
Bilang
fight in their favor.
1.9 let's
The
go ke
crowd
1.
may be heavy, but it belongs to Faker.
Iya, satu. Bukan, coy.
What a turnaround! BLG had started out so well. They killed Gumayushi. They had them on the run, but the turn
Tadi sebenarnya udah mantep juga sih tadi ya.
The flank that comes in from Bin to follow up the engage from Jun. And crucially, you're going to see a charm come through from Knight that forces Gumayushi's flash. You think that the combination between Knight and Bin is enough. Taking out Gumayushi should have been the key. So look, the ultimate comes in from Shun onto Gumayushi. He's going to ulti because he has no choice. He has to in this situation. And then the charm from Knight there forces the flash from Gumayushi. Bin sees the angle, so he flashes, sidesteps the knockback, and he's able to work with Elk to get the kill. And at this point, you think the fight is over.
Exactly. Then they're on the chase. Knight goes. He just barely doesn't have the range on his charm onto Owner, and they're teleporting for the pincer. But just as they're teleporting, and Bin has to walk back.
Gak ada damage ya kayak saya.
That's when T1 turned.
Such fantastic play and such confidence. The TP, the awareness from T1 to realize that TP was a mistake and then to create the collapse to turn it in their favor. Unbelievable turnaround
Waduh.
from T1.
Teleport.
Tenang, ada BLG yang bakal pegangin. Wih, udah 1,9 C, berarti 2K ya. Let's go. Dikit lagi 2K sesuai perjanjian. 2K dukung T1. Aduh, kok bisa mati sih, Bang? Roto dong ini, anjing. Buset dah,
Anjing, 1
cok.
lawan 4 loh.
What the fuck?
Anjing, gak mati-mati itu orang. Kill level king. Beneran.
Unbelievable once more. How does he keep doing it? I mean, with the Baron buff, 4 members dead. It's only Knight left to defend his base. His crumbling kingdom at the hands of T1. An inhibitor will fall, and T1 set their sights on the Nexus.
Knight goes in with the Spirit Rush, lands the charm as well. The first Nexus tower is fallen, and T1 are just
Apakah?
hungry for it. T1
Oh, GG guys.
No. Oh ya, tadi 1,9 dukung T1 ya, coy. Let's go. Selamat kepada T1.
Nggak pernah diragukan emang.
Selamat T1 piala yang kelima. Wah, ente bengong tuh gue lihat tuh, bengong anji, kasihan banget, cok. Nah, yang skin Ari itu loh, cuy. Ari Faker Trophy.
3 World Finals in a row for this roster. 2 of them victories, Vedius. Crazy.
Yang mana ya dia itu ya, megang piala ya? Pokoknya Ari itu ngeluarin piala 5 biji, cuy. Nah, nanti berarti piala 4 biji, berarti nanti bakal jadi 5.
Siapa bilang 2 musim dapat skin T1 lagi?
Iya, anjir, 3 musim berturut-turut, coy.
Legendary resurgence from T1. A new
2 musim berturut-turut ya.
for T1.
God.
Performance.
Gila. Ini media-media udah ngepost-post nih. Terus ini, coy, berarti si apa namanya? Reckless. Wih, menang world cuy.
Heartbreaking for BLG to be so close.
In the end, Faker said it best, you got to prove it. That's where you play. When you face T1, when you face the best in the world, the defending champs, you got to prove it. And
Muril
today it
bilang
was T1 that proved it.
Gua
Trophy
duduk
ceremony
doang
presented
juara.
by Mercedes-Benz. They will hoist the Summoners Cup. I can't think of 5 players that deserve it more.
From 4th seed in the
Gokil. Lah Piala mana? Perasaan tadi ada di tengah.
from not even qualifying to the World Championship to making it
Tuh ada itu tuh, Reckless tuh di belakang.
5-game banger. They will lift the Summoners.
Reckless nggak ikut mengangkat coy. Set dulu.
Sigit Laksono bilang mana saltonya Faker.
Tuh, Reckless tuh.
As you say, Betty, T1 take to the main stage and they deserve every accolade that is bandied towards them. It's back to back. London, Europe, the world, give it up. It's T1, your 2024 World Champion.
Aja Reckless sih ngangkat piala cuy.
Baker said this one's
Berkat nota tema Zendrato bilang tim LPL kalau ketemu T1 pasti kalah.
Just unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. An incredible run.
Tapi di kandang sendiri we lost aja.
Have done it once again. BLG were an incredible rival and opponent, and they pushed them to the very brink. But what a performance!
Cuk, tidur duluan, Cuk.
Oke, Cuk, thank you, Cuk.
World Championship, and they will raise that cup once more.
Pensi dah Faker, kata nggak pensi cuy. Performanya masih bagus gitu cuy. Nggak tahu kalau kesehatannya.
Najib Ali Wasi bilang penggemar nomor 1 T1.
Benar coy, penggemar nomor 1 T1. Kok gue nggak ada baju gambar bajunya?
Kurang-kurangin kejar Zeus kan langsung BLG.
Abi Manu bilang T1 dari nomor 1.
Gantian gitu aja.
I mean, I think it's fair to say the greatest roster in League of Legends history. 3 back-to-back World Finals appearances, won 2 out of the 3, and the one that they didn't win, it was a full 5 games. It's truly incredible what this roster has accomplished. Largely built through the academy system of T1 with the addition of Carrier. Phenomenal stuff.
Incredible stuff from them through all of Worlds. Let's take a look back at T1.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
Kuze bilang pakai tangannya ngapal pegang piala world.
Kalian dulu beratnya 25 kilo. Ini 25 kilogram.
Game Saiwa asik nambah skin $500 lagi.
Yoi. Ye bisa rilis ulang skin $500 katanya. Anjay senyum tipis.
Refused to lose a best of 5 to the LPL, and they move on to the semifinals.
수비 선수 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
Wish if the future is yours, prove it, anjing.
The spears go wide and the poppy goes down. And Gen G for the last 2 years have been the kings of Korea, but we know the world is T1's home ground. The reigning world champions will return to defend their title versus BLG. YGY now.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine privilege to bring you the world's finals.
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1?
Siapa bilang skin ahli udah P1 Piala? Bayar $1.000.
Anjing, DLC. Tapi performa Faker menurut gua tahun ini kayak lebih bagus daripada tahun kemarin deh anjir. Tahun kemarin nggak berasa, Cok. Karena mungkin tahun kemarin isinya Oriana doang ya. Nambah ada bintang di ini, di tulisan T1.
Your reigning and continued world champions, T1! We have G-Sun here with us to help with the translations as we continue on. And also a quick note, Zeus will be joining us very, very shortly, but we do have Chris Green,
Global Head of LoL Esport,
as well, the global head of LoL Esports.
Thank you, Shox. What a series that was. Congratulations, T1, our 2024 World Champions. We are beyond excited to crown you as this year's champions and welcome you to the legacy of greatness.
Erlan Satya bilang nih orang tidak akan tergantikan.
Iya cuy, ini yang namanya Kiseki no Sedai cuy.
Suami Sel bilang tahun lalu tangan Faker cedera.
Your journey throughout the season and the tournament was nothing short of incredible. It was a joy to watch you rise to the top and claim your victory. You have made your fans, all of these fans, and the LCK very proud.
올 한 해 T1의 여정, 그리고 이번 월즈에서 T1의 여정은 정말 경이로웠습니다. 이렇게 또 한 번 우승을 이뤄내면서 여기 계신 모든 팬분들, 시청하신 모든 팬분들, 그리고 LCK를 자랑스럽게 만들어 주셨습니다.
To celebrate this outstanding achievement, you will each be awarded one of these beautiful championship rings, handcrafted and presented
Pojan bilang
courtesy of
ketiduran.
Oh, dapat begituan.
Menang.
Buat masing-masingnya.
오늘의 월드 챔피언십 우승을 기념하기 위해 또 한 번 메르세데스 벤츠에서 특별히 제작하는 챔피언십 링도 수여받을 예정입니다.
I also want to take a moment to thank the City of London for being such gracious hosts to us. Yeah, that's right. Your hospitality has made this event unforgettable. And of course, a huge thanks to all of the fans who joined us here in person, as well as everyone watching from around the world. Your passion and
Dia berterima kasih kepada London cuy atas
thank you all.
orang-orangnya itu loh, supportnya gitu-gitu. Kalau ke Korea ya ada translatornya lah.
Co-founders Mark Merrill and Brandon Beck, League of Legends executive producer Paul Beleza, and Riot Games CEO Dylan Jahada to share their congratulations as well. GG to your world champions, T1. Yeah.
Kira-kira untuk skin mereka nanti apa yang spesial aja? Biasanya di setiap tahun tuh ada terobosan-terobosannya kan?
Thank you so much, Chris. Now it is
Apa kira-kira ya? What the fuck? Raja timnya Mas Damba apa?
Perfect audio, but we will go along as we see and hope that they can understand us as we ask these questions. So let's fire off the first one. Faker, I have to go.
Ada chatnya tim Mas Dean bala-bala gaming malah ngecok. Hah? Kok tim Mas Dean?
In In 2013, you won your very first world title. We are now more than a decade later. How do you reflect on the journey that you have made over those years and that you can celebrate your 5th world's title
Papamon
in
bilang
League of
BLG
Legends?
di game 4 dan 5 najis amat sentuh objektif.
페이커 선수는
Nah iya, makanya.
2013년도에 첫 월드 우승을 기록하셨는데요. 이렇게 10년의 세월이 지난 뒤에 다시 한번 월드를 우승하시면서 5번째 챔피언십을 얻어가게 됩니다. 지난 10년간의 본인의 여정을 되돌아보시면서 어떤 길을 걸어오셨다고 생각하시는지 이번 5번째 우승은 어떻게 기념하고 싶으신가요?
네, 또 이렇게 우승이라는 기회가 찾아와서
Bagaimana cara Faker bisa mempertahankan performanya?
네, 우승을 할 수 있게 돼서 정말 너무 기쁘고 또 여러분들 앞에서 이렇게 우승할 수 있어서 너무 좋고요. 또 이제 이번 우승은 또 팬분들이 열심히 응원해 주셨기 때문에 있었던 것 같습니다.
I am very happy to be able to lift up the trophy in front of you guys, and this 5th title was possible thanks to all the support from my fans.
Aku bisa mengangkat trofi yang kelima ini berkat support dari
Roberto
fansku.
Mancini bilang Kuro naksir Faker
Congratulations, and once
aslinya.
again,
What the
we
fuck?
saw how you react to these big moments, be it in the moments where you can't grind out the victory and in the moments where you can. Can you look back on these last 3 years and what you've done with this T1 roster and tell me about how proud you are at what you have achieved?
캐리어 선수 그리고 또 한 번 굉장히 주요한 순간마다 멋진 플레이를 보여주셨습니다. 지난 T1과 함께한 3년의 시간을 되돌아보면 이겼을 때도 있었고요. 졌을 때도 있는데요. 이제 오늘 우승과 함께 지난 세월을 되돌아봤을 때 팀원들과 어떤 멋진 길을 걸어왔다고 생각하시나요?
일단 T1에 오고 나서 좋은 팀원분들과
Syarif bilang kenapa gak status dulu sebelum menang Kur?
Waduh, nggak ada begituannya. Grogi dia aja.
일단 땡큐 하고요. 그리고 일단 T1에 오고 나서 이제 많은 선수들 분들과 많은 이제 좋은 사람들이랑 계속 함께 하면서 많이 인간적으로도 그렇고
Cuma Faker artis Korea Faker itu jadi top 3-nya di Korea cuy. BTS, Faker, satu lagi nggak tahu gue lupa.
이제 너무 감사한 것 같습니다.
First of all, thank you for the chant, everyone. Thank you.
Berabit
Ever since
bilang.
I joined T1, I was surrounded by amazing people, and thanks to them, I was able to mature and grow so much as a player, but also as a person. And because of that, I was able to claim this back-to-back championship.
As a follow-up to Keria, in 2022, you said you wanted to win. In 2023, you said you really wanted to meet new genes. What was the motivation in 2024?
이제 22년도 결승에 진출하시고는 정말 우승하고 싶었다라고 하셨고 23년도 결승을 진출하고서는 유진스를 정말 만나고 싶었다라고
Yuda Wawan
하셨는데
bilang
올해
udah
결승은
waktunya
어떤
Faker
게 가장
pensi gak sih?
기대되셨나요?
Momennya pas.
일단 이번 결승은 좀 준비하는 과정에서 되게 후회 없고 열심히 했다고 자부해가지고 이제 지든 이기든 받아들일 수 있을 거라고 생각했던 것 같고, 네, 지든 이기든 받아들일 수 있을 거라 생각했고 이제 그래서 이겨서 너무 기쁨의 눈물을 흘렸던 것 같습니다.
Looking back at the journey we
Roti
had
Nanas
throughout
bilang
Worlds
lebih
this year,
seru
I
nih
am
match
extremely
daripada
proud of
Madrid
the
vs
path
Barca.
that we were walking on. So I was thinking to myself, regardless of the outcome, I will be just really happy and proud of ourselves. And I am very grateful that I managed to win this back-to-back title. So I was in tears.
Koma, my sincere congratulations to you for yet another Worlds title. You who were there in the first iteration of the back-to-back championships way back in 2015 and 2016. How do you look back on this run with the team after you came back to coach T1 after 7 years?
꼬마 감독님도 정말 축하드립니다. 이 팀이 15년도, 16년도 연속 우승이라는 첫 대기록을 썼을 때도 팀과 함께 계셨는데요. 이번에 또 한 번의 연속 우승이라는 대기록을 썼을 때도 7년 만에 팀에 돌아와서 팀을 지도하고 계셨습니다. 어떤 의미를 갖고 있을까요?
그 7년이라는 시간을 이제 날짜로 조금 해보니까 정말 긴 시간이었더라고요. 정말 그동안 이제 우여곡절도 되게 많았었는데 이렇게 다시 T1으로 돌아오고 너무나 좋은 선수들과 너무 이제 스태프들 진짜
Bangun woi, mana ada gue tidur anjir.
프론트 분들 이런 분들을 다 만난 게
Zeno
너무
bilang
좋은
peol.
사람이라고 좀 생각하고 있어요. 그리고 마지막까지 항상 또 응원해 주신 팬분들에게도 너무 감사드립니다. 그냥 감사한 마음밖에 없는 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Coach aja ada skin war ini udah lama deh.
I converted 7 years to days, and yes, it is a very long time. And yeah, I was very amazed that after such a long time, I had a lot of ups and downs, but I found my home back in T1, and I was able to find another huge success. I think it's because of the great players and talented players that we have, but also the staff members who supports us as much as possible. And thanks to them, I was able to, and the team was able to accomplish this greatness all together. So all I can say is thank you. I am very beyond grateful right now.
Tanggal Faker sama vokalis Linkin Park beda sehari doang. Ya kurang mirip.
Able to join us right now, so if you please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
Hah, kemana dia? Habis boker?
Zeus, are you...
Jaketnya mana?
괜찮으신가요, 제우스 선수?
네, 좋아요. 좋아졌어요.
Very good, very good. Much better.
Much better. I'm glad you. When it comes to this game 5, Zeus, you counterpicked Bin's Jax, and I know that in your career there have been moments where people have counterpicked you and it didn't end up so well. So talk to me about the confidence.
Gimana perasaan Anda dengan kemenangan T1? Sangat bahagia lah, gue pendukung Faker nomor 1 cuy.
오늘 정말
Terbukti di pick'em gue menang.
제우스 선수만의 카운터 픽으로 완벽하게 정복했습니다. 사실은 굉장히 중요한 순간마다 제우스 선수도 카운터 픽 당한 경우도 굉장히 많았는데요. 오늘 5세트 임하시면서는 어떤 자신감으로 경기 들어가셨나요?
She's helping out.
일단 빈 선수가 잭스를 워낙 잘해서 견제를 많이 되기도 했지만 제가 그라가스를 하면은 제가 더 잘할 수 있고 그리고 충분히 카운터 칠 수 있다고 생각해서
Veresia F bilang diem lu animek.
그런 것 같습니다.
Real cuy.
I mean, Vince Jax obviously is very, very strong. We were wary of it, but also I was pretty confident that with my counter pick, with our play, we'll be able to overcome this. So I was entering the rift with a lot of confidence.
Yes, we definitely saw it. Owner, you have been a pillar for the team this year when it wasn't always going so well for T1. How do you reflect on all the work you have done for T1 and the work you have contributed in this phase of your career to the 2 Worlds victories that T1 was able to book?
오너 선수 그리고 올 한 해 T1의 조금 흐름을 돌이켜 보자면 힘들 때도 오너 선수가 언제나 단단한 기둥처럼 팀을 밑받침해 주는 역할을 많이 해오신 것 같습니다. 지난 2년간 T1의 2연속 월드 챔피언십 우승의 여정을 돌이켜 볼 때 오너 선수가 팀에 어떤 그런 승리에 기여를 했다고 하시는지 지난 여정을 어떻게 좀 감상하시나요?
네, 어쨌든
hari ini juga nggak sih harusnya?
이렇게 우승을 했기 때문에 굉장히 많이 기여를 했다고 생각하고요. 그리고 또 이렇게 좋은 선수들과 함께 할 수 있는 거에 대해서 너무나 좋게 생각하고 있어서 그래서 좋은 결과까지 나오는 것 같고 또 그리고 저희가 힘들 때는
Tebak siapa MVP? Harusnya di sini MVP Faker sih kayaknya ya.
팬분들이 너무나 많다고 생각이 들어서 그 팬분들 덕분에 저희가 안 좋은 상황에도 불구하고 좀 잘할 수 있는 동기부여가 되는 것 같아서 팬분들한테 너무나 감사하다는 말씀 좀 드리고 싶습니다.
Abdul
First of all,
bilang,
we won back-to-back championship, so that's a contribution there. Also, I mean, yeah, there were some hard
Rotinanas
times, but there were
bilang tahun
also some
depan
good
tidak ada
times.
lagi
But looking
roster
back at the entire journey,
ZOFGK
I
di
can
T1.
say for sure that I was
Apa tuh?
surrounded by amazing players, so we were able to.
Kenapa
accomplish
bukannya
this
udah
great
perpanjang
things
kontrak ya?
together. Also, sometimes there were moments where the hardships were getting us, but thanks to the support from the fans, we were able.
Ini
to
nggak ada
overcome it,
pendukung
and
BLG
you guys
kah?
are my
Emang
biggest
ada orang yang
motivations.
dukung BLG? Emang ada cuy.
Tom, I would also like to ask you about this huge achievement and what you want to say about your group of players that have
Reckless sih,
worked
iya
through
reckless sih.
these hardships and came out
Ken
on
U
top
bilang
once
Reckles
again.
MVP sih.
톰 코치님께 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 정말 올 한 해도 여러 가지 역경을 딛고 산전수전 다 같이 함께한 동고동락한 우리 선수분들께 해주고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
저희가 올해도 작년과 비슷하게 힘들었던 순간들이 많았다고 생각하는데 특히 서머에 되게 힘들었던 시절에 캐리아 선수가
Pendukung BLG lagi nangis di pojokan.
또 플레이오프 가니까 형 경주만 가자. 경주 가니까
Tama cuy, lu black dada gue isinya T1 cuy.
목표를 수정을 해 나가면서 저희가 좀 높은 곳을 바라봤기 때문에 이렇게
Murir
좋은
bilang nggak
결실을
Discord
맺었다고
lagi sama yang
생각합니다.
watch party bang?
I feel like it was pretty similar
Siapa?
to last year. We were
Si
going
Nardi,
through a lot
Nardi
of
dia
different
lagi
things.
nobar juga dia.
Kapan
The summer
Apelios
was
rilis
very rough
tour?
for T1, and then one
Belum
day
tahu sih.
Kyria came and talked to me. Well, let's just make it to the playoffs and we'll see. And then we made it to the playoffs, and he was like, let's just make it to the road show. You know, let's just go to Gyeongju, the host city of.
Berarti bener pemenangnya baju
And
putih
then
cuy ya,
we made it to
walaupun
the road
dua-duanya
show.
baju putih
And
sih.
then he was like, let's just make it to the finals. We kept on adjusting our goals, and somehow we were able to make it up so far up here, and we accomplished it.
Amazing. Gumayushi, congratulations on another world title.
Biron bilang dahulu kalah hiduplah
Naguma,
seorang karbit.
Ruler, Uzi, Bang, Deft, all names that have so much meaning in our scene that I think you should be named in the same sentence as. Where do you see yourself amongst these heroes of the role you play with what you have achieved?
또 하나의 월드 챔피언십 우승 타이틀을 얻게 되신 것 정말 축하드립니다. 위대한 원거리 딜러 선수들을 돌이켜봤을 때 항상 거론되는 우지 선수, 룰러 선수, 뱅 선수, 데프트 선수가 있는데요. 이제 오늘의 우승과 함께 더불어 이제 구마요시 선수도 그들과 어깨를 나란히 할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 구마요시 선수 개인적으로 이런 위대한 선수들, 전설적인 선수들과 견주어 봤을 때 본인이 어느 정도까지 올라왔다고 생각하시나요?
Dikasih waktu mikir dulu.
일단은 작년에 이어서 하나님께 감사와 영광 먼저 돌리고요. 지금은 그 역대 그 최고의 선수들과 아직 뭐 비슷하다고도 말할 수 있겠지만 아직 모자랄 수 있다고 생각하고요.
Fantiwan Esport baru saja
하지만
mengirimkan
Waduh.
dukungan 5.000.
이전부터 제
T1 nih
목표는
bos kagen drama na
역대 최고의
bisa.
원들이 되는 거였기 때문에 언젠가 반드시 정상에 서겠습니다.
First of all, just like I said last year, I want to thank God, thank to my God that I was able to accomplish this great result one more time. Also, adding on to the question, yeah, I can say that I am now on the similar level compared to those legendary 80 carries, but also I can say that I still have a long way to go. But just looking back at the days when I was dreaming about debuting a pro scene, my one and only goal was becoming the goated 80 carries, so I'm gonna keep on going.
And of course, we have to ask Guma, because of the croissant last week and now spending a week in England, how have you been enjoying the cuisine here in London?
Hunter lokal bilang Bang
그리고
T1 bawa
지난주에는
pulang
파리에서
7M.
멋진 크로아상과 함께 파리
Lumayan.
일정을 마무리하셨는데 이제 런던에서 일주일 머무르셨잖아요. 런던에서 미식 생활은 좀 즐길 수 있었나요?
Gimana makan di London?
It's good.
Do you need to translate that? I don't think so. Okay, now while you are, of course, all champions, it is now time to acknowledge the contribution of one player in particular.
It's good.
Finals MVP.
It's good.
Ziad Khalid bilang gue masih yang MVP.
MVP cuy. Harusnya faker sih.
Welcome Lord to the stage.
Thank you so much, Sharks. 송이 축하드립니다. Congratulations on winning Worlds yet again, and congratulations on an amazing season from you. London, once again for T1, please. Based on votes cast by a panel of experts, each representing the regions competing at Worlds this year,
bilang les
your
bes Inggris sama
2024
Reckless mentok cuma
Oppo
ngomong is
MVP
budak.
is
Anjir.
Faker!
Apa tuh?
Faker, congratulations on a second MVP trophy. The first one was in 2016. You're the first player to achieve this. When you think of 2016,
Anjir, ternyata faker MVP-nya baru 2 coy.
다시 한번 이렇게 결승전 MVP에 선정되신 거 축하드립니다.
What the fuck bro?
또 이렇게 두 번째 FMVP
T1 juara coy.
선수가 처음입니다. 16년도에 본인을 돌이켜 봤을 때 선수로서 얼마나 달라지셨다고 생각하시나요?
Sarung Wadimor anjir, bener sih. Sarung itu anjing.
Ziad Khalid bilang 3 kalau dihitung sama EWC.
Oh iya, kalau WC bukan Worlds, bukan ini sih, official World sih.
네, 16년도 때 뭐 MVP 받은 게 잘 기억이 안 나가지고 네, 정확히 뭐 신경.
Nah katanya lupa dia cuy. Kiyogi anna. Gue bisa sedikit-sedikit bahasa Korea cuy.
받게 되니까 되게 감사한 것 같고 그때나 지금이나 저는 뭐 좋은 팀원들이 잘 해줬기
bahasa
때문에
Korea.
이런 결과가 따라오는 거라고 생각해서 중요한 거는 저는 우승했다는 게 가장 기쁜 것 같습니다.
Bener nggak ya?
I actually could not remember that I won FMVP back in 2016.
Nah bener kan? Lupa katanya.
But saying for today, because I was not paying too much attention about, winning the finals MVP. What matters to me the most is just winning the finals, and I'm very happy. Well, comparing the 2016 myself and me right now, I don't see a big difference because still I am surrounded by a wonderful teammate, and I was able to accomplish this great result all together with my team, and that is exactly the same back then.
I know that you don't care about milestones. I know that you don't care about breaking records. So 11 years in, after everything you achieved, what is your motivation? What do you fight for?
또 페이커 선수는 사실은 기록도 나에게 크게 중요하지 않다. 업적을 쌓는 것 크게 중요하지 않다. 승리하는 것이 가장 중요하다라고 언제나 말씀해 주신 선수인데 이 오랜 세월 동안 활동하시면서 또 한 번의 우승, 또 한 번의 FMVP 수상을 하셨는데 여전히 본인에게 가장 큰 동기부여나 동력은 무엇인가요?
일단 뭐 가장 큰 동기부여는 저는 이제 팬분들이 또 저를 보고 또 긍정적인 에너지를 많이 얻어 가셨으면 하는 마음이 항상 큰 것 같고요. 그래서 계속해서 열심히 준비하고 스스로 굉장히 의미 있다고 생각하는 결과를 만들 수 있는 것 같습니다.
My biggest motivation is my fans because I believe spreading positive energy and influence to my fans is the most important thing to me, and it means a lot to kind of realize that you guys are actually getting a great influence from me. So that's my always biggest goal.
Hacker mau bikin tower kedua.
Now, last question that I have for you. 11 years ago, you were winning your first world title. When you think about the person you were back then, if you were to send a message to this young boy who was about to win his very first world championship, now that you have 5 stars on your jersey, what would you tell yourself?
11년 전 13년도에 첫 월드 우승을 하셨고 정말 또 오랜 세월이
Apa yang akan
지나서
dikatakan
다시 이 자리에
Faker
와서
kalau
또
dia
한 번의
ketemu sama
우승을
dirinya di masa
이뤄내셨습니다.
muda dulu?
그 시절의 어린 소년 페이커 선수가 막
Fighting.
월드 우승을 하려고 했을 때를
Atau jangan menyerah.
할 수 있다면 어떤 감정이 들 것 같으신지, 이제는 정말 엄청난 경력을
Hiduplah
쌓으셨고
bahagia.
5번째 별을 유니폼에 달 수 있게 되었습니다.
Panjang itu
어린
translate-nya
페이커
aja.
선수에게 하고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
뭐 즐기라고 하고 싶습니다.
Go ahead
Terus?
and have fun.
Oke. Beli kripto. Ya, harusnya dia bilang itu beli kripto anjing.
Congratulations yet again, Faker. Congratulations to T1 London. One more time, please.
Beli Bitcoin.
Now, before our champions lift the trophy one more time, I'd like to take a moment.
Teori konspirasi, gue Faker akunnya di buff riot atau Faker kacamatanya. What the fuck?
And breathe over the last 6 weeks.
Ini bahasa apa nih?
20 teams who travel from every corner of the globe. Their support staff, their
Bentar,
families,
itu tadi Kim Jong-un, Cak.
all of you guys, the host regions we had, Germany, France, the UK, all of the teams we have competing all around the world all year long. Our tireless effort, the support team, our production, the event teams we have, thank you to all of you.
And of course, last but most importantly, the millions of League of Legends players and fans around the world whose love, dedication, and passion for this game has built
Neat dan
this
Clean bilang malu
community
sih,
over the
Bin.
past
BLM mulai udah
15
taunting 3
years.
sampai 0.
Thank you so much from
Kapan emang saya taunting anjir?
GG. Well played. We love you, and now one last roaring time for T1 as they
Ezreal
lift the
Crossfire
trophy
bilang
again
pick
as
view
your
tembus
2024
6,9
League
meter
of Legends
anjir.
World Champion.
Meter. Nanggung banget ya. Udah kelar nih berarti nih. Kok nggak ada reckless coy? Kok nggak ada reckless? Masa nggak ada reckless mau menangkat pialanya cuy?
Neat dan Clean bilang habis turun dari mobil. Disorot kamera dikit langsung ngasih kode tangan 3 sampai 0.
Habis turun dari mobil disorot kamera dikit langsung ngasih. Oh ada tadi ya. Itu pas kapan aja? Woi ada reckless. Tapi reckless lu kenapa di belakang anjir? Gak kelihatan dong Jo. Reckless menang world cuy. Ini cuy, meme ini nih, meme jabat tangan. Nah ini nih, ini nih, ini rakyat kan selamat menang world. Ini reckless nih. Aku ya cuman jadi pemain cadangan.
Biron bilang di Fnatic mentok finals. Di T1 jadi maskot langsung angkat piala.
Yoi. Oh, kita lihat.
T1 decision right now. Do they just let Faker farm turret play?
Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down. Zea's falls. Faker getting chased down as well, and Bin's flashing forward. Kurohiko now slowed by the Ash, and you can't escape the quiver of El First Blood again. The Scubber grab will go across. On goes in with the quickness, knockback with the pressing guard as well. Khodam the not coming down, and the dart comes in. The hostile takeover, and T1 have been able to defend Faker. They keep him alive. Faker flashes, and not
Do you want to punish Faker?
Faker has flash, but the flash in from Hornet.
Prestige bikin Galio. Ditutup dengan penampilan DJ. Nggak tahu ada akhirnya nggak ya? Apa udah cukup segini aja cuy? Nah, kelar cuy meme-nya cuy. Lah, kok gelap? Apanya? Ternyata asal Amerika kok, iya, California apa ya? Nah, ini udah kelar kah? Gak ada apa-apa lagi setelahnya. Udah selesai cuy. Oke lah kalau begitu ya. Oke guys, kalau begitu selamat malam semuanya ya. Thank you yang udah nonton, thank you yang sudah like, thank you yang sudah subrek, thank you sudah donate, thank you sudah support chat, thank you moderator yang sudah bekerja. Kita ketemu lagi di live atau video berikutnya guys ya. Thank you coy. Nobar World kita telah berakhir. Semoga di tahun depan kita bisa nobar lagi ya. Tiba-tiba ada iklan anjing. Semoga nanti kita MSI dapat lah tahun depan, soalnya udah pakai sistem global band pick cuy ya. Jadi hero-hero yang udah di pick nggak boleh di pick lagi di next roundnya, di next matchnya. Jadi harusnya hero-nya bakal lebih variatif ya. Dan kayaknya sih lebih terlihat tuh orang-orang jago yang pool hero-nya banyak ya. Oke guys, selamat malam, selamat mimpi indah cuy. Thank you, thank you.